Good morning, traders. Are you guys ready to get your trading action started right here on Benzinga? Of course, we got another important week. Earnings will be going through. We got a rally on Friday. Let's see if it holds, or will the stock market turn around in today's market? Gonna find out at the open. Hit the thumbs up and we'll see what happens today. Will it be a green day? Will it be a red day? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Love to hear what you have to say.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
Good morning, traders. Who's ready to get back into the hot seat and see what kind of action we can get into today? Of course, we got the guys here. Let me know. You guys all ready? Ready to go? Hey, there's the boys. The boys are back, and you guys already know hoodies up. That means we're going to get after this market. Not holding back. It was a great weekend. Hope you guys had a great one. And let's get into some stocks. What's up out there, guys?
Yeah, definitely had a great weekend. Happy Halloween to everyone out here. In Chicago, it certainly feels like Halloween today. It's overcast, cool, and foggy, so the mood is just right. I did have a great weekend. I hope you all had a great weekend too. I will say I got a drone this weekend. So I've been having some fun with that. I gotta say, I can see why those are so fun. I see why people like them.
Oh man, yeah, I definitely need to see some footage whenever you
I don't have that
play
yet.
around. But whenever you play around with it.
Piloting, but yeah, I can't. I actually want to get pictures of the golf course across the street from where I live.
Oh man, that would be great. Well, congrats on the gift to yourself there. That's awesome. Yeah, I tried to buy a drone and I was like, yo, how do you put this together? Yo, how do you fly this? So I'm sure you'll have better luck than I did.
But this was already assembled. It was not an ONDS drone. No, it was just it was a Costco drone. It's basically a starter drone.
It was cool.
Yeah, you know, Ryan wants a peek on his neighbors, that kind of thing.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But I do like flying around. The golf course is going to be fun to grab some pictures of, so it should be fun.
Heck yeah, it sounds fun. Sounds. Does it have a nice camera? We're gonna have to get a camera attachment.
HD, 1080p.
Ooh, there you
go.
We'll
see. I haven't. I need to get a memory card so it can save the pictures, but. That's
you've got me intrigued.
Crashing first. That's the key.
Ryan's gonna start doing some videography for us. There you guys see it.
I love it. I'm sure Buddy will have a field day with that one.
Actually, that's funny. That's funny. Because I practiced the first time I practiced. I turned it on and I was just kind of goofing around with it, and I started it up inside the house. Buddy did not know what to do.
He was like, what is this flying thing?
Like, what is going
Normally
on
I
here?
attack flying things, but this one looks a little bit scary.
Yeah, he kept his distance. It was funny though.
Yeah.
All right, let's get after this market. Let's make some moolah.
Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get things going here. I'm gonna see what stocks I can find in terms of levels. Definitely a little bit exhausted, so I'm gonna try to bring the energy like Ryan and Mitch do. Try to match him. But here, let's go ahead and check out the SPY here. Just kind of like within a range. Nothing too crazy going on to me. This 386, you can see the area that was resistance, and it kind of popped up and made its move to the upside. So I'm going to keep an eye on that level. But I think for me, particularly the 385 is a level that I like more. So if it's broken or tested, that's where I'd kind of want to go long or short. So I'm going to kind of set an alert here. Just so I kind of have an idea of where 385 is. Where is it? Right around there is fine. But that's an area that I have to the upside. I don't really have one that I like. You can try to go to 390s here. That's definitely going to be something to keep in mind. So I guess we can go ahead and have that marked off there. So that's somewhat the range that I'm going to be kind of paying attention to. And then of course, VWAP is going to come into play here as well. Let's go ahead and check out, bring this pie up. There you go. Thank you. You've got Apple well above the 150 level, but that's the main place where I'd be interested in this one. But another one could be this 152 area. So I'm going to keep an eye on Apple to see how it behaves around this 152. See if it kind of tests and gets a bounce or not. You can see here the 152. Let's kind of zoom in here. Here's the 152, right? Rejection as resistance, pop over, retest, continuation. So that 152 area can definitely come into play. Matter of fact, let's see if we can just kind of, let's see if we can just buy some here around that level. And then we'll look to sell. Yeah, we'll see if we can get about, there we go. So that order's out there just to see if we can get a little bit of a scalp out there. And let's go ahead and check out Tesla itself. Tesla, you can see the 229 is definitely going to be an area of resistance right there. So I'm going to go ahead and move this puppy down. If it wants to get up there, would be interested in a short. And then, of course, the previous close can come into play as well, which I think is around 228 or so. So we'll see how that kind of behaves itself. But Tesla starting a little bit to red, just slightly, nothing too crazy. And then let's go to move on to AMD here. AMD, that $60 kind of has been into play, but this time it dipped into the 59.50s. I'll keep an eye on this one. There's not really a level that I truly like, so I'm not necessarily too concerned with this stock. I'm not really going to focus on it unless I see some crazy levels happening. And then, of course, you've got the level of 135 kind of worked out almost perfectly. I had 134.85 on NVIDIA, but you can see it was a little bit near the 135 area that kind of played into the resistance and whatnot. So it looks like you've got a little bit of trade action that I might like on NVIDIA, but particularly not the biggest fan of it. I'm more focused in on Amazon and see how it behaves around the $100. I got a chance to kind of play Amazon here. Did I go long or what? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I went long on Amazon when we were trading this one on Friday and got a chance to sell it. So I'm going to pay attention to it. The 102 is definitely an area to keep in mind here on Amazon, but most appropriate for me is going to be the $100 level, where you can see it bounce a couple of times, once, twice here as it made its little move up, then a little consolidation around 102, and then you got yourself a little hype up here. Matter of fact, I'm going to see if I can take a crack at Amazon right there. And let's kind of move on to Google. The $100 level on Google was clutch, but now we're about $3, $4, $5 away from it, so that's not going to come into play. The 96.50 you can see is an area of resistance from the previous close, or excuse me, from previous trading day, which was on Friday. So you can kind of keep an eye on that one. I don't particularly like anything on Google except if it cracks the 95. That whole number, you can see resistance, cracked above, held support, and it's continued to move higher. And even here in pre-market, it's holding support. So if you want to try to play a bounce or a short, that 95 level is one where I would kind of keep an eye on things. Let's go to take a look at Netflix. We've shorted Netflix on Thursday off of that $300 level, and you can see we made good money on it. Short, cover. I didn't get a chance to short this one on Friday, but you can see the $300 level rejected off at the wick. So that's one to kind of keep in mind if Netflix wants once again to test 300 out. It'd be interested in a short. Taking a look at Microsoft here, the 232 level is one to keep in mind. You can see that one acted as support and resistance early on Friday, so that's where you can keep an eye on things on Microsoft. I don't really play it that much, so I don't have too much to say over there. And then, of course, one stock that I did see popping up is going to be GME. And if this one can go ahead and crack 32, I think we can go ahead and kind of see some fireworks. But I prefer getting it a little bit closer to 30 if possible. Even 29, I wouldn't be opposed to. But if this one cracks 32, which would be high day, look for possibly some fireworks attempting to go ahead and get crazy on this one. But again, who knows how it'll actually go ahead and play out. And then lastly, I believe we had some China news come out. So we'll see that one if it kind of plays into any impact here whatsoever. No real level that I like besides the 62.50, but you can see the 62 support here as well. And then it's just a little too crowded. I prefer to get it at 60, but if it gets to 64, that could be an area of rejection. As you can see, it rejected on Friday a couple of times in the morning and a couple of times in the afternoon session as well. So 64 area rejection for BA. What's up, Ryan?
All right. Well, I got a couple of things here. First of all, good morning. Tiny Pie says, did you get the drone after seeing that Wrigley Field video? Yes. As a matter of fact, I did, although this is not a first-person drone, and I don't think I'd be able to pilot a first-person drone. So I think that's a little out of my skill range. Anyway, let's talk about stocks. Zunaid, you just talked about some of the stocks with China news. I would kind of echo that for some of the casino names, right? We actually got, a couple of weeks ago, we got a PR or a news article about Macau and gambling in Macau. And we've got another one here today. So MLCO, which has pretty good Macau exposure, Melco shares are trading higher after China announced an e-visa system for Chinese tourists to travel to Macau. So the thought here is that by having this system, they're going to be able to keep it open, even with their COVID lockdown regulations or rules. And that's obviously affecting all three of the casinos that have Macau exposure. So MLCO, WYNN, and LVS all gapping up here today. The last time that we saw this, we saw them gap, trade up for a day, and then come back in several days later. So I want to see if the trading action is going to be similar here today. Win is pretty good to play with options, so we'll take a look and see if we break to the upside. I got 62.41 as the high print on Win. We'll see if we can get going there. We'll take a look at some options. Now, as far as the broader market, of course, we do have the Fed this week. Did see a question here from Omar is asking 75, 50, or a full point rate hike this week. I think it's going to be 75. I don't think there's really going to be any surprises in that. I think we're going to get 75 this time. Really, the question becomes, do we get 75 in December, or do we get 50 in December as they kind of slow down and wait? That we'll see, but I'm expecting 75 this week, and I would expect that to be baked into the market. I actually wouldn't be surprised if we rallied a little bit after this print, but let's see how the week shakes out. We still have a couple of days. I believe that's coming on Wednesday. Now, as far as some of the smaller cap stocks in the movers tool here today, first one we're going to take a look at is EFSH. This is 1847 Holdings. We do have a catalyst here this morning. 1847 Holding shares are trading higher if the company reported it sees over 60 million in revenue and over 7 million in cash flow from operations in 2023 from its existing portfolio. So sounds pretty good. Unsure what the comparisons are there. Market really likes this. We're gapping up pretty nicely here today. We got stopped at 306 on the first attempt, and we're currently at 290. So one of the things I want to see is, do we actually continue this upward push towards 306 and snap it? Or do we come back in when the market opens? As always, I'd like for it to come back in and settle. I feel like that's going to give us an easier attempt to trade it. But we'll watch it out of the open. I'm not trying to buy anything right out of the open here. I still want to remain a little bit more tactical and wait for things to set up. LLAP, this is Terran Orbital. This is another stock here that's gapping up. We did have a catalyst here. Terran Orbital shares are trading higher after the company received a $100 million investment from Lockheed Martin. So that reads pretty well. This is a vertically integrated provider of end-to-end satellite solutions. So $100 million investment in a satellite company. I think this could probably get going here. One of the things that we want to do is pay attention first to this range that it's in right here. Currently have it about 333, let's call it 330 to 360. That's where it's been consolidating a majority of the pre-market here this morning. So I want to see which direction this stock goes out of that channel. We've got the highs here of 388. We'll see if those are in play today. And I have a low print here from that first pullback at 318. I would imagine that it's going to stay above 320. We'll see if it can hold that 330 level. Going to watch this one today. I think this one could get some fireworks, but I want it to set up. I don't just want to take a stab at it for no reason. FWBI is going to be the next one here. This is First Wave Biopharma. This we got as high as 158 here today. We do have a catalyst. First Wave Biopharma shares are trading higher if the company announced it entered into an agreement with Roe to manage its phase 2 clinical trial of enhanced aldurafase formulation. So I'm actually not sure what that is at all or what this company does. So as soon as we open up here, as soon as I get a little bit more time, I'm going to go ahead and check on this. If I end up missing a biotech right out of the gate, I'm going to be okay with that. I didn't have an edge on this play anyway, so I'm not going to try to rush and force myself into a position that I can't get out of. I want to see if this is any good, and I certainly want to see how this trades. Now, the other two that are on here, Zunaid briefly touched it. GME, we're gapping up here today. I got just under this high of 32. We actually made some pretty nice moves. So I assume that we're going to be checking in on GME and then also AMC, which is gapping up here this morning. So with these, I don't necessarily think any of the catalysts are something that you can rely on. I would just kind of trade these on more of a technical formation. So the farther it gets away from its VWAP, maybe play it for a bounce. If it's below the VWAP, if it's above the VWAP, maybe it's going to lose some of its momentum there. We'll keep an eye on some of these levels. We'll keep an eye on some of the flow, and we'll see if GME and AMC get any type of fireworks here today.
All right.
That's all I got.
Appreciate that. Let's see if there are any other stocks that the chat wants to kind of go through. Like the last one I had reviewed was Baba. I didn't really take a look at the cues because I don't really play it as much as I used to. But if you guys have anything in the chat that you guys want to go over, let us know. Let me just go ahead and see if there's anything on Meta that we may like here. Meta actually, this one can get back to about 100. On for some reason we can go ahead and try to play this one short, but it looks like this 97.50 area is holding as support, and then of course we can see a little bit more downside movement to the 96 where we should see a little bit of support coming in there. There's a lot of divergence to the downside, it looks like, on SPYs, what someone commented. Let's kind of take a look at it. So he's still within that range. I wish I could get, I don't know how I can get rid of these. I guess I'd have to log out, but SPY, you got that 350 area that we've been kind of waiting for. We kind of had a chance to play it, but it was just a one touch out type moment on the SPY, and we're up quite a bit there. Let me just move back because that doesn't help us whatsoever. SPY, and then you've got Apple there. We're waiting over there at the 152 level. IMPP, okay, we will check out IMPP. Oh, come on, it's like less than 50 cents.
This was one of those oil names. This, for whatever reason, is popular. It does make some big runs, but it doesn't seem to be predictable. I think it's more of a pretender than anything else.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. I have no idea, bro. The 50 cent rejection, I'm not surprised one bit. Matter of fact, Mullen had the 50 cent play come into play quite a few times, as Mullen at the moment is around the 50 cent mark. I know they had some news come out, so, congrats to those that are still invested in this one. Hopefully it works out for you. I am not too sure the fundamentals, so I can't really comment on that. ORLY.
O'Reilly.
Well, let's see.
Remember, this was the auto parts store that Becca sent crazy because she got her car fixed. We discovered that on Thursday of last week. So just to kind of give you some context here.
Nice. 800 held as a nice little level there, but obviously we're quite a ways away from that. If it can get over 840, I can see the 850 being a magnet, and then that 850 can act as resistance on ORLY. To me, I don't know what the spreads are like. I've never played this one. I have no idea. So I'm not quite sure what the option spread looks like. I'm not sure what the equity spreads look like, but I think this could be one where you want to make sure you use a limit order to get in and out and give your safe plenty of room in case you get slippage on ticker ORLY. Ticker Lucid. I haven't played this one in a minute. 1450 has to get over that, and then the ultimate kind of way to go ahead and play this one short to me would be the $15 area on Lucid. I haven't seen too much of options flow coming into this one, so I'm not quite sure if there is anything going on with let's see when they report earnings just for fun. They're about a week away from reporting earnings.
8 days, week after tomorrow.
By the way, Powerball, it's $1 billion today. So
this guy,
hey,
gotta go get Powerball tickets.
Gotta go get Powerball tickets, y'all. If you got a couple of bucks to spare, instead of putting it on, the options and the YOLOs that you're gonna lose anyway, hey, check out a little bit of Powerball.
I'm surprised
you got
no
1 in 290 million chances, which is better than 1 in 300 million.
I'm surprised no one's done like a lotto mutual fund or something like that, where like everybody just pitches in, and if we buy all the tickets.
They're out there, but if you can't, they're out there. They're like groups that go ahead and do like group buys and stuff. Obviously, my friends and I would have like 50 people that would all pitch in. Of course, we all knew what we're doing and we're going to lose it. But no, there's definitely buy groups out there, if you will.
You have to create a group, bro.
Yeah, if everybody in the chat wants to just cash at me a couple of bucks, we'll just go ahead and buy a couple of tickets for the whole group, and of course, we'll share the winnings with you guys. But no, we would have like a whole email chain, like a document drawn up, and then I would go ahead and purchase the tickets, take a picture, send it to the group, everybody, and then everyone would forget. They're like, "All right, we didn't win, right?" I'm like, "Nah, dude, we didn't win shit."
Shelly knows. I'm starting the Lotto Dow, man. What's up? Let's get at it.
Well, let me know if you got any stocks you want to go over before we drew.
I'll tell you what, if I win the Lotto, I'm just going to have one big party. Everyone's invited.
I like it.
I can get down with that. I can get down with that, Mitch.
I'm in.
One big party. It's going to be big, though. Trust me.
So if any one of us doesn't show up tomorrow,
When is the next drawing tonight? We have to do this by tonight.
You
Okay.
have to do this
All
by
right,
tonight.
I'm going to the gas station. I'll get it done. Let's go.
See, the beauty of Georgia is the fact that you don't even need to go to a gas station whatsoever. There's an app, Georgia Lottery, which of course, you know, I got my money in there.
Right? Isn't it a stock?
Georgia Lottery
is well, we got lottery.com. Maybe they help.
I feel like I wouldn't trust that, but that's just
wait, what, the app? Oh no, the app's legit. Yeah, no. But it's just easy to go ahead and like waste money on, is what I'm saying. So you don't have to go to the gas station. You can just be like, ooh, let me press some buttons. But anyway.
LTRY. Lottery.com, man. I look them up, see if they can give me access to it.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at a stock. All right, let's get into the gambling. What DKNG actually reports this week. What do you think about that chart? The DraftKings chart. I like it that it came back down in the 1380s, right where I bought it last time.
I'd like it if you shared your
screen
so we could see it.
I thought you were gonna. I was giving Zunaid stock.
Hey, just because you messed up, don't mean you get to blame me. The chat knows too well, buddy. When you tried to share your screen, you pushed it my chart and showed my face instead.
You push it on Zunaid. That's how you do it. It's called pass the buck, man. No, all right. So last time we played this was when we broke out of here, and I had it from 1380s, and it did that big breakout. Now it went back into that price consolidation right around the same area, right? You could see it here. It caught support around the 1250s, resistance around 14. Then we made our way through 14 last week on Wednesday. We got up there towards 1527, held the 1375 pullback and went to 1379. Now we're starting to like kind of bracket here around 1535. This one doesn't look bad to me to look for a move maybe towards 16. Of course, we're going to need the overall market to continue the rally, but if that could happen and they have earnings this Friday, who knows? Maybe someone runs it into the earnings report, right? So this is one thing that I will keep watch. Of course, this is going to be dependent on the market, but just trying to put out some plays that could potentially be out there, especially with earnings stocks that are coming up. I always like looking into the
one of the things I like about DraftKings right there, Mitch, is first of all, this stock has been pretty severely beaten down. I mean, this is down from a highs of what, $74. It looks like it's based. So technically, this does look like it's kind of ready to go. And that trend line that you drew, a break of that trend line might send it. The question for me on the earnings report is going to be how much have they slowed down the customer acquisition, right? Because they're spending hand over fist to acquire new customers. So what does the profitability model look like? And that's one of the things that I'd be interested coming out of that Donkey Kong report. I have no position for this going in, but I am interested in this. I like this idea, Mitch, because I don't think online gambling is going away. And I think that inevitably this stock ends up going higher. Question is when. All right, here we go. Good luck, folks.
So one of the things that I'm going to be looking at is states. Also, there's a couple of states that are going to be voting on gambling in ballots just in a little bit, like Arkansas and different ones. So one of the things that I want to look at is, will that kind of give it an effect of getting a lift into November, right? Maybe some states become, they vote for legalized gambling, and then you get the lift from that. So keep that in mind. That's a longer term outlook. But Penn also looks like it's truly bottoming. Look at that one today. We'll look to see if it gets above 33. Let's go. Let's get it.
EFSH was just an absolute monster right out of the gate. So there will be no waiting for the setup on this one, at least not for the first move here. Went right through that 306 high, printed a high of 335, and is coming back in now. In order to play this, I need to feel like I have an edge. And right now it's completely run away from me. So I would want to wait for this to set up. If you have it, or if you're trying to play some of those momentum names, this move here early, 335, your high print volume still looks good here. There it goes. New highs here on EFISH. No position here. I have this one. This one's wild here right out of the gate. No position yet.
We've got NVIDIA trying to go break the previous close.
Jay Rice, good morning. CRK, you're saying has a nice move. That's Comstock. They have earnings. No, they have earnings in 2 days. Gotcha. Okay, so this is a nice move into earnings. And actually, Jay, I like this on a move through 20 here. If you can bust above 22, I think we break out nicely on Comstock here. No, depending on those earnings, Jay, this might be a decent swing. Swing long here. E-Fish coming in a little now from its 340 high.
Let's see, where is
energy and basic materials, the only sectors in the green from the open. Looks like consumer cyclical just starting to creep there. What's in the green in basic materials? Coal and agricultural inputs. I like MOS today based on the news that you're getting about the grains and issues in Russia and Ukraine. That looks good, nice right now. MOS. Trying to get
Meme stocks coming in a little bit here. AMC coming back in.
Yeah, let's see if GME ends up holding the 61s, or excuse me, the 31s.
A little slow there on MOS. I want to get 54s here underneath 54s. I'll get it. Let's see if I can get it here. No fill there. Tried 54.05s there, 54.03s.
E-Fish a little bit of a knife towards the VWAP. Trying to move higher here now. 340 your high. Still no position in E-Fish. This is a little too wild for me.
A little annoyed I didn't get filled there. It already is up about 35 cents. Let me see if I can get any pullback fills here. MOS already ripping there, 40 cents away now. That's a little frustrating. Wanted MOS today. It was on my radar with the kind of the news out right now.
By the way, Jay Rice here. A few of those fertilizers names report this week. MOS reports a week from today. Jay, what are the other names that are reporting this week? I don't have those handy here.
You do. Just go to the brand. I got you. Go to brand.
Oh, you have that queued up. Look at you, Mitch.
Look at that. I got you, my friend. You got it.
What do we think are the biggest reports this week? AMD on Tuesday?
Yeah, AMD, Qualcomm. You get Airbnb. There's some big ones. There's some bigger Uber. You got Pfizer.
I'd like to hear what Fortinet says, right? Cybersecurity, that'd be Wednesday after the report, after the market, excuse me. A couple of the vaccine guys report. Looks like Starbucks, PayPal, Coinbase, Twilio on Thursday, Cloudflare on Thursday. Nice.
All right, there's Jimmy. You guys saw me kind of take this trade. When it came back to the 31s, purchased it at around 31.04, sold it here on the pop above at 31.86s. And now let's see how this candle behaves on this 5-minute. We've got a little bit of a close here. Now I'm interested in going along one more time. If I can just...
Mitch, can you close the screen so Zunaid
here, thank you. Appreciate that. There we go.
All good.
Yeah, let's see if we can go ahead and purchase some more right back near VWAP. But if it wants to come in, if it doesn't, then I mean, obviously, it's just going to continue moving higher. That 32 level was key for it to break, and it did. Looks like it tested it barely. I wanted to test at VWAP, and it's going to continue a little bit of movement to the upside. Let's see what we got here. But yeah, just this quick little scout play. Bought it at around 31.03, sold it at 31.86, and now we just wait and see if it wants to come back, test VWAP, and then go, or if it just continues its move higher. GME is halted?
Yeah, it's been ripping this morning.
It's been what? I'm sorry?
It's been pushing strong. It's
been
ripping.
Halted at 32.88.
I didn't think this was that big of a move.
For triple BY, there you go. Look at triple BY. That looking interesting there. It's trying to get through 5.
That's weird.
You're looking at that one. Definitely some movement there in triple BY. AMC getting some lift right now, trying to get through $7. That's looking interesting. If you're trying to get a little scalp action, we'll see what happens there.
Meta move to the lows here. LLAP pulled to 310 and tried to bounce, although it's returning to the lows here on LLAP. It's one of the ones we were watching today. E-Fish went too fast and LLAP just pulled.
Let's see what it wants to kind of do here.
That MOS, man, that's a little frustrating. It's already up now $1 from where we would have bought it at. So not a bad move there. Good outlook. Just wasn't watching it on the exact entry. And the spread never filled me when I put out my order there. Wasn't a bad outlook. I missed it by a cent there. It went to 54.04. I put out an order at 54.03 on that candle. Not a bad move.
You guys can see I went in and got into AMC on my screen here. Got about 500 shares at 701. Nice. I wanted to buy some more, but I was looking to get it near VWAP as well. I'm going to look to take profits at 714. And I was hoping that GME would kind of unhalt and then move to the upside, and that would go and help me take some money off of it. But there's my order fill to the upside. I am out of AMC now. Got to fill at 701 for the buy and 714 for the sell. Now I'm going to go ahead and cancel this trade here for the buy limit because I wanted to see how it sets up. Look for the $7 to possibly come back, get tested, and hold. But that was a quick little trade here on AMC and also on GME. Getty halted up. Yeah, Getty's been kind of moving. Let's see what that's looking like. This one can... Ooh, you know what?
Getty got halted right before GME. Getty open now.
I'm going to look to purchase some at 602 if I can go ahead and get a fill there. My stop loss is going to be... Let's see, about 15 cents lower on this one. If I get filled, I'm not in the trade. I'm looking to get filled at 602.
SPY starting to push back up.
Let's go ahead and take some profits around.
FNGR getting a little jiggy here this morning too. We've had that one former runner here before. It has a high of 768. Let's take a look at FNGR and see if we can't figure out some levels here.
DraftKings so bouncing off the VWAP there, trying to get back above the 535.
We still have levels on FNGR from the last time. We're into this gap area, so FNGR, this could get wild here. We'll watch this one. High is 770. That's your day high. We'll see if that breaks. Decent daily chart, too, on FNGR.
All right, long some Penn National Gaming here. Just got 3291s. A middle chart here.
FNGR real thin, not a whole lot of volume either. Be careful with it. EVK out of halt here, new highs, 125 stopping it on EVK. Right out of the halt.
Waiting for Getty as well. What's up?
I was saying I see some Tesla calls coming in. Expire 11/4, but they're small, they're cheap.
Risk right now is off 32.77 here on Penn, trying to get it to get back up above the 33s. Did a 33.40 spike right at the open. We'll see if it comes back up here. SPY is going to really determine a lot of it. SPY has some resistance right now around 387.20s. Keeps rejecting off of that level. Going to see what happens if we can get back above that and close on a 5.
Yeah, 390 really the spot on SPY, right? We pretty much ran right to 390 on Friday. They pinned it there. We'll see if we can get above 390 on the SPY.
GME with a unhalt.
I'll put it right here to the right. You guys see it?
Pushing higher, GME.
Take a look at AMC. AMC went ahead and bounced from VWAP a few times. That $7 was freaking money.
There's GME with a nice little push there.
Wow.
It's pushing.
Getty, of course, we're not in the trade, but would have loved to get filled at 602s if it wants to just spike down real quick, but that one's trading near VWAP at the moment. Let's see how crazy this one can get. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit wonky before. If anyone has news on that, let us know. What's up?
Say again.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say,
GME, let me know. I got you. SON right here.
You go first. I keep talking over you. It's my fault.
If anyone has any GME news, let us know. SONN, what you got?
It's curling here after this pullback. 175 is the high. Really needs to kind of get through 167 to kind of confirm that move. Decent volume here, though, on SONN as well. And we do have a catalyst here, trading higher if the company announced an agreement with Janssen for the evaluation of 3 Sonnet product candidates. So decent news here today. Sorry, Zunaid.
You're fine, dude. No worries at all. Let's see if we can go and purchase some at 151. If I can just go ahead and thank you for that. Thank you for that. Looking to buy some at 151. Stop loss will be just a couple of pennies below.
151, that's good. The level that I had here, the first level that it took out was 152. So pretty good spot there with the buy order if we get back down there. 152 to 155 was the range that it popped out of. I currently have VWAP at 156.
SPY rejected again the 387.20 area, so that's holding up as major resistance right now. Let's see if we get through there eventually on a 5-minute candle. That's for the bulls. If not, it looks like the SPY could test down back towards 386.40.
Win took out that 62.50 pre-market high and is continuing to move higher here. So that looks like that's got some legs. Win already up 8.5% here.
And then you've got GME. GME with a spike down straight from 35s.
Yeah, that's tough to deal with. That's a lot of volatility.
Jay saying car reports tonight. That's, of course, Avis Rent-A-Car. Huge run into the report after that JP Morgan upgrade. This is what he's talking about here on the daily chart. I'll be honest, Jay, this has me a little nervous to play that. I would actually think that this would come back in here despite that upgrade. Although an upgrade ahead of earnings, who knows what they know in there.
I'm going to cancel my trade on Getty.
Seeing the SPY come down fast here, guys. It might stop me out of my trade too. SPY keeps rejecting 387.20s. Looks like we want to start coming back down, but we're still chopping in the range right now.
You've got Win coming in with some flow. Looks like a $65 call is coming in on the ask expiring this week. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and see if I can trade this one. Let me go ahead and just market this.
Yeah, I like this to the upside here too. What calls are you looking at? November?
November 65. I mean, they've got $500,000 worth on this one. So I'm in this trade. I'm gonna look to purchase some more at 62.55 if it comes down to that on ticker Win. Matter of fact, I shouldn't have purchased so high. That's on me.
Yeah, I was thinking about chasing those 65s right here.
Yeah,
but
no, it's better to just wait for a pullback.
Yeah,
but
absolutely, you're right.
Yeah, no, this was a bad entry on me. But I'm gonna look to get some more around 62.55 on that one. And then let me see if I can pull up my E-Trade as well. Come on, man. Let's see. Yeah, if I go ahead and get filled on my lots here on the 65, I'd be interested. Matter of fact, I'm going to look to sell this one at around, I just got filled on something. I don't know what. It looks like that's SONN at the 151.
Yeah, SONN, big pullback here. Knifed right back to that. What was your buy there? 52?
51.
51.
And my stop loss is 148. So, I mean, I can get stopped out here within seconds.
That went right to your level, though. That's crazy. Yeah. And it's holding here.
Yeah.
They're hitting some of the buyers there at 50. You might get a bounce here, Zunaid.
Well, let's see. 148.
What a knife that was on volume, too.
All right, my orders are out there. Looking to take a loss on this one at 148. Looking to take profits at 155. Whatever happens, happens on this one.
Here's 155.
Need to get filled.
Out pen there. Loss on pen. SPY coming down fast.
I'll keep you guys posted once that one goes ahead and gets filled. But for now, let's focus on the SPY. I'm not going to play this one yet, but I am intrigued to the short. But I'll wait for this 10-minute candle to close. Yeah, I'm not going to chase it yet. But
Man, Tesla all over the map today. Glad we're not trading that one.
Did Jimmy hold there? It looks like it is.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Oh, did give it a... Man, I should not. I did a limit. Never mind. That's on me.
SPY hit there. 380 40s. 386.40s now. Let's see if it breaks through that 386.40s on the SPY. Looking like they're
Perf
starting
is
to crack
halted
here.
2048 to the upside there. Good call, Crow.
SQQQ is taking off a little bit there. Starting to see some stocks getting into the red here. Energy said, no, I don't. XOM 111, man. I'm so pissed I missed this run. Oh, was looking at energy for months. This is ripping.
E-fish curling after its knife back to the
There's
VWAP.
SPY
too.
down. SPY down. Starting to crack hard there.
Yep. SPY might put a damper on that win trade too to the upside. You might be
Yeah,
able to go-
SONN, I went ahead and got stopped out as well. Yeah, I hear you on that.
SONN, man, nasty knife there on that
Tesla
little bounce
breaking
back.
hard there. Microsoft breaking to the downside. We'll see if it cuts through the lows. Pre-market lows, 233s. Google already breaking down 94.91. See if Apple starts getting into the red there. It's trying to reject the breakout right now. Short some Apple here.
I don't see any news on Deer, Sydney. Nothing new anyway.
Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and take a small YOLO size on those $65 calls. 143 is a fill on win, ticker WYNN. $65 calls expiring November 4th. Got filled at 143.
You're looking at this week's.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's huge volume in that. Good plays, Zunaid.
Thanks. Let's see if it works out, though. I need the market to kind of participate. I was looking to get my fill at near VWAP. Didn't quite get it at 62.55. But we just got a cute little 50 shares. But the main thing I'm going for here are these. Matter of fact, let me see if there's
Huge knife on Square right there, too.
in January. There's not much.
Same thing on PayPal.
154 is my risk on Apple here.
HKD is halted to the upside,
Good old
2440.
LLAP here looks like it's trying to curl. VWAP we got at 337. That's lines up with another key area that we identified from this morning.
There's a SPY, another leg down on the SPY.
Man.
Let's see what positions I'm in.
There we
It's
go.
just
That's
on
looking
win.
good. Apple just flushed down. SPY starting to crack here.
Win highs. And GME with an unhalt. Not too
EQT
volatile
highs.
here. See if I can get cute with it. We're going to purchase some GME at 3103 if it wants to test that. Stop loss will be about 3073. And you've got AA with some bullish action. If it can break over this 3980 could be interesting, but my main focus is going to be on win. And of course, GME if I do go ahead and get filled.
I'm looking at LLAP here. So I'm going to try taking some LLAP here. Okay, 328. My stop's going to be at 314. We'll see if it gets down there, but I think we break 333 to the upside here on LLAP. See if we can get a pop towards that 360 area.
I hear you, Jay. We'll see if the market starts dragging. These poppers, though, today. That GMB move. What a move.
Someone mentioned in the chat, what's up with all the halted trades? I
There we
agree.
go.
It's you've got quite a bit of action.
There's Apple. Apple's trying to take out another leg here. Once it gets through 152.75, I'll take a little bit more off. Well, I'll take half off of Apple. Haven't taken some off yet. Looking to take some off right now, but wanted to break here. Let's see if the SPY can do another leg. There it is. All right, just took there. Boom. Got 152.77. Apple going to the low of the day there. Took some off. Paying myself a little bit. Not bad.
Nice job, Mitch.
All right, now let's see if it really breaks down. Now we give it the chance to really break here. SPY needs to keep cutting through the lows there. I want to see that cut through back down towards the 385. Where do I think Apple can get to? I think it could get towards 151 today if it breaks this, but it needs to break down here. And that's just a 50% retrace of the last move. It's not like I'm just completely short Apple here. I just think that the last move and the move on Friday was a little bit too much.
Yeah, that's kind of what Jay was saying too. Market very overbought.
Yeah, just a little too much.
Looks like Apple fits into that.
Anyone have any insight on the PMI report today?
I do not. We'll wait and see what it is. Is that today?
I'm not even sure it's today. I don't think it's today, but
I was going to say, I didn't think it was, but maybe I was just way too into football this weekend. I mean, that's always possible.
Don't think so. Put it that way. I'll have to check it out, but I don't think so.
The Chicago PMI is today.
Chicago PMI. Chicago.
Yeah, it looks like it apparently came out lower than expected.
Yeah, 45.2 versus the 47
There's
expected.
Apple.
Jay, our community's got it here. They're all over it.
There it is. Boom. All right, I'm gonna be able to take a little bit more of Apple in this move here. There we go. Just took a little bit more there at 152.41. Not looking bad. Not looking too bad here. Just taking some profits on the way down now.
Wait, Zoltan, Zoltan's saying Instagram and WhatsApp outage. Meta has serious problems. Many of US Instagram accounts were suspended without any reason. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like Meta. I had no idea that was going on.
There we go. Come on, Apple. Give me another leg. Taking some good profits on Apple right now. Just wanted to keep going. If it comes back, of course, to VWAP, we could even just get out. So what we could watch now mainly is this SPY. I'd put it like a 5-minute candle and look at the highs there. You don't want to pass the last candle's high. That's going to be a move above the 386.12 here. If you're looking at the short side of things, I'm looking for that to keep coming down now. 385.80s get cut through here on the SPY. If it makes another leg down, boom, should be looking good. And Apple just got some volume to come in on that Apple trade. That's a little bit worrisome because it's a lot of volume that just came in, about 3 million shares in about 2 seconds. All of a sudden, you saw a big jump in volume. So just be careful here. We'll see if the lows become resistance now.
LAP trying to break out here and move higher. We'll see if it's strong enough.
Let me get this full screen. This will make this look a little bit better. Boom.
eFish broke out of that 340 and immediately got yanked back. That's what happened to SONN on Zunaid's trade. I wonder if that's what's going to happen to me here on LAP.
I'll put you up.
I was just watching eFish. Let me pull up LAP here and we can watch and see.
LAP.
I mean, it's battling here. It's trying. This is the move. I'm trying to push up into this area and above. We'll see if we get that push or if we break back down here and stop me out.
SPY working lower. That looks good. We want to see a 5-minute close below 385.80s here. It's battling to do that. Apple's working its way back, so I'm a little bit careful on that. Definitely not going to let it get back above VWAP. If it touches VWAP, we're okay still. But the SPY just reversed there back towards 386. So that's why I'm watching this 5-minute to see where it closes. Still got a couple minutes, couple seconds left. GME is just straight down since that rip. That's where it gets a little dangerous, right? Let's say if you got caught there at like 34s, oof, gets really tough. DXY near high a day, says Jay Rice. Well, reversal in the DXY, that's not going to be a good thing. Of course, you guys can say one's leading the other. It doesn't really matter, but definitely dollar up. That's going to be equities probably down. The big number for me that I'm watching is 114 on that DXY. If we eventually rip through 114, watch out. The market's heading down.
Bring bacon here. You're exactly right. Your LAP is a curl trade and less likely to get yanked. You're exactly right. And remember, that's something that we've been discussing over the past couple of weeks with some of these smaller day trades, moving here to the lows. So watching here in case I get stopped out. But anyway, again, the high of day breaks haven't been working. So I've been trying to catch some of these on the curl back up. And you're exactly right. That's exactly what I tried to do here in LAP. Tried to reduce the amount of downside action or the chance that we move here to the downside. But as you see, we're being yanked here almost at my stop.
All right. AMD, I'm looking to go short here. Looking to see if I can grab some puts here as well. Give me a second. If I can just go ahead and get filled on these, that'd be great. All right, went ahead and took some options here. $65 puts expiring December 16th on AMD. My fill was $754. My stop loss will be if it cracks above 61.12. I've got 100 shares short here on TradeStation for us to have a little bit of fun with as well. And when I did go and get stopped out of my equity on break even, I'm still hanging on to the YOLO. Since it's a YOLO, I'm okay with it.
SPY looking well for a downward close here on the 5-minute. We're looking good on the bearish tape here. Just Apple rejecting VWAP. That's a good sign. Just want to see it just come out and take down the lows now. On the short side of things today. Let's see it.
Yeah, JN, LAP hit 61. That was in the pre-market, right? That's what I was hoping that the stock was going to bounce and go back towards that level. We haven't done that yet, but that trade is not over yet, just yet. I might get stopped out here, only 5 cents for my stop price.
All right, MOS giving me another opportunity here, determining if I'm going to take my shot here in MOS. Has pulled back, tried to break down 3 times. I could risk here, a pretty tight risk here, trade towards 54.30s here and try to get some MOS here.
Fire alarm?
Yep, looks like SPY went ahead and broke the low of day, and then we'll see if we can get a push. The area of bounce that I'm expecting is about this 385 level. We'll see if it goes ahead and happens. But for now, you get a little bit of bounce. And there's another fire alarm for the Amazon 102.28s, letting us know that Amazon has hit the low of day.
I do not get fills on MOS if I want to or not. It ran right through my fill again. Oh, good Lord. No fill on MOS. It looked good too. It's already up there to 54.80s. Not what I wanted to see there. It would have been a really nice trade again on MOS. For some reason, not getting a fill on it. I know it trades lighter, and so maybe that's what happened there. But, I mean, look at this trade here on the right. That's beautiful. Right off the VWAP. Was trying to get in there at 55s.
And of course, our community is letting us know to keep an eye on the 10 a.m. reversal. We are 30 minutes into the market now as AMD is testing VWAP here. Let's take a look at the SPY as that's getting a little bit of a bounce. Nothing too crazy. Let's see if we can go ahead and...
Yeah, I don't know about the reversal today, though, because the thing is we're still making... I think we're just making back Friday's action. Like retracing some of it. And as long as we don't retrace all of it, well, the bulls will still be in.
Well, I'm still short AMD, so let's come on down back to the downside. But you do have a little bit of interesting action here on GameStop. Looks like they're buying the $40 calls expiring this week. Approximately 65 cents is the purchase price, about $20,000 worth. So nothing too crazy, but man, they've kind of captured my attention.
Zoltan still on that Meta short here. Meta only down 2.7% here at the lows.
Big thing is the SPY is in the battle right now between 386.20s and the 385.40s.
And you can see I'm taking an L so far on my AMD trade. It may very well go ahead and stop me out here if it cracks the 61s. 61.12 is my stop out.
Zunaid, I think I needed better stops here because I'm having a battle with myself too. I'm about to get stopped out of this trade, and I really have to go to the bathroom, but I want to make sure the trade finishes first.
Flush it!
LLAP. I stop here at 314. Probably should have made it a little bit higher.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, it's made higher highs the past 30 minutes. We'll see if it goes ahead and breaks the previous candle's low, which is around 317.
Little part of me wants
Clinton,
to add to
I
this
agree
apple,
100%. Matter of fact, you should listen to me, but you should actually fade me. So if I go short, you should absolutely go ahead and go long. So you may want to listen and make some money off of my L's. Please keep an eye on that. And I hope you also didn't listen to my GME profit taking or my AMC profit taking as well.
All right, Apple looks like it wants to break down here, and you just gotta watch to see if you break that move here.
Veru's moving, huh? A very good move here this morning. Let's go. Oh my gosh, Veru, yeah, huge move here. Right off that VWAP. Let's look at our daily levels here on Veru. We're going to have to swing this one again. 13. Break above 13 on Veru would be great if we can get that done here today.
13. You've got SONN with a nice back move over VWAP to the upside now. That 150 didn't hold, but that 145 clearly did. So if you're going to look to trade this one, keep an eye on that as support.
$13, the spot on Veru that I'd like to see come down today, folks. Voodoo. I'm not going to go down that road. I'm not going to go down that road. But thank you. All right, Veru going for that 13 level, it looks like. LAP still just kind of hanging in here, unfortunately.
SPY coming back now. Looks like we're getting a little chop action there. Remember the 386.20s is such a vital spot right now. Let me see what happens here. Just rejected it right back towards the 386. Anything above VWAP now for Apple, I'm just going to take the remaining shares off unless the SPY just breaks here. Look at the SPY. Look at that move. Let's go, SPY. Take out the lows.
So LLAP, even though we got a curl here, let me just go over this real quick. Even though we were trying to play this curl back up, we just didn't have enough strength. In fact, we never got back to the VWAP. Stopped out here at 314 on this move down. Your first stop is your best stop. We'll wait for this to set up again, but 0 for 1 here on LLAP. Now I'm going to go to the washroom.
All right, really like this Apple short. I'm actually willing to add to the position. Just to add it there. Let me see if I got the fill. No fill. It like went right through that number there. I got a limit out at 152.90s, but it's already flating through there. Seeing the SPY like really heavy at that 386.20. I think we get through that 385.40s on the downside. Let me see if I get the fill here. Should get the fill. Oh, no fill. It went right close to that number, 90s. Looking here. Come on. Give me that last little fill. There we go. Now we got to just hold off this kind of 153. I have an average 153.11s Don't want to see it get back above that, but the SPY, just want to see the SPY take out the lows here. It's been battling here. Now let's see if we can get through this 385.40 spot. That's going to get that flush down in Apple. I'd be looking for a move through that low of the day towards 152 even. Then I could take the rest of it off there or just kind of work the position out. But since the ad here, we're going to look to take majority of it off in the first kind of shebang down. Take that nice profit. It would be the profit on the day. And I don't even have to stress too much for the rest of the day. Can just let the rest of the shares work.
Let us know, chat. We've got a possible interview that might go down tomorrow for ticker ATNM. Looks like they had some news earlier today. They're up 10%. So if you guys want an interview with them, just go ahead and hit a 1 in the chat so we know if you're interested, and we can go ahead and set that interview up for tomorrow, maybe around like 11 or something like that. But again, that's ticker ATNM.
SONN went here, by the way.
Yes, it did. Now
Right back through that 152 to 155 supply. Just took out 175, popped to 180 here. So I'm not in this, but that's the move. Look at that move through VWAP. And so here, so Zunaid, I know that you traded this. Let me go over what I was looking at here on SONN. This area right in here that we identified from the pre-market, this had a whole lot of supply. This was clearly.
Oh. Hey, watch out, guys. SPY coming down.
SPY low. So real quick, this 152 to 155 was the area. We overshot it to the downside and we found some more resistance. But man, when we took this out the next time, we went right to the next level. Now we're building above it here on SONN. So this took a little bit longer to materialize. Zunaid, I hope it didn't hurt you too much. This trade ended up working out in the end.
No, not at all.
For not taking it though. Damn.
Not at all. And I wonder if the Clifton was it who won a. Where's Clifton? Where's Clifton?
Who? Well, Clifton.
Yeah,
Clifton.
Clifton. No, it's Clinton. Excuse me. Clinton. I wanted to.
Clifton.
I was like Cliff. I was like, you mean CLF?
Clifford the dog?
Nope, definitely not Clifford the dog. But we'll see if this AMD trade ends up working out or not. You saw the rejection around 61, and it came right back down across VWAP. But we'll see if this 5-minute candle can close below VWAP or not. On that trade that we have on AMD, barely got saved from our stop loss. I think we were saved by 12 cents, but there's a reason that I had my stop there, as I expected a little bit of rejection from that area. Definitely could have done a better job in terms of my risk reward, but we're still in this trade via equity, and we're still in this trade via puts.
Trying to see if we get a true flush down here in the SPY. SPY keeps making a new low, then bouncing, new low, then bouncing. So that shows me that there is either bigger buyers stepping up there every time we're getting breakdowns, or there's a bigger size that's just getting filled on the downside and causing a little pop. Apple went down there. It just didn't really give us that extension down. It gave us a little bit of the move. I'm looking to see if the SPY can help us out and take that next leg down. I'll show you guys that. Just right here, Apple will take that next leg. Will the SPY take the next leg down? Here we go. Now we're starting to get some movement. SPY is at 385.40s right here. It's such a vital spot. Every time around here, it looks like there's some buying coming in here. But let's see what happens here. Does this just turn around into a green candle immediately? That's what I'm looking for, to see if there's a reversal style. Or do we get the complete wash? There's the wash on Apple. We're looking good here. Just want to see it get to 152, and then I can take majority of it off here.
San back to VWAP here. Meta new lows, man.
Meta on the right here. Ouch. They don't like that stock no more. When
Never
stories
liked it to
change,
begin with,
man.
honestly.
When stories change. Got to be careful with that, team. There's that reversal style action right off the 385.40s. It just seems to me like there's a bigger buyer in there, and the volume's getting light now there. So that's a little bit of the danger area. I'm going to give this a chance for Apple to break down. But if we start closing back above the 152.73s on the 5, we got to be careful because it could reverse back there towards our entry.
On bouncing off of its VWAP here, SONN.
SONN. Hit the like button, guys, if you guys are enjoying the stream action today. We got about 50 minutes left, and then we'll be getting into some futures action. We're going to keep it going here. One thing that we definitely need from you guys, team, is what do you guys want to start seeing after this show? That's one feedback that I want to definitely start getting more of. So, team, think about it. Let me know. What do you guys want to see more? Do you guys want to see some live trading action even after this? Is that what you guys are looking for? Or are you guys looking for some headline style trade? Or like AB's been doing, he's been interviewing a lot of traders that come on Benzinga Live. I want to know what you guys want to see because we want you guys to stick around. You know, one thing is we noticed that a couple of you guys drop off after live trading. Is it just because we're not live trading anymore? Well, if it's that, let us know. And we'll definitely create some more content for you guys.
Mitch, maybe you should make like a Google form that takes a survey on like what kind of content people are looking for. Let's get that out to people and see what it is that they're actually looking for. By the way, I saw someone shout Nicola earlier. NKLA here, highs of 345. I don't trust this stock at all. I just don't even trade it anymore. But this here is moving up 20 cents from its open here this morning.
Yeah, we're definitely looking to have some more traders come on the show as well. Ryan did a great job with Humble Trader. She was awesome to kind of have as a guest as well. So believe you me, I know you guys want live trading, but of course we have a couple of other things that we got to take care of as well. But yeah, when Mitch makes that Google form, definitely give us that feedback. So we can put on a show that you guys do enjoy. Would be cool to see Joel trade live. Yeah. Dennis as well. Good luck with that though. Yeah.
Unless you guys are paying them yourselves, I don't think it's going to happen. That's the thing.
Yeah, and Mitch, we're getting a lot of really great feedback here from these viewers. So make sure we either keep this or let's execute on that feedback idea because I think we can help.
Yeah, of course. And what do we see more of? Main notes in the chat is just live trading.
Morning, Glenn. Did you end up whipping me this week? I'll be honest, I did not. I did not check fantasy late last night. I bet you whipped me, didn't you? Because Jonathan Taylor didn't go off and Derrick Henry did. Oh, Glenn. Glenn beat me by 2x. Oh, that's my gosh. I still have Amari Cooper to go, but that's not going to save me. Nice week, Glenn.
2x is crazy.
Yeah. Derrick Henry, 35 fantasy points versus the 5 from Jonathan Taylor. Glenn, I think you won that one, my man.
Yeah, D. Henry keeping me alive in that league with Ryan. At least that's the only positive outlook I have on fantasy. In my main league, I'm looking at this trophy over here, and I'm like, man, I have to start kissing you goodbye a little bit.
Oh, Bengals and Cleveland play tonight.
SPY just battling still between the 386, 386.20, but definitely there's a bigger buyer in that 385.40. That's what I feel because you just see it always reverse around there. So I think that there's some wicks right around here. So if we could finally get through that level, yeah, I think we get the next leg lower. But there's 3 wicks down there showing me I think that there's some buying going on there. But I'm just looking to see if Apple can break through because Apple keeps holding right now. If I get that next leg, it's going to be trade of the day, and I don't even have to take another trade. So we'll see what happens here.
Jesse's first introduction to butter chicken has him out for a day or so. Makes sense. Makes sense.
That means it was good.
Oh yeah. Yeah. When I went to Toronto, I'm not a big foodie guy, so I went ahead and ordered some Indian food. But I made sure to order it the day before show day. That way, I could be completely able to handle my business. And yeah. It was delicious.
Woo-hoo. Apple trying to break through. Come on. Come on, Apple.
This AMD trade waiting for it to just flush as well. But of course, the SPY wants to test VWAP, which it is actually right here.
Yeah. SPY's trying. It's like, forget your Apple trade, Mitch. We'll see. We'll see. Hanging in right now. That dash was a nice VWAP fade attempt. And it did a nice one early on, right in the day. So that dash was a good one. Dash.
Win high a day. Those lottos that we purchased
Win.
are up 20. Those lottos that we purchased are up 27%. So
You
hopefully,
winning?
well, on this trade we are. On this trade we are. I tried to go ahead and conserve my capital, so I went ahead and sold the equity side of it. But looks like the lottos are working
All
out
right,
nicely.
market's coming back, guys. I'm getting out of this Apple position, taking the last little bit of cash. Just took it off there. Not a bad trade for me on the day. Just didn't get that full extension, and that's what you do sometimes. You realize, hey, give it a chance. Give it a chance. No go means I'm out. I'm out the trade there. Took my profits in Apple. Here's the market's coming back. 386.65. Look for maybe now look for maybe if we get that bounce in GME. Now I kind of like it because the market's coming in your favor here. And some people are going to be like, ooh, now GME. Take a shot here. Play with some of the house's money. All right, got 31.10s there. Going to risk off of the 30. Let's do the low right now in the candle here. 30.85. We're going to do 30.83 exactly. That's going to be our risk there. I took a smaller amount on this because I don't want to play with too much, but I want to give it a chance to make a big push here. Taking a little bit here of the GME style. Let's see what happens. GME, no way, bro. Let's see. Risk off right around here, the 383s. See if we can get the push or not. Need the market to continue pushing. Market's pushing, market's pushing. It's coming down fast. Got to be quick on it. Just playing with a little bit of the house's money. 81s is about to get tested. All right, this one candle has to recover here. It's coming down. See if we get a wick back towards the 70s. If not, just getting out. There's the wick back to 75, but it's right off the 70s. So you just got to be quick. Hands on the trigger to get out.
Got about 50 seconds left on this 10-minute candle.
Out that GME just took a little bit, probably about, well, it's about a third of what I just made on, that's a fourth of what I just made on Apple.
I don't remember trading QNGY, Crow.
Woo, got out in the right time. That was a hard downturn there in GME. I gave it the shot right there to see if it would get the little spike back with the market. Did not get the spike back with the market. Cut it. All right, so it looks like what's bringing us back? That's what I want to see here. Is Tesla getting back into the green here?
Nah, Tesla's still down 2%.
Yeah, I'm looking in the SPY to find what's bringing us back here, and it's not much. So this is why I expect like this VWAP to get faded off of, because a lot of the big names are in the red here. Trying to take a look here. What's in the green? CVX, Chevron Group, oil names are in the green. ExxonMobil, oil names. United Health trying to get back into the green. That's holding the move right now. That's actually not a bad looking chart if you like higher price names. That's moving with a lot of these healthcare plan names. ELV is another favorite of mine. This has been in a complete parabolic move to the upside, but no one watches these stocks because the reason why is because they're higher priced. But ELV, look at this move that it's been in. It's an absolute monster. I'll show you the one daily chart so you guys can see that. Look at that. Boom. Big breakout there from 490 to 546 right now on the daily. CVS having a good day today. Cigna, also a chart like this that most people are not catching. So if you want to catch that chart, check that out. That's CI. It's Cigna. Look at these healthcare stocks, guys. These things are really pushing strong. This is the daily chart. Just pushing.
Jay Rice here saying, notice how the Russell has outperformed the Qs last month or so. A lot of energy banks in the IWM. You know, the other thing to keep in mind about the IWM, we've been in a bear market in the IWM for longer than some of the big cap names. So I would expect this to actually be the first to come back here. Take a look here. Really, the IWM started trading sideways in February of last year. Really didn't go anywhere other than the one breakout in November. We've given a lot of that back here. So I would actually expect the IWM to continue to lead here, continue to outperform. You guys were looking at XLF and XLE. One of our happy hour members just closed a swing on XLE to the upside.
Ooh, and there's Apple taking some lows now down towards 152. I got out of that a little bit early, but hey, definitely wasn't going to let it come back there.
Netflix as well.
The SPY tricked me up there with a move to the VWAP, but the SPY looks like it's also going to crack down here. So I'm going to be looking for like SQQQ pushing. That's already too far for me, too far from the VWAP. I like SARC. SARC here looks a little bit more interesting. It's already pushed, but we can maybe scalp it above 56 or 59s.
Yeah, I'm in the. We got the Apple fill at the 152, so now I'm in at 152.04. Stop loss is literally 6 cents below. Looking to take profits maybe around 152.40s if we can get it. Matter of fact, I might just move this one down a little bit, 152.29s. But that AMD trade is almost gave us our profit taking at 60.09. It went all the way down to about 60.15s and then bounced. And of course, our puts on that were up about a few percentage points as well. Let's take a look at the SPY because I'm currently short SPY at the 386.63. And all of these trades, of course, are being done right in front of your screen here. So if anyone wants to fade them, please feel free. And it looks like the limit price on Apple went ahead and got executed to the upside. So that's a nice little bounce from the 152 level that we identified as support. Oh, man. If only we got that. And I'm going to be definitely annoyed if this AMD trade goes red on us now. I'm actually going to move my stop a little bit lower. So now this becomes a 2-to-1 trade in terms of risk reward.
Liking this SARC for the move above the 59 now. I have to grab it right now in a pullback below 59. It's already making a little move there to 59.9. SPY coming back down. Slow VWAP? Nah, it's on the low.
Oh boy, man, this cloudy weather outside, it just doesn't make anything better.
It does not.
I love it.
What?
Nah. Well, so I wouldn't
like
if it was
weather?
like weekend, if it was like the weekend, Ryan, I'd love it because then I can just kind of be gloomy and just in my room, just watch a movie and just kind of really be mellowed out. But like when I'm, when I'm
Dude, the rain
on
sucks.
a show,
It's
I don't like
Halloween.
it.
It's of all of the days,
guess.
this is the day for it to be overcast and rainy and stuff.
Yeah, it's always on Halloween, right?
Are you going trick-or-treating later? Are you going to go around in a costume and get free candy? No?
No, I'm not. I might just go around and just steal people's candy. Actually, I've never done that in like 10 years, but
You forget
maybe.
though, inflation, man. There's no candy to give.
Well, now instead of having Snicker bars, it's all fun size,
I'll tell you one thing. I ain't buying candy this year. I feel bad for the kids in my neighborhood.
Can you take a look at shop? I don't live in like in a family area, so I don't have to worry about that.
I don't live in a family area. That is awesome. What a description. A family area. Let's go, Zunaid.
For the person that would want me to take a look at shop here, it looks like 35.50 is a clear area of support at the moment. So honestly, this is if you believe the market will continue higher and you believe shop will get that lift, this is a solid risk reward where you can go ahead and get stopped out maybe at like 35.21s, to be honest.
It's right in its base, right? It's kind of in this. If you look at the daily
right here,
Zunaid, it looks like it's been forming a base for some time here. Flip to the daily real quick, right, and zoom out a little bit. So it looks like this kind of area. See how it's really kind of chopping back and forth in between that 32 and 40. It looks like that area looks to be like a pretty good support area. So I think any trade that you take here, you're playing for a move upside out of that area.
Yeah, and look, there it is, right? Just kind of bouncing right back up. But definitely interesting. The closer you grab it to 35.50, the better, in my opinion. But if this one's going up, that means the market's coming up a little bit, which means my AMD trade, still can't believe, man, I was 6 cents away from getting filled, but that's A-okay. Let's go ahead and focus back on the SPY trade that we have here as well. Again, we are short the SPY here at the 386.63. We're about maybe a few cents away from getting filled here. Looks like 14 cents away from taking profits. We're in some puts here as well. Let's see what puts I have. The 387 puts expiring December 16th.
Here comes that SPY trying to come back for those lows.
Zunaid lives in a 55+ community. Actually, I mean, kind of, sort of. I do think the family next to me has like their grandkids over. So I don't know. Maybe I'm supposed to have Halloween candy out. I really don't know. Bro, SPY, I swear to God, if you don't film me here either. Boom, 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 boom. How many? I think I'm only in two positions.
Financials finally getting flushed. Those have been doing well. They're hanging in there. Banks. JPM with a nice little push.
So these are the two trades that I'm currently in. You see the AMD short, and then you can see the SPY short here as well. Let's see if we can take profits in both of these.
Tech names look like they're going down there. That's QQQ's trying to make new highs. I could see the SPY taking it out now. Let's see what happens. That Sark scalp was a nice scalp idea at 59. I never took it because that's just not my type of trade. But nice little move there through the high of 59 up there towards 59.25s. Probably risked about 10 cents, made 25. That's not a bad one.
Still waiting for SPY to go to fill me here. We're about 11 cents away. And once again, you guys know I get these wicks all the time, man. We're looking to take profits at the 64s, and this low was 65 on this 5-minute candle. I love life. Life is great.
Looking at Qualcomm right now, looks interesting if it can reject the breakout to 117 here. If it rejects that, makes the move down, the SPY takes out the lows, Qs take out the lows. Looks like I might get short some Qualcomm. Keep an eye on it right now. Needed to get that next leg in the SPY really. And reject the breakout above the 117.
Let's see what's happening here. Nope, didn't get any of that.
Once Apple turns around, we should get a nice trend day. Smart money knows the Fed isn't going to get all dovish on the FOMC. I don't know, man. Colin, that's not what they're feeding out there. They're calling the pace to come down. They're calling the Feds to take the bullets down. We'll see what happens this week.
Oh, come on.
Sleepy markets today, says someone. We'll see. We'll wait and see. It's 10:30. Things can pick back up.
Bro, if this SPY goes back up to VWAP, I'm going to be so pissed.
Q's showing a little bit of some bottoming action. That's why I'm not short right now on Qualcomm, because it looks like you're getting that 117 test towards the breakout look. I'll wait for it to reject there first. SPY really needs to take out that low there, but it's just battling. And every time it's gone towards that 385.40, it feels like there's been some volume there waiting.
Come on, nice move on Getty. Did that one go ahead and move? Oh, you bet you're behind it. You bet you're behind it did.
Someone wants to take a look at silver stocks today. I got you. I can take a look at what's doing well there. Looks like you got MAG doing well today, MAG, SVM, but the major ones like AG and PAAS are green from the open, red overall. So that's a sign to look if they can just continue making their way back. They're working their way back. At PAAS also right off the VWAP area, bounced today, trying to make its way back. It's not a bad looking stock. It is holding its trend. You're getting higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. That's what I would look for it to continue doing on the 5 minute. And you got kind of like a rising triangle here. Ascending triangle into that push above 1620s. We'll see if we get it or not. Support right now would be down towards 1605s. Well, what's a good profit for daily trading? 30%. Well, William, it's always going to be determined up to you because that's what's going to be the best profit. But really what you got to determine more of is what kind of profit do you consistently get? Because if you're noticing I can never get 30% and that's your profit target, well, maybe you're doing it a little bit wrong. What we try to teach here is not necessarily the exact levels for you to go after, but what more is the profit and loss approach? What's the process behind it? What are you trying to get in your probability? Are you trying to be more in the 3-to-1 trades, 4-to-1 trades, or maybe you just take 2-to-1 trades, or maybe it's just 1-to-1. 1-to-1 meaning that I'm going to make 10 cents and lose 10 cents when I take trades. Well, it all depends on how you like to go about it, but that's what's going to be the best answer there, William, for you. It's determining your data, what you do well in.
And I'll brush up on that comment a little bit more. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to get out of a trade here.
Another thing is being willing to adjust too. You know, one time in certain markets is going to be easier to make 30% than certain markets. Like right now, I definitely am not trying to make 30% on a trade because I mean, 30% on a trade I'd be holding it for a long time. And this market has not worked out for me.
Someone in the chat went ahead and asked, give me a sec. Let me real quick. The options that we purchased at the 754, I'm going to go ahead and sell some here at 780s on AMD. So give me a second while I lock in that. If I can put in the limit order, see if I can get the mid price. Cause right now the bid is 775. The ask is 785. I put in an order for 780. I don't seem to be getting filled at the moment. And now the bid has moved even lower. The SPY short, though. By the way,
short a little bit of Qualcomm.
I don't know if Clinton is still in here, but hopefully, my man, if you were fading my AMD short and you took it long, hopefully you did take profits because that trade actually ended up working out for me on a nice 1-to-1 trade, as did the SPY short. So, wish you the best of luck if you continue fading. To answer the question of, is 30% good enough, this, that, the other? The way that I like to go ahead and do it is kind of be like, hey, 1% is how much I'm going to risk on every single trade of my account size, right? So for example, the reason I moved some money to TradeStation is because one, we can kind of trade together. You guys can, sometimes people talk about how I talk too fast. You can't see the entries, things like that. So you guys can see some of my entries here. And then of course, E-Trade is where I like to trade primarily, but you'll see I'm trying to risk about $50 to $100 every single trade, right? And that's because that's kind of where my account is on E-Trade. You've got $30,000. So if I go ahead and risk 1% of that, that's $300. But keep in mind, I also want to make sure I'm staying above PDT. I'm trying different things out, different strategies, things like that. So for me, it's like, hey, I want to risk $50 to $100 every single play that I take, but I want to make sure that I'm also profiting at least that 1-to-1 R. So if my risk is $50, I want to secure at least $50 on the profit size as well. So that's, 1% is, I think, what you want to aim, but also keep in mind, if you're close to PDT, you may want to risk a little bit less so that way you don't go ahead and go below it at all. Do we trade options or commons? I go ahead and trade both of them. Mitch trades shares and Ryan trades shares as well. And there's the low of day on AMD.
Yeah,
SPY is coming down as well.
Let's go.
My 780 did go ahead and get filled.
Q's so looking like Qs broke through the lows also. They're already through the lows, so that's a good sign for us. Now we just need the SPY to really close down below 385.40s. That's where the volume comes back in, right? Well, let's see what happens this time. What will it happen? Will it reverse around that 385.40, or will we get a true leg through? Here it goes. Let's see what happens.
Let's see. There
It's crazy how it recovers right there. Do you see the recovery? Boom.
On what? I'm sorry.
Every time the 385s, 40s come up.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm looking for right now. I can see the price action. That's the level that needs to give if we're going to get that next level.
I'm going to go ahead and sell majority of my SPY puts here. We got in these at at 14.11. I just got out at 14.51. And the rest I'm going to go ahead and hold and see if we go ahead and break low a day. But if it's going to end up being choppy, obviously it'll be annoying, but it is what it is.
Let go, SPY, let go.
Yeah, I'd love for SPY to maybe touch the 382s today, but we're ways away from that. No idea if it'll happen, but if it goes ahead and cracks the 385 level, might just go ahead and do that. But look, this is a range that we kind of set out for ourselves early on, right? And it hasn't kind of broken to the downside of that 385 yet, so not surprised at all. Oh, man. That's another thing, Ryan. This weather also makes me sleepy, which is why I like it.
That's why I don't
the
like
coziness, it. Right? So if it's like a weekend and I can be cozy and just kind of I can just yawn away into the movies, you know?
Yeah, I like clear skies and sun out, man. Not a cloud in the sky. That's the way I like it.
The viewer asking me earlier if I need therapy. Yeah, I need Montana. That would be my therapy. I just need to go out west.
Why did they think you need therapy? Because you like this weather for Halloween? Is that what it was?
What's that?
Why
no, because I said I thought it was good overcast.
Oh, okay. That's preferences. Everyone has theirs. But hopefully the Cleveland Browns come out with a victory tonight. That's what I would prefer.
Survivor pool stuff?
Yeah.
I was like, the Browns? What you got with the Browns, man?
Got some Survivor pool. We've got 11 people left in the pool from 50 or something that we had. You can see the $60 is holding at the moment on AMD. Excuse my yawning.
The SPY doesn't want to break that 385.40s. That's at least now you got
that wick.
4 bottoms there.
Look at the wick. Look at the wick.
Is there such thing as a quadruple bottom? Let's see what happens.
Hello, Ryan. Love the morning show. You should do it on Friday too.
Thanks.
Is there a different morning show?
Ashman's one of our happy hour regulars. Much appreciate that.
What morning show do you do?
This one. He's the one.
Okay.
Are you? I was like, for a sec, I was like, are you pranking me, Zunaid?
No, but I mean,
All right.
I don't know if you did, like, you know, you have happy hour. I didn't know if you had something similar for a coffee hour. I don't know. In the mornings.
Coffee hour.
Yep. Trademark that, baby. XOM is going crazy. Let's take a look at XOM. Slice. Nice little move to the upside. Look at that. Had resistance around previous close. Broke out. Retested support, especially near VWAP. And to the upside we went. Nice call out.
Ooh, might get stopped out in Qualcomm here. It's getting closer to that wrist at 117s.
You've got higher highs the past 30 minutes on the SPY. On this 10-minute candle. Coffee hours every hour? Yeah.
Yeah, literally. I can use another one already. I can smell
I
it.
feel like if I did go ahead and drink coffee, I would just be bananas.
Yeah, it lasts like a year, and then it's no more bananas. But that's how it is.
Awesome. It's the life force.
Yeah.
I just love coffee.
All right, getting out of Qualcomm.
Here's
I'm actually
Amazon.
battling here. I'm out. Looks like we're getting that reversal to the upside, and I'm not sticking around for it. All right, so I got what we got here. We got a loss on Penn, a loss on GME, and a loss on Qualcomm. Yet I'm still in the green for the day. So one green kept me in the green, even though I have 3 trades in the red. I think I did some good risk to reward today, and I'm just gonna call it a day. It's not a lot, right? It's not a lot, but that's what I try to do, right? To where at least I set my profit to loss ratio up where I didn't have to be accurate, and yet I end the day in the green.
Good job, man. Way to trade today.
I mean, that's the way you got to do it sometimes, especially if you're noticing your accuracy is not as high, right? Like majority of traders, let's just be honest, they're going to probably be right 50-50 at best. A lot of traders are like that, at least from what I've seen in statistics. So you got to try to keep the mathematical advantage. Winning is winning. I hear you. Coffee's calling already. I hear it. I smell it. The espresso. Oh, and I reject that 117, so still play there. Still play there, but the SPY just doesn't want to go down right now. You would think that it would have got that breakthrough on that last move, but did not get it. And put a hammer candle there on the 5-minute. All right, getting to 10:43. Almost time for some futures action. Who's excited about seeing some futures action?
Man, I just want to hear. I want to hear what Jim thinks about all the consolidation happening and which way he thinks it's going to break out. But we'll get that at 11.
Son trying to break out of this 175 spot. SONN. Second attempt at that spot here today. We went to 180 last time this happened.
Yeah, ask him about the commodities too, like with the wheat spike today. How does he see those wheat futures?
Definitely will.
It's an exciting thing to keep watch to see what happens there. I was looking at wheat today. I had a nice up move, but it's just a very slow moving stock, right? It's an ETF that tracks kind of wheat. Oh, it's an ETV. Sorry about that. Not ETF.
It's all good. I don't know the difference anyway.
Yeah, no worries. We know that, man. It's all good.
You call me dumb, bro? You call me dumb, bro?
Would never.
SPY. Let's see what it kind of does. Got this 1-minute chart up for y'all. Looks like Meta seeing some bullish call flow.
Yeah, energy's
Amazon,
keeper.
Actually,
energy's continuing on the day now. XOM to 112. Beautiful VWAP bounces today on XOM. ExxonMobil, beautiful moves today. These oil trades, man. What moves? Chevron also with some nice VWAP bounces today. So you guys like that VWAP bounce play. And the stronger one on the day, Oxy, straight up on the day. Almost 4%. Not a bad move there.
Where is this one? Yeah, it's right there, actually.
GME really came back in from that pop earlier. Let's see if AMC is the same. Yep.
If this SPY 5-minute candle closes above VWAP, I will go and get out of my puts. I'm just testing a cute little short here. See if I can get like a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 type trade on the SPY short. Very easily can get taken out here in a couple of seconds. And there it is. I'm going to go ahead and close out of my SPY puts. We had grabbed these at 14.11, sold some at 14.51, and I'm looking to sell the remaining size here at a loss at 14.01.
SPY pushing. I spy with my little eyes. All right, Apple bounce there off that 152.
The puts that I had on AMD, I'm going to go ahead and sell here as well. Even though it's below VWAP with the SPY coming up there, my strategy is always to kind of sell majority at profits and then some at break even. And that's exactly what I'm going to do on SPY and AMD puts here.
Long a little bit of EQT here, oil play, willing to add to the position, but I just like the chart.
Yeah, I did too. And that was a good, we had a good move on EQT the last couple of days here too, Mitch.
Really nice.
We're talking about
chart.
EQT on Thursday, I believe. Yeah.
It's just pretty. It's not
Huge
many times.
move out of the open on Thursday. Yeah.
So I'm looking for a little pullback action to add actually down, and that'd be closer towards 40.90, 40.80s. But if it just wants to take off here from the 41s, I'm more than willing to let it go. We'll see if it gets up.
I know someone had brought up Shopify early on. Looks like you're getting some bullish flow on Shop here.
Order out to get some EQT. See if I get a little bit more. Got that.
What's up,
fill.
Jim? I think someone may have sent you the wrong link. We'll go ahead and email you the right one, Jim, if you can hear me.
No, he's not wrong.
We're doing all on one?
Come on, bro.
What you mean, come on, bro? How am I supposed to know that? How do you expect me to know that?
Oh, Mitch. That was pretty funny. All right. I am going to get rolling. I got a whole bunch of stuff here to do. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be fun. We'll keep grinding. We'll be back here again tomorrow to start November. Happy Halloween, everyone.
Happy Halloween. Have a good one, Ryan. Take care, my friend. Ryan's getting out of here. If you want to take a second, you can, of course, my friend, to get ready. I'm going to keep trying to trade.
Are we going to change the title name here? Because it doesn't say futures trading, so I don't know how people are supposed to know.
It's going to have it in the description there, and we'll change up the branding here in the back. But Enver knows. Enver knows the deal.
Good old Enver.
We got it going. All the links for you also will be in the description there. And you got your links there also to check out live daily futures stream, free education from NinjaTrader. Check it out, guys. We have it in the chat there. All right, EQT, come and fill me on that pullback. I got an order out here to add some there at 40.88s. Pulling back right now.
All right, Jim, real quick. Typically on the other stream, we go ahead and check your headphones and your headsets and things like that. If you give me the thumbs up, we can just bring you on for a quick second to make sure everything is good.
Nothing wrong.
Since we're pivoting here for a little bit. All right, Jim. What's up, my man?
How you doing, bud?
Good. Awesome. You can hear me and I can hear you. You want to give a little sneak peek to the viewers that have never seen futures trading about what we do here in about a few minutes?
Yeah, for sure. We cover the futures markets in detail, all the major asset classes, including the stock index futures and all the way through to the commodities. It's a lot of stuff to talk about today with the Fed coming up.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. I know Mitch wanted me to ask you about wheat, I believe it was. Is that right, Mitch?
Yeah, I got to check out the wheat action. Of course, recent news coming out of the Russia and Ukraine situation. So we'll have to take a look into some wheat.
Awesome.
Yeah, we had a huge gap up on wheat prices this morning because of that. And I have a chart loaded, ready to go.
Sweet. Jim coming prepared.
So we'll
It's
get
ready.
that going for you guys in 10 minutes. Futures trading with NinjaTrader and Jim Cagnina, Senior Education and Training Specialist over at NinjaTrader. But Jim, I'll put you in the background. We'll hop right back out in about 9 minutes, pal.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Of course.
All right. That sounds exciting there. I'm going to have to be listening into my ear while I'm getting ready for my next show.
Let's see what the SPY is going to do. It kind of rejected off of the VWAP. It poked above, but couldn't quite close. I'm kind of interested in going short if I'm being honest here.
All right. Doesn't look too bad here for my EQT trade. We'll see if he gets that next leg up through the 41s here. Nice little pennant here. See if we can get that nice little push back through the 41.11s, through the 41.20s, towards the 41.40s. That's going to be the profit take above the 41.26. Look to take a little bit into the 41.40, and that's where I'll look to cash out. We'll see if we get it. SPY still holding in right now. Definitely resistance above. Looks like it's on building a little bit of a trend line there. We'll see what happens in the SPY action.
Yeah, we're talking about the wheat in terms of the future, so that's what we're going to talk about here. I'm not quite sure what the best ticker to trade is on the equity side of things. And so, yeah, no idea there, but we're talking more so on the future side of things. And here is a SPY looking to make a crack above VWAP again. You saw wicks there that when it tried previously in the past 5 minutes.
Didn't get a fill on that pullback to VWAP when EQT went to VWAP. I had the order out there for the fill, but just no fill on that VWAP fill. So still in at 41.11s. We're going to look to see if we get that push through right now on EQT. Show you guys that pattern right here. But we get that next little push. Got a little bit of a throwback look. Wanted to fill some there, but wasn't able to get the fill there on the VWAP. Now let's see it actually take this out here and start pushing through. We'll see what happens there, EQT.
Dun, 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 dun.
SPY trying to push back there. We'll see. If it really can close up towards 387, I think you'll start getting some up action, but keeps rejecting. It's just staying within a range right now. There's EQT to 41.13s. Now let's see if we can really start moving here towards the 41.20s. Rejection from the push right now. Qualcomm's is battling.
Let's see if this 5 minute candle closes above VWAP.
Quack the duck.
Meta just continues to bleed to the downside. Didn't quite get to the $100 area that we wanted for the short. That's very unfortunate, but just continues to bleed to the downside. Now down about 5% on the day. All right, I'm going to take a quick walk. I'll be back in a few minutes. Mitch, it's all you.
Not a worry. I'll take the lead. You, my friend. We'll see you in a little bit when you take over. All right. Taking a look here. EQT. We take that next step towards the 41. SPY still battling, right? I mean, we're kind of in this kind of just symmetrical triangle now. Look on the 5 minute. And you guys can see here, we've just been battling up and down, up and down. We'll see if we actually break through any of these ranges, right? Will we kind of break through the 385.50 and actually close down there? Or will we close above 387? Going back up here towards those pre-market highs, right? Will we get back towards the 910 high that we had up towards 387.40s? Well, it's definitely trying to battle its way back, but it's just been in a tight range right now. We'll see if it gets out of this pattern and chooses a direction right now. It's been kind of trying to go down below that 385.40, but every time it looks like we keep finding some volume down there around the 385.40s and it bounces. Let's see if we actually finally end up flushing through there. We just got to keep watch right now to see what happens here. Qualcomm now coming back down, rejected that 117 breakout. Of course, we got stopped out on that 117. We'll look to see if that can really start coming back below VWAP and start breaking down. Really thing I'm looking at is the SPY. Will it choose a direction here? All right, pull back here, getting me. I canceled that fill for EQT. I'm looking at it maybe potentially to fill now if I should get in it, but SPY dragging here a little bit. We'll see what happens here. 4070s definitely shouldn't break on EQT. So I'm going to give it a chance here to bounce before I add. If not, just go ahead and cut the position. We'll see what happens here. It's battling right now. SPY is just still, just a little wick there. See if we get a push back here. All right, keeping an eye on the positions out there. What's going on, team out? Well, we got EV in the chat. What did you guys trade today? What was the best trade of the day? Let us know in the chat. And we're going to keep going towards some futures action coming up next in about 4 minutes here as we start wrapping up the day. Just going to keep watch this week to see what we get out of the FOMC meeting. I think that's going to determine a lot, right? What will happen with Jerome Powell? Will he be dovish? I have to wait and see. Of course, a lot of situations going out in the global political stage. We'll see if that kind of plays a factor also. Will we get a run into November 8th? I've heard some people talk about that. Definitely the SPY trying to make its move back here. EQT finally balancing out there. Now let's see if it can get back up. SPY battling on here. All right, let's see what happens. SPY still in that battling stage. It just bounces right off that kind of symmetrical triangle look. Still hasn't chosen a direction right now. Looks like Elon's talking about forward contracts for an 86% profit added to charge point. A bad look there. Charge point, I haven't taken a look at it today. I know I was looking at Wallbox earlier in the week, earlier in the day today. Because of their numbers. How did that report? That came down there. Let's take a look there. Charge point. It's getting a little bit of a bounce. Nice little kind of pattern here, trying to get back above the 1370s. See if it gets up there. SPY trying to make its move back up here. Still hasn't really done it, but we'll see what happens now. Battle's on. All right, charge point trying to make that move back towards the 1370s. You can see it here on the 15-minute. Going to be showing you a bunch of wicks up there. Will it make that push through the 1370s and start going through? Let's see a daily outlook. Daily outlook looks interesting if you can start closing above 14. You got a wick there from, it looks like, the 26th of October with a high of 423. See if we can get through the 14s today and get back up there. EQT just struggling here to get back above the VWAP. That's why I haven't added to it. I want to see it kind of hold the VWAP, and then I can worry about trying to add and get that second position entry here. If I only have a third position, I'm okay with that. That's okay to get stopped out on that move here. Really, the SPY has just been kind of in a stuck mode. It's going up, it's coming down, it's going up, it's going down. It's just kind of stuck between the pattern. All right, well, it's 10:59, and you know what that means. I'm starting to head to the door, so if you guys want to catch me a little bit later, I will be back on Stock Market Movers right here. You don't got to go anywhere. Stick around, team. We got a great action-packed show today coming up next. You'll get some futures action, and then after that, of course, you got AB with some traders coming on, and then following that will be Stock Market Movers. So I'll see you guys a little bit later. And I'll let you take control, my friend. I'm going to play a little Benzinga Pro trailer as you guys transition over to some futures actions. Let's go ahead. Let's cue that up, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Have fun with some futures and learn, because I tell you right now, even I'm learning in the futures game.
Breaking news. U.S. Treasuries. In the case of nuclear or radiological fallout, people living around the desert.
RTW retail wins hitting a high of 45 cents. Seeing some chat room mention on RTW.
All right. Well, looked like that one might have been cut short a little bit while we go to get the branding fixed and taken care of. Yeah, definitely some conversations we need to have afterwards, but appreciate you guys sticking around with us as we go ahead and get futures trading started with NinjaTrader right now. Jim Cagnina, Senior Education and Training Specialist over at NinjaTrader. How's it going, my man?
Pretty good, man. How you been?
I've been good. Had a nice little weekend, and we got a little bit of cloudy weather outside, so I'm a little gloomy type of mood. But I'm excited to talk some futures and see especially what you've got some insights on. So let's go ahead and bring up your charts here and tell me what you're taking a look at here.
A lot of stuff to take a look at today. It's everything's in anticipatory mode right before the FOMC on Wednesday. Then you have that battle between earnings that are going on right now and inflation, which of course is going on right now. It's kind of a give and take, a tug of war right there. I think 321 or something like that. You'll know better than me. Companies are reporting earnings this week, which is a lot. We'll see if any of that moves the needle, but I think all eyes on the Fed now.
Yeah, no question about it. It looks like you got a trade that you're possibly looking to do. You're looking to go short. Is that right?
Yeah. So this is a tough trade, folks. And again, I'm trading on a real-time simulated live platform today. Don't follow along live at home because this trade is going to assume a lot of risk. This is a daily S&P E-mini S&P stock index futures. And I think the trend is down today. I think we've seen ever since the opening range, we've seen a series of lower highs, even though we've kind of had a triangle formation today a little bit with a really nice value area where one standard deviation worth of volume is kind of trading within the opening range today. I want to see a little bit of a surge up above VWAP. I want to get to that 38.2% retracement, and then I want to get short with the idea that, hey, we're going to be trading in the opening range today and in that value area today until we're not. Right. There might be a point when we break out, but I don't think we're there yet. So I want to be patient. I want to get those 89 evens. I want to try to get short at that 38.2% retracement and then put a profit target in.
And I see you got the retracement. Of course, we got a lot of new viewers here with the format that we've got here. Would you mind kind of explaining how you do your Fibonacci levels and how you kind of place them, especially if someone's looking to trade intraday?
Yeah, and there's several different techniques in several different ways. The way I have it laid out on this chart today is I took the top, again, futures opens up last night at 6 p.m., East Coast time, right? So we have a 23-hour session. So, and that's what the high was, right? That's what we started trading at last night. And I took that high for the start of my Fibonacci line and brought it all the way back down to the low. So right now I'm looking at the complete entire field and I'm using those retracement levels in my trading. There's different techniques. Some people just like to look at the opening range as an example, high to low. Some people might pick off a lower swing high, a lower swing high. But in this particular case, I think it's prudent to look at the whole field today, especially going into the Fed week.
Do you have any favorites in terms of is it the 6180 that you like? Is it the 50%? Is it the 2360? Are there any favorites where from your seat time and from your opinion, you're kind of like, you know what? I like when this area is hit because it often rejects or supports or whatever.
Yeah. So the true fib lines based on, the golden rectangle and that mathematics, the true ones are the 23.6%, the 38.2%, and the 61.8%. 50's thrown in there because it's in the middle. Right. So the 23.6% super aggressive. And I would use that more toward either an end of day retracement on a trend day or on a daily chart. From an intraday chart, though, you know me, I like to be patient. At 38.2 is really key. And then I'm going to bail if we get up to 61.8. This, at the point I'm going to say, no, I don't want to take any more heat. It was a bad trade idea. I want to get out. So the 38 and the 61 are keen. And then, 50, depending on what's going on that day, 50 is right at the top of the opening range so far in the futures. So that's a double area of interest for me also. But right now, 38, I think, is a good target because it's right above the VWAP. Right. You often see the VWAP, even if it's holding, we trade above it momentarily, a little bit, and up here, a couple of candles as well. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for another little penetration up. I just missed it a minute ago. And then to try to get short here.
Yeah, it looks like it almost like it actually did break above that VWAP there, and it rejected down low as well. And of course, you've got the VWAP, which is a purple dotted lines there, and you've got I assume it's like a derivative up and down, right? The bands is what it looks like it is.
Yeah. The dark blue, I'm trying to make it so everybody can see it, but the dark blue dots are the first standard deviation band, and then the light blue is the second standard deviation band.
Gotcha. And do you typically like to use those as trends, or do you like to kind of play those off of support of resistance as well? Because that upper band is close to the 50% retracement there as well.
Yeah, I mean, when we start closing routinely below the second standard deviation band, then I think it's in a trend mode down. So I want to kind of just stay away from any long trade ideas. But that's really it. It's not as important to me as what the VWAP is doing.
Yeah, well, we'll see as the market is trying to make a way a little bit higher, and we'll see if we go and get filled short on your 38.89 area there, right a tick point below the 38.90s. But let's go ahead and check out the wheat market so that, Mitch doesn't get upset with me. We'll come back to a couple of other markets as well, but let's talk some wheat. What you seeing?
This is the Chicago wheat futures market. This is the one we track pretty much here in the U.S. Russia pulls out of the grain deal, supposedly says Crimea attack drones used in the grain corridor, the safe zone. So all bets are off now. And because of that, I drew a little arrow here. I'll move it out of the way. Because of that, we had a huge gap up over the weekend on grain. And we literally, I mean, this is a big move up. And then right now, the body of the candle is kind of equivocal, in my opinion. It's kind of, we have a decent sized candle with respect to the wicks, but we're not closing this gap right now or anytime soon. So it's a big deal. We'll see what happens here. If it maybe cooler heads will prevail in this, but this is 100% that action right there.
Now, with the gap up like this, right, whether it's wheat or anywhere else, but specifically the wheat, how can one trade to where they're not just running in to go long because like, oh my God, it gapped up, which means more buyers are going to come in, or, oh my God, it gapped up, which means the buyer's already in. Now it's going to go short, right? Like, how are you making sure you have a game plan when something like this gaps up? Now we're looking at the daily, but I'm more so curious about the intraday as well.
Yeah, a couple. Yeah. And we talked about this morning in the opening range. That's a great question. Keep in mind, this market trading hours are a little different than the trading hours for, the stock index futures as an example, which are 23 hours a day, right? Here, we do have a break. We have a little bit of a break. So we go, we start at 8 p.m. East Coast time, go all night, all morning to 8:45. Yeah. And then we take a 45-minute break, and then we go again until 2:20. So keep that in mind when you're trading gaps, that this market's going to be closed. There'll be a period where it's closed, which is different than the other futures markets. But as a general rule, there's a couple of things, right? One rule is, hey, let's wait for this gap to fill again and try to get long, right? With the idea that, well, this was a gap filler. This gap filler is, its mission is complete, and let's go back and resume our trend. That's kind of number one. Number two is, hey, we start making new lows today. Then I want to get short in anticipation of filling that gap on the downside. I think that's a less powerful argument in grains than it is in the stock index futures because they're so volatile. You do have that kind of slow time where wicks try to penetrate that. Yeah. Here, I'd be a little bit hesitant, though. It does look like sellers are coming in right now a little bit. But again, I would wait to see, hey, breakout on the downside, get short, try to pick up that velocity, the momentum to get to that next high wick.
Yeah, right now it kind of looks like sell the rip type situation. Let's kind of take a look at the intraday if we can on the wheat, if possible, because I'd be interested just to see what the flow of things are looking like. Look at that low a day.
Yeah. So this is looking pretty. Now, a couple interesting points. This volume profile here, we have this is a dominant value area. Look how it's kind of a tight range. It's right in the middle. It's almost a perfectly symmetrical bell-shaped curve right now. The point of control is a little bit lower than it should be. So I'm going to be hesitant to just boom, hit the sell button because this is going to attract, this is price happiness for today. Price happiness for today is 883 and the bottom here, 873. That's going to act like a magnet at some point, possibly, not always. Alternatively, you get this target wick down here, and you know how I love target wicks. That could be picked off as well. It's just kind of, I know it's just an oddball kind of outlier, but it's someone did a deal down there, like it or not, 62.75. But right now, I'm thinking if I had to, go ahead and consider a trade idea here, I would definitely look for a place to get long to try to get back to that, at least to that point of control, if not the VWAP.
Yeah, we'll see how that kind of plays out. Maybe we'll have a conversation about it next week. But let's go ahead and see. Did you get filled on your short? I believe you should have, as the market did rip a little bit higher. And yep, there you go. You did go ahead and get filled on your short. And now you're still liking your stop loss of about 38.99. Because now here's my thing. Well, I guess I'll let you answer, but then I have my concern in terms of the whole number. And why not do 39.03 or whatever the case may be? Because I love my whole numbers, but I'm curious why you may not be using that as an area of resistance. Is it just because then it doesn't become a true one-to-one trade, or you got other reasons for that?
No, I don't even have a target in yet. So that's a good point. And this is where a little bit of the technical analysis turns into the science. And your 03s might be a better spot, to be honest with you, but I'm using that 61.8%. And what I'm saying is, hey, we start getting the 61.8%, and especially if we close above it, the trend is reversed. It's in my mind, it's no longer a bear trend, it's a bull trend, right? So that's why I just pegged it right there to that 61.8%. And again, it's kind of this is a little bit of where the art comes in, but you're close, right? You mentioned 93, right? Or something like that.
3,900. So like 39.03 is what I was thinking. Yes.
Yeah. So again, that's totally legitimate idea for sure.
Yeah.
You're giving yourself, you're more aggressive, right? You're giving yourself another 4 points, right? It's $50 a point. So that's another $200 if you're trading the classic. It's another $20 if you're trading the micros. But for sure, that's a legitimate thing. I'm going to be a little bit more conservative though. And then my hope and prayer, not my hope and prayer, my conviction is that, again, my profit target is going to be at the bottom area of this of the value area right here, right down by this 38,000 number down here, 38,141. That's going to approximately at the top of that little shelf there. That's going to be my target. And we're going to hang. Now, what's going to happen if we do get some traction down to that 23.6%, then I am going to move my stop to break even.
Yeah, and then we'll end up seeing how this trade kind of plays out because we've still got about 20 minutes left in the show because I am curious if we kind of, it'd be a big swing up or big swing down. But right now, it looks like you're a point in the money on this one. Let's go ahead and take a look at the what's up?
One other thing, one other danger of this trade idea, right? So we penetrated the VWAP, right? On the last completed candle, we just we drove right through it. We closed above it. If this candle also closes above it with a higher close, then I'm going to be really worried. Right now, it looks like it's actually not going to do that. But and we got 6 minutes left still plus. Anyway, that's just something I just wanted to point out to the viewers.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens, especially because now it's around VWAP. So we'll see if it finds some support there as your 2 points in the money. But let's go and take a look at the NASDAQ and see if you got any setups there that you may like. Intraday, of course.
So say we had a gap up here at night. Remember, this is really interesting. This is really important. Advantage goes to futures right here. The regular trading hours closed. Futures continued to rally for that last hour. After the regular trading hours closed, right? So the futures in the S&P continued. Boom, snap, just go right to that next hour. It's closed for an hour and then it opens up again. But in this case, it was the weekend. So it was a long period of time. And you see it, and we saw a gap, right? So there's a gap from when the futures closed in extended trading hours and when we opened Sunday night. And that's on my screen right here. And we talked about it. When will this gap be filled, right? Will it be filled today, tomorrow, the next day? I'm going to keep that on my radar screen.
That's really interesting that you've got a little gap there. And I've always asked this question in the sense of like, do futures lead, does SPY lead, equity options, this, that, the other. But the often answer I've gotten is like futures is where majority of the money, if you will, in terms of liquidity, this, that, the other. And that's where you want to kind of go ahead and play, especially obviously has tax purposes that are beneficial there as well. But again, consult your CPA for all that. But, just a reminder, though, for the folks that want to check out NinjaTrader Trade in the mornings, you guys have a show every single morning at ninjatrader.com/events. So definitely be sure to check them out there. And they also have a show towards the end called Bars Closing, which I believe is at 3:15. Yes?
Yes, sir. You got it right.
Awesome.
Every day. The bookend shows, they're awesome. We love to do them. We look for trade ideas, talk about what happened overnight and what to look forward to tomorrow.
Absolutely love it. Now let's go ahead and check out some Bitcoin. As the markets were a little shaky, Bitcoin had no problem moving to the upside. And now you can see that. It looks like it had that's definitely weird. I was like, I didn't expect I didn't see a gap up.
There we go.
But there's a daily, now a little bit of consolidation right above the 20,000, right? That ended up being resistant so many times. And now that it finally popped back up, now you tested it and now it's holding as it's trading around 23 right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. And we do have, I think this is a 200 moving average. If my math is, no, it's a 50
It's
period
50.
moving average.
Yeah.
We're sitting on it right now, which is actually kind of interesting from a technical analysis point of view. But I would say I would raise my expectations of what the area, what I'm going to call again, this is again area support here. I would raise my expectations to here. 250, and I'm touching the top of my rectangle to the bottom of this body of this candle, and that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So I'd be a buyer off of this level at this point in Bitcoin, but I have one eye on the Nasdaq too. Look at the correlation, minus 0.026 with the Nasdaq down here. So everything's out of whack here with respect to this. So be careful.
Is there anything? So what does that correlation help you with? If you could just kind of give us a quick spark notes on that.
Well, the correlation, it helps. It kind of, it helps when it's highly correlated, and then it helps when it's trending down, right? So, let's just take this trend right here, where we were 83% correlated, and we trended all the way back down, right? As this market broke, which the correlation kind of weakened almost to zero at that point. So you could use the Nasdaq as say, hey, what's going on in the Nasdaq? Where's the correlation at? Do I want to do the opposite? Is my bias the opposite, or is my bias the same direction? And again, at a higher correlation, of course, your bias is going to be the same direction. And so you could use another market to help give you underlying conditions of this particular market.
Appreciate that. I'm just getting a little bit more information here for us on the future side of things. But now let's go ahead and see if there's anything in the corn market. And then we'll take a look at crude oil here in a moment as well and see if you've got any trades possibly for us set up over there.
Well, let's shoot over to, well, actually, you know what? Let's start with the daily really fast if we got
Sure.
time. I think we
Please.
do.
We have plenty of time, yeah.
Do we have a corn futures up here? Let's go to it really quickly. Well, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to take the wheat and we're going to change it to ZC, which is the ticker symbol. We'll double click. And we have corn futures. Voila.
Look how clean that looks. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice area support pretty far away. And then we have a nice area resistance. I'm going to make a hamburger bun right here. And we're going to say, all right, we're right trading sideways. And again, this hasn't been affected so much, although we did have this gap up here, this Russian gap up here. I think this corn's going to be less sensitive to that. And I would definitely look for places to sell corn right here.
Yeah, and especially because you got that $700 hold number that just rejected right off of that, right? So you can see it gave you 10 points right off of that rejection. And matter of fact, your stop loss would have been 10 points above, which is above the wick that you saw. Looks like maybe on sometime early October itself, earlier in the month. So it's like your 1-to-1 trade off of that 700. Yes, it's hindsight, but the risk reward of 1-to-1 has been met. I think maybe your next area could have been like the 680s. Give or take. And just a reminder for the folks that may be joining us, we mentioned it before, but mentioning it again, the trades that you're seeing, they are live simulated. So as in the sense of it's a simulated account, the money is not real, but the data that you're seeing is live and the action is what's happening right now. We took a look at the daily. Anything you might find of interest in the intraday? I know it's only like a 10-point move, but let me know what you're seeing.
Oh, well, I was just toggling over to Euro FX, but we could, I don't have any right now on the corn. We're done with that. We'll be looking for places to sell for sure. But this is kind of an interesting market too, as we're kind of approaching. Remember, ECB, their target rate was just bumped up to 2%, right? And here we're already at 3. We're going to 3.75. I think is pretty much the consensus. So there's still that interest rate disparity, and money likes higher interest rates, right? So again, we're seeing right off of the parity, we're seeing again this market breaking down. This is the Euro FX versus the US dollar. This is the futures contract, right? The front month is the Euro, the back month is the US. And we're seeing sellers, a lot of selling. The dollar's super, super strong. And that's why we're seeing gold so depressed right now, right at that 38.2. I'm looking for places to sell the euro again as we kind of break back down.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. So many folks are like, oh, it's called football now. Oh, it's called soccer now, simply because of the parity of a dollar up and down. So that's been a fun little meme to kind of participate in and kind of check out on those side of things. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out some crude oil if we can.
Yes, sir. We can. Crude oil. This is the micro crude oil, which is more of my favorite. Remember, crude oil is a big contract. So you could trade the classic size, or you could trade the micros. The micros are 1/10 the size. So if you wanted to do one contract, it'd be 1/10. If you wanted to do two contracts, it would be 1/5. And you could kind of scale up or down however you want.
Yeah.
But right now we're still, that $90 level in crude is just not materializing like so many people have predicted, right? So, where it's 87 here, this is 87.06. This is an intraday chart right here. If you saw overnight, this is just market weakness. Look at how little the volume was, very tiny volume overnight. And I know you're saying, well, it's overnight, but don't forget, this is a global commodity market. We have Asian markets opening up about that time. And then, Europe is not too far behind. So this is all important data. We had real market weakness until we got to the top of the value area right here, 87.63. And I would not hesitate to sell off of that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if it comes back all the way there or not. But right now, you're currently trading at around 81.10. And you've also got, the pivot point, that area that you just pointed out is above the pivot point as well. So it could be interesting to see if it kind of acts as support or resistance. And we're actually right now trading right at what you like to say. What is it? A happy price? What is it? Sorry.
Price happiness. We're almost there.
Price happiness. Price happiness. I love it. I need to get that down. And around VWAP too.
87.04. There, and that's a thing, right? So when you have the point of control, the VWAP, and then a major fib line right at the same area here, that's three areas of interest, and that's going to be an important level for traders, right? And not just me, but a lot of folks are looking at the same area of interest and saying, hey, this is a keen spot, and so I want to use it as my target if I'm short, or I want to use it as an entry to get long. And we have a really, really, really nice rectangle up here to show, hey, where is the resistance? And it's right up here. It's right where it's just south of S1. This is a keen area right now for sure. So again, looking for places to sell a little bit off of that. And then again, if you're more aggressive, get short at the 87.37 if you want. Again, my opinion. But if not, then just hang tight.
100% agree with you there, especially because right off of that 87, it's the whole number. It's the VWAP. It's the retracement of the 82.30s. The 38.20s, and then also price happiness, as you mentioned as well. So it's like a perfect storm for me in terms of going long support, getting a little bit of scalp. Obviously, you're then 20 cents in the money here almost, and there's 23 cents right there as we look at a pop back above. And your risk reward would have been like, hey, 10 cent lower, 20 cents lower, because your profit target could be about 87.30s or so right before you get to the wicks of the resistance area. But so far, it's looking good. And let's go ahead and talk about tip of the trade, tip of the week, if you'd like. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a formal PowerPoint, but I have the tip for sure.
Well, let's run the intro and we can get right to it. What you got?
So so we know FOMC is coming, right? Let me pull up the right chart here. Let's get the right chart here, Jim. So I'm going to pull up a special kind of futures chart real fast. This is basically a daily volume profile, right? A daily volume profile. And because we're a little bit, I know it's weird because we have a lot of earnings coming out, which is kind of interfering with my regular FOMC Wednesday. Yeah. But I want to look at this heat map that I have here on the volume profile and kind of say, all right, where has price happiness been for the last week? And what's our potential between now and Wednesday at 2 o'clock or 2:30, depending on your point of view? And I'm just going to draw a rectangle here, and I'm just going to highlight these last several days on the heat map, just kind of show you what the potential is. And I'm going to go a little bit lower here. And so I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And you can see point of control, 38.58. 38.58, 38.44, 38.43. Then we had this big bump up for some crazy reason on Friday, which eludes me, 39.08. And now we're kind of back down. My expectation is the average point of control for the rest of the week is going to be somewhere between this high level around 88 and this 43 area. I expect us to settle down in here. That's my tip for today. I would be surprised if we continue to huge rally in front of Wednesday. So I'm going to leave my, around 67, 68-ish. I think would be a good area to think about trading toward or around.
I like this. I like this heat map. It's something that I haven't seen personally before. And there's just so many cool tools. You can see clearly where price control kind of is between that rectangle that you had and also below it as well. And I believe you've got the EMAs on that chart as well. You have Sawyer asking, do we have a time for FOMC meetings? Typically, it's 2 o'clock when the meeting minutes are released, and then you have the conference at like 2:30. But is that still the case? Do you remember? Do you know?
Yeah, it's set in stone. That's set in stone, baby. We got 2:00 East Coast time. You get the announcement, right? Which is a PDF, a few paragraphs, maybe a couple pages. That's shot out pretty much on time. Market reacts to that. And then there's a good 30 minutes where they wheel out Chairman Powell. They get him, put his makeup on, they put him up on the podium. And then Powell speaks anywhere from, I don't know, half hour to an hour. And it's two parts, right? It's a prepared speech, which I'm sure they're writing right now. He's reading it. And then there's Q&As. Most of the Q&As are expected, and it's a little bit of a softball process. But every once in a while, you get something tricky thrown in there. And, Powell's got to, come up with the answer on his own. So that period, too, moves stuff everywhere. So you got to be careful when he's speaking.
Yeah, and of course, so that's something for you guys to remember, that if you're trading on Wednesday, go ahead and kind of set an alarm or something around like 1:55 to remind you that, hey, maybe you shouldn't trade around that time, because any wicks can either destroy your trade or whatever the case may be, and you'd hate to play with luck, because if it's not on your side, you'd be quite upset with it. And of course, if it is on your side, then you feel like you're a god at trading, and then you kind of get screwed over the next time. I know that's happened to me plenty of times. But what you got here now?
Yeah, just on that note, I just want to, this is the probability, right? I got 86% probability. We're going 75 basis points according to the CME Group Fed Funds tool. And again, this is based on the actual Fed Funds futures, which are determining price. The market's determining these Fed Funds pricing, and this is the tool that they use. They take this data and they say, okay, 86% chance we're going 75. And then furthermore, we have the next meeting, the last meeting, which is going to be in December, which is a summary. They also will include the summary economic projections. That'll be that's a 49.5%, almost 50% chance we're going another 75. These two things have been toggling back and forth between 50 and 75 for the last week or so. So that's where my eyeballs are at right now. And again, the more dovish, the more potential for an equity rally. The more hawkish, the opposite. So we'll see, number one, what Powell says about his expectations for the last meeting in December, if he says anything. Yeah,
and of course the chat knows that, look, I am not a big fundamental guy and things like that. I just take a look at what happens in the charts, and that's how I go ahead and try to make my money on that. But are you expecting anything crazy? Because I feel like everyone kind of knows what's going to be said, unless of course something tricky goes ahead. But any anticipation in terms of trades for you, or are you just strictly going to do, well, I'm going to wait, and then I'm going to react?
I'm going to answer that question by looking at this daily chart. So, right, everybody expects 75, regular tone, nothing special, no softballs. But remember Jackson Hole. Jackson Hole, we expected the same thing, and Powell said, he used the word pain. And that pain just started this renewed downward trend in the equity markets. And that was back in August, obviously. So as long as he avoids that kind of tone, I think we're fine. But he might not. He might say, hey, we just got this PCE data. We just have the CPI data. It's not as good as we wanted it to be. This is going to be a longer road for us. That will be a surprise. That'll move stuff in a downward direction.
Yeah, no question about it. And you can see, I love how you have it kind of marked down of, hey, on this date, this happened, on that date, that happened. Yeah, Jackson Hole, CPI, all those things kind of helped us move to the downside. And you can see you've got that golden bar. We got about less than a minute here, but that golden rectangle, I guess. What exactly is that? Is that price happiness, or is there something else here?
This is just I went way back in time, and it's like, all right, where's an area of interest that we see time and time and time again, where it's either support or resistance, or vice versa. And that's what this is, a long-term area of support and resistance. It toggles between the two. It's a rough estimate, but notice it's right at that 61.8% retracement, and magical 3,900 number is also part of that. So again, I want to see a close above that. If we're going to continue on with this rally, I'm going to use it as another area of resistance if we don't.
All right. Well, appreciate you so much, Jim, for joining us here today. Again, you can catch more of Jim on at NinjaTrader.com/events. They have a morning show every single morning, and they also have a show at 3:15 called Bars Closing. Jim, thank you so much for being with us here today. We look forward to seeing you next week, pal.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Take care. Bye-bye. Well, you've seen my lovely face quite enough and quite for some time here today. So we're going to go ahead and see if my man AB is ready to go. AB, what is happening?
Up, Zunaid? How we
What's
doing?
going on? We're doing really well.
Doing really well. I like that. Good grammar.
You've got a gloomy day. Man, every time I hang out with you on stream, I feel like it's just gloomy. Like, where's the sunshine, bro?
I mean, it is dark outside. It's a little overcast. You can see the nice colors behind me. The trees starting to turn.
It is pretty.
It's rainy, but it's also warmer than usual. Like it's like 58. Yeah. It almost feels like a spring day. I don't know. I've never been to London, but I'd imagine it feels similar.
Yeah, like look, this is the like you
whoa,
can't really see. You can't. I'm just saying. It's just usually you can see like the sky, buildings, and things like that, but it's just all grayish right now. Like that's all it is. Oh, okay.
But yeah, Zunaid, I'll let you hop because you, like you said, you've been on for a while. Let me know in like an hour or so if you want to hop back on. We've got some free time on Benzinga Live.
Sounds good. Just ping me. We'll figure it out, pal. See ya.
All right. Alrighty, guys. What is up? Welcome to Benzinga Live. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope everyone had a good Halloween weekend. I wouldn't plan on saying that. I was going to say Halloween weekend, but I've heard Halloween, so I went with it. Not sure how I feel about it. Today, of course, is actually Halloween. Happy Halloween to anyone celebrating. I might get in a costume for the second half of the show. We'll see. Little surprise sneak peek, maybe. We'll talk about, all the biggest headlines in the market, what the market's doing. The S&P 500 coming back right now, starting the day lower, starting the week lower. And then we've had kind of reversal so far. I don't know. It's only 11:30, so the market's only been open for 2 hours this week so far. But what we've been seeing is some positive price action. Let me go ahead and get my, was that like 10 stocks on? I don't know. I was wondering that too. We have a lot to talk about too from like over the weekend. A lot of Twitter, Elon Musk news, a lot of what I imagine will end up being pretty polarizing. I don't know why per se, but I think it will be. Look, so the S&P 500 is what I was talking about. Got down to right at 9:30. You see this 9:45, big red 5-minute candle down more than 0.3%, starting to come back here. I'd be watching, if you're day trading SPY, I'd be watching to see if we're able to take out these pre-market levels. Obviously, going back to kind of the levels from last week, up in the 390, down at 387 right now. If we can break above that 387, 390 level, let's go to a daily chart here. I do think like there's still momentum. I don't know. Of course, we have FOMC. We can check the CME watch tool. I think it's pretty certain that the Fed is going to raise by 75 basis points. Also, I was talking to some buddies about this over the weekend. I like saying beeps as like a joke because it pisses off the people in like finance that are like super serious about everything. Bips, beeps, basis points, whatever you want to say. I like beeps though. So actually, I mean, as you can see, a week ago there was only a 4.5% chance. This is according to the CME watch tool. I can drop that link in the chat. We're looking at the probability for rate hikes next week. A week ago it was 4.5%. Now it's 14%. So it has been increasing, but obviously, this tool is still saying 86 times out of 100, 8.5 times out of 10. They're still going 75 basis points, not 50. And I think even if that happens, I don't know if the market really reacts that negatively to it in terms of, I don't think we're going to see the S&P sell off of 2% when they announce 75 basis points, because that's what's already being priced in. That's what's already expected. Let's go back to our Benzinga Pro. One area that's been hot, that's been getting some more attention, especially after earnings last week, is energy. Basically, all the energy stocks, whether you're looking at Chevron, Oxy, Chevron, Exxon, Oxy. What are those XLE doing today? XLE is up 1.5%. I mean, the XLE is near all-time highs. We're coming up to an important level. We're either going to take out this high. Well, actually, wait. I don't think the XLE is actually. I think it was higher like years ago at some point. Yeah. 2014. But we're basically at all-time highs for XLE. We're coming up here. This is going to be an important level, this previous high of right at, let's see, right at 90. Well, no, hold on. Need to make sure I'm getting the right candle on here. I want to be right to the cent. All right, highs of 93.31. Close was 92.28. We're at 90.65 right now. So if we see XLE, if we see energy continue to be strong throughout the week, chances are we're going to see XLE make new, again, if not all-time highs, new highs going back to 2014. I like finding stocks that are making all-time highs or basically all-time highs. That's showing me strength in both the company in the underlying company and also in terms of market sentiment, in terms of supply and demand for the stock. There's demand out here right now for these energy stocks. There's demand for Oxy at 73. Right. If you think, okay, we're heading toward a recession, a big recession, which a lot of people thought, I think, then you don't want to buy these stocks probably. In fact, you might want to short them. That's how I see it, at least. Here, I just got word from Jake Wujastic. I'll email you links right now. But yeah, basically, like if you think recession's coming, that's how I see it. You don't want to buy these, don't want to trade them. If you think the economy is going to remain hot, I think the prices for energy, I think the supply is going to remain constrained. Prices will remain high. Demand should remain steady if we don't head toward a recession, or potentially even increase from here. Demand if people start traveling more again, like all these things. Oh, just got here. What's going on with the weed stocks? It's a great question. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out together. MSOS. They're probably getting ready to announce some bill or something. Let's see. Was it actually halted? I have no clue. We're going to figure this out together. Okay. Tilray up 10%. We're trying to find a... Give it a second to load here. Shares of cannabis companies are trading higher after Senate Majority Leader Schumer said Congress is very close to passing a marijuana banking and expungements bill. Okay, so the banking... Yeah, so it sounds like whoever asked that about MSOS, the Schumer news is pushing these weed stocks higher. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'm shooting these links over to Mr. Jake Wujastic, who should be joining us any second. And then talk some charts with Jake. We're going to get an update from Mr. Hot Stocks Luke himself. I do want to talk. All right, so while we're waiting for Jake, I do want to talk about, and again, I have a feeling this is going to be very polarizing. But it from the outside looking in, it seems like the Twitter Musk thing has been a kind of I don't know. What's the line from Succession? Shit show in what's the line? A shit show at the fuck factory is the title of an episode from Succession. Yeah, that second big candle was the halt. Yeah, so it sounds like Schumer. So it sounds like they're getting ready to pass a banking deal, which has been one of the things holding back a lot of the multi-state operators and cannabis companies in general. It's just all these regulations making it harder to do banking. And I mean, like some of the, I don't know where it stands now, but I know for a while, like some of these companies like legitimately couldn't deposit their earnings and stuff to the banks because it was considered because the weed was still considered federally illegal, even though in the states they were operating in, it was legal, but the banks are federally regulated, not by state. The Twitter thing, I mean, if you guys saw the news last night, a report by The Verge came out that said that Twitter's going to start charging $20 a month for verification on Twitter. Got a lot of backlash. I don't know what exactly, it sounds like one of those things where they announce it, they're going to gather feedback. What I assume or what I could see happening is that as part of the Twitter Blue premium service, for $20 a month, you get the verification badge as well as some other things. Now, I think that's okay as long as Twitter actually verifies the person, right? Like if you, I don't know if you have an anonymous account that if you just pay $20, you should then get you this blue check mark that some people are going to potentially see your thing as your content is more reputable or whatever. But say for me, if I wanted to pay $20 a month for Twitter Blue, get the verification badge, and also show my ID to prove that it is really me, then I have no problem with that, really. I think what's going to happen, though, if you do allow that and people actually do start buying blue check marks on Twitter, and you just see some random, account with 300 followers that's tweeting whatever with a blue check mark, it's going to take away the impact that having a blue check mark is going to end up going away. So, you've seen a lot of people talking about that decision. I don't know if it's directly from Musk. If it's not from Musk, I'll say it sounds like Musk has some guys in his circle or whatever that aren't really either giving him great ideas or aren't giving him pushback on some of these things that are probably like, yeah, I don't know if that's the best idea, because it seemed like across the board, didn't matter like where you stand politically, whatever, people were like, what the heck, I don't know how this makes sense. Even from a business perspective, I mean, I saw people crunching the financial numbers saying even if 50% of the verified users on Twitter right now did pay $20, which it seems like most people have said, I wouldn't pay that, or unless like the company I work for is going to pay for it, I won't. That it would end up having a pretty negligible effect in terms of earnings. Yeah, Bounty Hunter saying he doesn't seem to understand what Twitter's product is. Right, and I think a lot of people working at and in charge of running social media companies have figured out these hurdles and kind of monetizing, social media products and how in trying to do so, a lot of times you end up taking away, you end up taking away from the core product that people actually like. So I don't know. I mean, I for those that are not into it, those who live for that blue check mark will pay for it. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who's going to end up paying for it. Either way, bottom line, when that news came out on Twitter, it did not seem to go over well from what I saw, pretty much unanimously. I didn't see anyone saying this makes sense. Like it's, well, actually I did see someone, I forget who, someone was saying it was genius. I forget their take on why it was genius. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, if that's the first, like if that's the biggest, and it's also funny too, and I called this a while ago, was that when Musk bought Twitter and is talking about like free speech that, free speech this, it's like he's going to buy it and there's still going to be content moderation. He was tweeting yesterday about how they were banning people from some of the, there were some trolls out there that started tweeting like all this stuff right when Musk took over, bad words and whatnot. And Musk tweeted yesterday that they were banning some of those people. And it's like, I called that from the get-go. He's going to take it over and there's still going to be content moderation because there's a reason that the content moderation was there in the first place. You're not going to risk losing advertisers if your company is. All right, but I gotta stop blabbering about Twitter. I just saw Jake join us in the background. So let's go ahead and give Jake our very special Zinger Nation welcome. It's Monday, so gloomy day out here in Detroit. I don't know what it's like in Colorado, but Monday. Let's welcome Jake Wujasik, Zinger Nation. Give him a nice Halloween welcome. Without further ado, Mr. Jake Wujasik from Trent. What up, Jake?
What up? How's it going? Happy Monday.
First question, man. Are you gonna pay $20 a month for your badge on Twitter?
I wouldn't. No.
But you kind of have to because you get a bunch of like spam bots popping up pretending to be you.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of the blue check mark was through TrendSpider, so I'm assuming we'll probably keep them. But if I was just some random person who had a personal account that didn't have that and just wanted a check mark just to have it, I wouldn't pay for it.
Well, and I saw that take on Twitter too, which I thought was a really good point. I think it was actually from Hugh Henney over from Pennies Going and Raw, was saying making people pay for the blue check almost incentivizes more bots, right? Like in this case, like if you, like you said, like if you're just whatever and decide not to pay for the check mark, now you're opening the door for more bots, or not incentivizing more bots coming necessarily, but incentivizing Twitter to not fix the bot problem, right? People are going to pay for the verification badge because of the bots. So why fix the bots if that's going to be one of your revenue models?
Yeah, no, for sure. And you mentioned kind of, if everyone's got a blue check mark, it kind of loses its value. And some people like, the blue check mark is like, I'm better than other people. I think some people, that's how they think. And like, for me, it was just nice to get it to not have people getting scammed all the time in DMs. There was a way to know, like, that's not my account. But, some people who, because there's a lot of people that have blue check marks that really, don't have a problem where people are getting scammed through, crypto DMs and all that, like a lot of people on Finchwood. So, if people really want it, I'm not sure if like charging for it, it makes a ton of sense at all and kind of loses its value. But at the same time, it's really just there to verify somebody that, it's their account. So depending on how much that's worth to you, meaning, do I want to not have a blue check mark and possibly have to go back to people DMing me every day saying, hey, I just got a message from you. Is this really you? Yeah. How much is that worth to not have to deal with that? I think a lot of people are going to consider, but I definitely was a little shocked that that was their plan for the blue check marks.
I'm just shocked that was like the first big like project they announced for Elon Musk, right? Like that was the big, all these like geniuses, Musk and Jason Calacanis, whatever, come in, and that's the first thing they think of doing. I was surprised by that, but yeah, I mean, 100%. We'll see what happens. It seems like I'd be surprised if they stick with the initial plan after seeing some of the backlash and people's thoughts on it. But here, Jake, I'm going to go ahead and pop up your charts. Obviously, we can't look at Twitter stock anymore, but let me know what we are looking at.
Then we'll start with the broad markets, just kind of get an idea of what's going on. And there definitely was a big, if you want to call it status quo change in the market, whether you want to call it like a trend change. I wouldn't necessarily call it that yet. But the main area that I've been watching pretty much since we topped out in August has simply just been this VWAP zone here. So this is the volume weighted average price since the August 16th high. So if we get rid of these percentage bands for a second, you'll see this is the actual VWAP. Now, what you have is you've got a couple times where price kind of poked above it. You actually had this time back in September 12th where you just gapped above it and closed way above it. And so whenever you have that type of price action around a VWAP, I generally want to include that candle within the VWAP. So, if we break above that again, we're not getting faked out because this was clearly a fake out. So what I do is I kind of just do a little trial and error and see, okay, how big was that candle? Was it, was that a 1% offset that I'm going to have to create? In this case, it was. So that's what creates this band. And then I can actually kind of know, all right, anything 1% above this VWAP from August 16th is still potentially a fake out. So what we had here on Friday was we finally closed above it because you can see here, right, on the 25th of October, last Tuesday, we had the same thing. We moved above it. We even hit a little higher on that area on the 26th, and then we pulled back. So you could argue that was a little bit of a fake out. But finally, we actually got the breakout and closed through that zone. And you can see here that we just had a classic kind of flip here. So the previous resistance zone, this VWAP zone, this 1% VWAP zone, is now acting as a really solid area of at least a bounce spot for now. You've got price being supported by volume pretty much from around 383 all the way up to around 386. So definitely you've got a little bit of a status quo change here. One thing I'll mention is you do have quite a bit of supply up here from around 290, 250 all the way up to around 296.50. So, if we do move up, we can move pretty quickly today through this area and go red to green, simply because you don't have a lot of volume here that would act as friction for the price to move up. So for me, I wouldn't be shocked to see an intraday move all the way up to maybe even the low 290s, or if not, maybe tomorrow. But once you get to this break-even supply zone, this is essentially where, people bought a little early. So let's say that you bought SPY on the way down, it was at 430. You're like, oh man, it's at 392 to 396. I'm getting a deal on this. And then you just see it continue to go down. This red area represents those people who they got into early. They had a big drawdown. Now, price is getting back up to where essentially they would break even. And, not everybody is going to sell at break even because they just dealt with a 10, 15% drawdown. But some people definitely will, whether they scale out or whether they, just take off the entire position. That's what creates this initial kind of resistance zone here, just the market absorbing some of that supply. And people exiting now that they're back to break even. So, we've got the Fed this week, so pretty much anything can happen. Definitely not saying, we're going to just go straight up to the gap above at 408.46. Price action takes time to evolve, but the main areas that I'm watching above is really this break-even supply zone up to around 396.50. If we close above that, I think the gap above is definitely very attainable. Now, if we start to break down on the flip side, pretty much down to around 382 or so, we've got kind of this volume supporting price here. So if you want to highlight it here, we could even highlight it green if you want. That's going to act as an area of kind of support. Now, if we break down below that, let's say whatever the market reacts bad to Fed news, you also don't have a lot of volume down here to kind of keep price from free falling. So whenever you're looking at the market, you always have to look at both sides of the market. What's the upside potential? What's the downside potential? Where does this setup get invalidated? But for now, we are above that VWAP zone. Interestingly enough, we're not above it on the Qs. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. We kind of have this inverse head and shoulders here on the Qs, but still, generally looked at as more of a statistically bias or a statistical bull bias versus bear bias, right? So like you can have an inverse head and shoulders, doesn't mean it necessarily has to play out to the upside, but a lot of the time inverse head and shoulders are looked at as a pretty strong bullish kind of bias, meaning like if you look at 100 inverse head and shoulders, you'll likely get over a 50% win rate moving higher than lower and breaking down. So until we break out really of this neckline here, let's call it right around 285, we're still just kind of hanging out here. And what's interesting is this right shoulder is pretty close to when, the Fed's going to speak. So this is definitely going to be a make or break. We either break down and invalidate this with the right shoulder, or we can close above 285. And I think, at that point, we would definitely be potentially moving up to that gap above. Now, keep in mind, we just talked about the VWAP. Notice that the Qs are not above their August high VWAP. So you can look at SPY and say SPY is definitely leading the market, at least as a function of just the VWAP from the August high. And same thing, right? You've got this candle here. Pretty much this candle is across the board. It's just, how much did this candle go up versus SPY's candle above that VWAP? So here, I wouldn't use a 1% offset because there's not a one. You don't have that candle doesn't account for 1% above the VWAP. So notice here, if we did 1%, that's too much. So what I would do is I'd say, okay, this is about halfway through that zone. Let me just make this a 0.5% offset, and then it's likely going to capture that candle about perfectly. So now we've got our VWAP zone. So 285 would be an area that I'd want to see closed above, but at the end of the day, I'd really want to see the August high being closed above VWAP zone, which extends all the way up to around 288. Let's just call it that. So, slightly maybe out of the woods with a close above 285, but really, out of the woods, I think if we can close above that August high VWAP, which we're still pretty far away from. So a lot of work to do here on the Qs to really follow in the steps of SPY with potentially a bigger move to the upside and potentially filling some gaps above.
Yeah, you mentioned SPY kind of leading the cues here. I think a lot of that probably has to do with energy being so strong, right? You're not going to get a lot of that energy exposure in the cues as you are in the SPY. Speaking of, I mean, the Dow Industrial Average has been pretty strong over the past couple of weeks. I think it was its best month since like 1987 October. I want to say something crazy like that. And then I was looking at the last like 10 times the Dow has gone up more than like 8% in a month. The returns are crazy the next like 6 months after that. I'm not saying like 100% that's what's going to happen, but in the past 8 times or so, and I'll find that I'll pull the actual like data up on the rest of or later in the show. But it was a tweet I saw, maybe from like Ryan Dietrich or someone, but basically just saying last 5 times the Dow's gone up this much in a month, the returns have been really good the following 5-6 months.
Yeah. I mean, you could definitely say the Dow's even leading SPY, right? We're way above that August high VWAP zone here. We're
right.
Like 6%. So, yeah, definitely energy is helping out a lot. But IWM is holding its own as well. I mean, IWM, look at IWM.
I was going to say that too. I mean, the small cap, we haven't been able to talk about small caps being in favor since like 2020, like August 2021. It's been so long since we've been able to talk about small caps in a positive light.
Yeah, I mean, look at this is exactly what you want to see. I mean, anything you're looking at, whether it's a trend line, whether it's a basic horizontal resistance or support zone, just a horizontal line, you're generally going to get what's called an SR flip. And I talk about this all the time on my personal account. SR flip is simply just when resistance becomes support or support becomes resistance. So SR flip, support resistance flip, but you can call it regardless, even if it's the opposite. So SR flip is simply just when one of those levels flips and becomes the opposite. So in this case, your August high VWAP zone was resistance all the way pretty much up till last week. We broke out. We retested it a couple times into the end of the week, and now we're continuing up. So you got your volume by price here. The volume shelf is essentially where you've got a lot of volume. Prices being supported by volume here, shown by that big area of volume. A lot of the time, this can almost like act as a launch pad for price because price can move up off of it very aggressively sometimes. And look at this. I mean, your gap down from September 12th is very close to being filled, relatively speaking, compared to like the Qs. So, if we continue up, the first level to watch would just simply be that gap area above. Now, a lot of the time, gaps can act as resistance zones, or support zones, depending on which way price action is going. So, wouldn't shock me if we do fill this gap that you've got a little bit of resistance here, at least for the market to kind of just digest some of that move. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. We generally look at tech and the Qs leading the market, and now they're definitely lagging the market big time. So, something to consider whenever you want to see what's a leader versus what's a laggard. Find a common thing on the chart. In this case, the common thing on the chart is simply the high from August. Create a VWAP here. Anything, and look at the Qs. Look at IWM. Look at SPY. Which one is above this area? Which one is below it? And that's easily will tell you, okay, what's leading, what's lagging as a function of the VWAP. So if you do want to kind of pick out leaders and laggards in the market, just create, or a moving average, throw on the 50-day moving average. What's above the 50-day? What's below it? That will kind of tell you what's leading versus what's lagging. And so, IWM not leading as much as the Dow, but I mean, it's still, 4 days above the VWAP zone now compared to SPY and the Qs, which definitely don't have that price action quite yet.
Yeah, and this is interesting. I mean, you talked about you typically see the Qs and tech leading the market. That's basically what we've seen for the past, 20 years. Just a quick update. Year to date, I'll go through some names real quick. Year to date on Tesla, down 43%. So this is from January 1st, 2022, down 43%. Meta, down 72%. Netflix, down 51%. The S&P, down 19%. And then BerkB, down less than 2%. BerkB currently year to date is down 1.18%. So value has held up a lot better than a lot of these tech names over. Well, I don't know if I said this one. This is the last one. ARKK down 60% year to date versus Berkbee's down less than 2%. So, I mean, you're clearly seeing strength in certain names right now in energy and value and not as much in growth and tech.
Yeah, well, a lot of growth in tech don't have dividends. So whenever you've got a market environment where you've got rates increasing, you're going to buy something that can at least compete with, the 10-year. So if you've got a stock that doesn't even pay a dividend, why would you own that when you can just go, get the 10-year and get, almost a risk-free return? So these names that do have yields that are similar to the 10-year right now or even higher, then people are going to buy those stocks because they can, one, get the yield, and two, if everybody's buying them for the yield, then they're going to get also appreciation in price. So, that's why we've seen value hold up so well, because people are like, well, one, I can take my profits from tech that I've had over the last, X amount of years, lock that in, and then go buy something that's got a yield higher than the 10-year that I can, compete with. So that's kind of the reason money's moving like it is. And that's why, value's done so well.
Yeah, and I don't know. I could be wrong. I typically, oh, sorry, I'm seeing. I don't think Berkbee pays a dividend, but most of the stocks that what'd you say?
Most of the stocks in Berkbee, though, they, energy stocks. A lot of these energy names have dividends.
Yeah, 100%.
So
Jay Rice say never buy a stock just for the dividend. I kind of agree. Like I think a dividend can be a good selling point. If you're like, yeah, I really like this stock, and you're like, oh, and it also has a 4% dividend. Yeah, I really like that. There's a lot of times like people will buy stocks solely for a dividend, and then they end up not being great names. I think Warren Buffett actually talks about that. Jake, do you have any like individual names you've been watching in terms of charts?
Yeah, I've been watching weed names set up for the last week and a half. That's
weed, you said, or wheat?
Yeah, weed names.
Oh, did you see the news today? MSOS and all the things popped today on news that Chuck Schumer from the Senate said that they're pretty close on getting a banking bill out.
Yeah, I mean, weed stocks are very cyclical, especially around election times. We're about to be at midterms, and so it's not really shocking to see them, one, break out, because you had this, all of these stocks had pretty classic like bottoming setups. Look at the moving averages; they're starting to kind of change a little bit here. So like the 20 week is starting to finally kind of flatten out here. Your longer term moving averages, your 50 and your 200. Are still, declining for sure, but you are starting to see some of those shorter term moving averages start to flatten out. So ACB, this is one I have a position in. My target would essentially just be the gap above, which is also the November high from 2021. That's what the VWAP is. So my target for ACB, not this week, not next week, but maybe into the beginning of the year. But who knows? ACB can easily go up 40% a day. We've seen it before, but they're also a shitty company that constantly dilutes their stock. So that's always something you have to be aware of with these weed names. Is they are like biotechs. They take advantage of any slight pop, and then they just dilute their stock more. So not saying these are investable companies, but they are companies that you can use as a proxy when marijuana names in the sector itself does start to move. So ACB, I mean, you're pretty typical ones. Tilray's starting to break out here a little bit as well. You've kind of got this huge descending triangle that's been forming now for quite a while. My target is simply just this previous support zone that acted as resistance back in August. So that's up right around to, let's say, 450 to 460 above. If we can break and close above that on the weekly chart, things get a little more interesting. CGC seems to be honestly the winner for, percentage moves. If you looked over the last couple months, CGC never really was the big mover. Your ACBs, your Tilrays were the huge movers. And, CGC was up almost 17% today at one point. So CGC seems to be the new proxy for weed when people want to, play the weed move. It seems like CGC is actually getting a more of that move than it has in the past. So CGC is breaking out of this descending triangle. This is the weekly chart, so we have a ton of time left on the weekly chart. I'm going to call it an intra-week breakout. I'm not going to call it a true breakout until we actually get a close above this resistance zone. But back to the SR flips. would not be shocked to see the breakout, retest, and then continuation, from there. So, if you're trying to FOMO into these weed stocks, not always the best way to do that. Maybe you watch for a retest of the previous resistance, whether it's horizontal, whether it's diagonal. So I would say weed names for sure look very interesting going into the elections. So we'll see how that works. But that's kind of what I have my eye on. I also have my eye on Apple. There's a ton of liquidity in Apple. It's just a name that is very technically responsive. So this is a pretty cool back test that I did here on Apple this weekend. And it's really interesting. You've got the March high VWAP. And if you look here, we had pretty big downtrend after March. We finally broke out through that VWAP zone. Make this little green circle. What did we do? We pulled back, retested it, classic SR flip, and then we continued to move up. Look at where we're at now. We've got the initial breakout from last week. You've got the retest of this VWAP zone. And so it wouldn't shock me to just see continuation up from here. This is kind of textbook what you'd want to see, just a retest of this, of this VWAP zone. And that's exactly what we're getting. We got a nice bounce. I think we're down over 2.3% this morning. And look at where we bounced. I mean, if I zoom this in, literally within a couple cents of these two VWAPs. So, SR flips could easily be a strategy for someone that, wants to maybe take it a little slower. Don't necessarily buy the breakout, wait for the retest and the pullback, and then maybe buy on that. Some people like to buy breakouts, some people like to buy retests. There's not, one way or the other that works unless you're making money. But this is a pretty classic retest so far. The Fed could come in and completely, mess up all these charts and setups. But for now, looking very similar to when we broke out in July. And, I wouldn't be shocked if we had a July type melt up into November for the broad markets in general.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, with going back to the weed stocks real quick, I mean, Apple's move last week was incredible. After the earnings, it was down after hours. The next thing you know, the next day it's up like 8%. But back to the weed stocks, I'm curious how much of like we're seeing these big moves. Of course, you have the news catalyst, the fundamental catalyst of what's going on in terms of the Senate, potentially passing this bill. But how much of these moves is also just due to the fact that, like, you look at CGC or whatever, this was a $56 stock that went down to like $2, right? These names have gotten so beaten up that they're already due for a little bit of a bounce, and then you get that in conjunction with the news, and then they end up being an even bigger bounce.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, if you have a technical setup with some type of catalyst, that's kind of your ideal setup. I mean, look at CGC, look at the monthly chart. We have hit. We bottomed out in July of 2022. We hit a higher low here this month. I'd argue this is a pretty damn strong candle to end the month for October. So yeah, I mean, look at the downtrend we were at. I'm not saying this goes anywhere close to where it was at, but weed stocks are known for some pretty insane moves, especially into this time of year, into the new year. That's when they kind of flourish. So as I mentioned, most of them are pretty crappy companies, but go look at most companies this year. They all look like, even a year and a half. Roku started to top out in March of 2021. So, a lot of it's not just weed stocks that have gotten destroyed. It's any growth name. So, if I think a lot of people think, the Fed has to pivot for the market to go up. I don't think the Fed has to pivot. I think the Fed just has to not do what the market is expecting. So if the market's pricing in a 75 bips increase and it only does a 25 bips increase, that's not necessarily pivoting, but it's also because they're continuing to raise rates, but they're also doing less than what the market expected. And that's what the market is. It's about expectations, what's priced in, what's not. So, it's one of those things where I think, growth would definitely do well if the Fed kind of eases a little bit, at least as far as being so aggressive with raising rates. But I just look at price action and go from there, right? Like, this is a pretty strong setup. I don't know what's going to drive the price higher, but it does look like it's ready for a bigger move. and it looks to be bottoming over the last 4 months. Bottoms generally happen over time. They don't happen within one candle and all of a sudden you get this V bottom like you had during COVID, and that's what kind of everybody was conditioned to. A lot of the time, long-term bottoms take a while to bottom out. So yeah, I would say weed names are something to watch into the rest of the year, to be honest with you. Your Apples of the world, if you like to trade options, that's got the liquidity. Tesla honestly doesn't look horrible, but the thing that is interesting is, one, you've got a lot of people who have been like Elon fanboys forever, Tesla fanboys. All of a sudden he's kind of like moving on to not having his full attention into Tesla. And right now you've got this huge descending triangle on Tesla on the monthly chart. So we have quite a while till we get to the apex of this setup, but this is likely going to be a pretty big move once it breaks to the upside or the downside. And as a trader, it's not your job to predict what the move's going to be. It's to react to which way the move is, and then you come up with the thesis from there and take it from there. So Tesla is definitely one I have my eye on, but it's just one of those things that are people who are really really big Elon fans and Tesla fans, are they going to just sell out because maybe he's going to put more energy into Twitter now? We'll have to see.
I don't know. There's one thing about the Elon stands is they've proven to be pretty loyal throughout, no matter what.
Yeah.
But going back to a point you made a couple minutes ago, Jake, about the Fed pivoting and not even necessarily having to pivot, I do think right now there's a big discrepancy in what people really mean, like by the definition when they say pivot. When I'm talking, like I've said on the show before, that I do think we're closer to a Fed pivot than most people think we are. I'm not even like you said necessarily meaning like a full pivot from hawkish to dovish. When I guess right now, like in relative terms, when I'm talking about the Fed pivoting, I'm talking about them just becoming a little bit less hawkish. Them at least acknowledging, okay, it looks like inflation's coming down in some areas, or is set to. We need to start weighing the potential adverse effects of raising rates too quickly, too much too quickly. That would be, to me, like enough of a pivot. Not them saying, oh yeah, we're gonna start cutting rates and being super dovish like we were in March 2020. No, I'm not expecting. I don't know when that's gonna happen again, but we're probably a long time away from that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just have this weird kind of like, I don't want to say prediction, but the way that I look at it is, I definitely don't believe that this whole Ukrainian war is the only reason we have inflation. We had inflation issues, before that. Inflation was increasing much higher than the 2% target. But, the Ukraine war definitely increased prices. It increased prices quite a bit. Which you saw pretty quickly after that whole thing started. You had oil go up. So I'm kind of in this boat where, like, once we get to February of 2023, March of 2023, April of 2023, we may not necessarily see these 8%, year over year changes anymore, because, honestly, month over month, there's been things that I've been looking at that definitely, have increased in price even over the last couple months. But, I do think that the month over month kind of inflation increases aren't what we were seeing back, when the Russian war started and all that. So I'm just very curious to see what happens in February, March, April of next year, to see, like, okay, because inflation is measured year over year. So, once that Russian invasion kind of price increase happened, since that point, have we really gone up another 6, 5, 8% since those prices kind of like raised up? So, I'm thinking we're going to have almost like a, if you guys are looking at my chart, like this is kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen. Like you've got your kind of inflation rate, whatever. And then once we get to February, March, April, I just think you're going to see something like that, because now those prices happen so quickly. Like they didn't just continually just raise a lot over the last,
100%. I mean, I was looking just at, for example, like two of the biggest things that have been driving CPI higher in the most recent reports have been gas prices and rent. And I was looking at gas prices today on the AAA website. I'll pop that up real quick. Average national gas price right now is $3.76. A year ago, it was $3.40. So it's still higher, but how much is, that's 36 cents more per gallon. So if you have like a 12-gallon tank, that's an extra, it's $3 more expensive essentially to fill up than it was a year ago. That's way less of a year-over-year inflation in terms of gas than it was, say, 5 months ago. Rent, like you're saying, or you weren't saying maybe specifically about rent, but what you're saying is in potentially February, March, you see this big drop off in the inflation numbers. If you look at like mortgage rates going up and housing prices now coming down a little bit, that takes like months and months and months to reverberate through the rental markets, right? If a house if a house was worth $1 million, now it's worth $800,000 with mortgage rates going up. The rent's going to be a little bit cheaper. So I do anticipate, like specifically rent, gas, like you said, in the next couple months, we'll see those continuing to move lower in the CPI.
Yeah, one thing that kind of sucks though is diesel hasn't really dropped like
no. But that's also like, I think that's like a good sign for the economy. That's showing like we're still doing a lot, we're shipping a lot of good, like diesel's more, for industrial, like that demand seems pretty high for industrial stuff right now still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, definitely it's been nice to not have to pay as much at the pump, I'm going to call it for the retail side, consumers, but like businesses and, companies that ship stuff. I mean, diesel's still relatively high. Now, does that just kind of become the new norm? We'll see. But I'm also like not a huge fan of the SPR just getting depleted, which I think is also a reason why gas prices have kind of gone down. And one, SPR being the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But, all these people are saying, oh, we've only got this much gas left and all this. I mean, go look in 2008. It was a different administration in 2008. It was Republicans, and we essentially depleted that reserve pretty much almost to days left of gas. What happened? The reserve just increased. So I'm not really on that side of things where I think we're going to have some crazy like diesel issue. Maybe we will, but if you look back in history when it happened in 2008. We hit a point and then the reserve, increased. So I think a lot of people are like kind of counting down the days. Oh, we're going to run out of diesel in 20 days. Maybe. I don't really think that's even going to happen. But, I think that's maybe driving prices up a little bit in diesel again. But
yeah, I think you have a lot of people that kind of just like, I think they take things like numbers, like whether you're looking at the oil reserve or the diesel, and they take numbers where there might be, some actual problems, and then they it ends up getting hyperbolized to, okay, we're going to have this huge, like for example, the energy crisis in Europe, right? 2 months ago, that was the biggest short thesis, that Europe wasn't going to be able to make it through winter, all this stuff. You look at the prices now for energy throughout Europe, they've normalized. Not really like back to true normal prices, but have come down a lot. And you don't really hear a lot of people talking a lot about Europe not being able to make it through the winter anymore. And 2 months ago, that was like, the big thing, the big bear case. And so, I the way I see it is it's always going to be more likely that people talk about and freak out. Oh, we're going to run out of diesel. We're going to run out of gas. And then what happens? We end up figuring out and end up being okay.
Yeah, I remember even when I was a kid, I was middle school, high school, and a hurricane would hit and everyone's like, oh, we're going to run out of gas. Everyone panics. And then, 2 days, they're panicking about something else. So, one thing I wanted to kind of finish this segment off with was UUP, which is essentially tracking the US dollar. Unfortunately, we don't have DXY on TrendSpider. We have UUP, which is pretty much a proxy for DXY. But, if you look at the correlation of the dollar and the market, the dollar has been going up. The market, anytime the dollar is really strong, the market's getting hit. And that's kind of different from what we're seeing now, right? We've had 3 days in a row where, we've had the dollar appreciating, or at least the dollar index going up, and the market's kind of going up with it. So you do have this weird discrepancy now where, you do have essentially the market moving in tandem with the dollar, which generally is the opposite. If the dollar goes up, the market generally goes down, because if the US dollar is strong, all of a sudden our exports become more expensive to people who have to convert their dollar to, or convert their currency to the dollar to essentially purchase it. So that's something to keep an eye on. I mentioned on Friday kind of a bit of a orange flag there to look at into this week. But I mean, look at this. We're up 0.75% and the market's, holding pretty damn well so far today. I mean, who knows? I haven't looked at it in 5 minutes. We could have a big reversal. But just the fact that we did gap up with the dollar and the markets had a little bit of a pullback for sure, but they're definitely kind of stabilizing. IWM is still green, which generally is more of the risk on, risk off proxy for the market. Bitcoin definitely got hit a little bit, with the dollar strength, but even Bitcoin is pretty resilient right now. So I'm very interested to see how the rest of the year goes. Interested to see what happens tomorrow. But even with Bitcoin, right, same thing. SR flips. Look at Bitcoin. You had this resistance from September all the way to late October. We broke out. We've held above this area, so it went from red to green. That's your resistance to support flip. So, if this area holds, I could see Bitcoin really moving up nicely if the Fed kind of works with the markets and, gives the market what it wants, or at least less than what it expects as far as rates go. And, I wouldn't be shocked to see Bitcoin, hitting some new highs this week if we get a good reaction out of the Fed. So all these risk on, risk off assets that generally are very reactive seem to be holding and stabilizing pretty well. So something to also consider with the market right now too.
Yeah, and of course, we do have the FOMC. What is that? Wednesday, not tomorrow, but the day after. So like you said, excited to see what's going to be happening in the markets tomorrow and Wednesday as well. J. Rice saying IWM is green because big percent is in banks and energy. I mean, the IWM is, it's 2,000 different names. There's a lot of different types of industries represented in there, but typically, like Jake said, it's risk on versus risk off. If it's, if it's a risk on day, you'll typically see IWM leading the charge. Yep.
Bitcoin, IWM, which is weird because Bitcoin's kind of, down a little bit, but it's also holding pretty stable considering. But yeah, no, definitely, something to think about. You definitely have some discrepancies here across the board. So I think something to consider going in. If you're trading options, you want to swing options, just consider, FOMC events are like earnings, right? People pay a little more premium for options into events like this because you're going to have a big move. So just keep in mind, if that move isn't what the market expects and isn't what's priced into premiums, that may not be the best. Options may be kind of tough to make money on unless we really just get a very strong directional move. So that's what I'll kind of leave with. And, hopefully this was helpful, kind of just getting a broad perspective of the markets and maybe a few trade ideas as well.
Yeah, I had a great, thought it was a great conversation. We got that TrendSpider link in the chat. Looks like y'all got a good Halloween deal going on as well. We always have the BZ25 to get 25% off on TrendSpider.com. I'll drop your Twitter in the chat as well, Jake. Always a pleasure. Thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, what's your kid being for Halloween?
The old pumpkin. He's gonna be a pumpkin.
Oh, the classic.
Yeah, classic. So
it's a classic.
Yeah,
can't go wrong.
No, you can't. Everyone knows what a pumpkin is. So, but that's what he'll be today.
Awesome, man. Well, enjoy your Monday. Enjoy Halloween. We'll chat soon.
Sounds good. See ya.
All right, guys. That was Jake Wojcicki from TrendSpider. Go ahead and check that link out in the chat. Okay, we need to. I've been just taking in so much like Twitter, Elon Musk news over the weekend that I need to talk about it some more. I have thoughts. I mean, this is I basically called this. I want to take credit. I'm not like, oh, I called this. What I'm saying, I did predict this, basically saying like, it's all great in theory to say like, if you're running Twitter or Facebook, no content moderation at all, whatever. there's a reason that it exists, like in the way that it does, right? And I saw someone in the chat saying, you know, Elon, you know, something. If you're someone who thought Elon was going to come in Twitter and make it like true free speech, you can say whatever you want, no content moderation, whatever, and you did see those reports saying certain hate speech words spiked up 500% in the day he took over. If you were in the camp that you really, you know, thought this was going to be one of the things Musk was going to do, at least right away, it's been pretty disappointing so far. I mean, so look at this. So this was in reply to LeBron James on Twitter. LeBron is quote tweeting this tweet from Phil Lewis, saying a Washington Post study showed that the use of the N-word surged nearly 500%. LeBron basically says, I don't know Elon Musk, and TBH, I could care less who owns Twitter. But I will say that if this is true, I hope he and his people take this very seriously because this is scary AF. So many damn unfit people saying hate speech is free speech. Elon Musk replies to a tweet from Yoel Roth, who's the head of security at Twitter, saying nearly all of these accounts are inauthentic. We've taken action to ban the users involved in this trolling campaign and are going to continue to address this in the days to come and make Twitter safe and welcoming for everyone. So Elon hasn't even owned Twitter for 2 days, and he's already tweeting to LeBron, don't worry, bro. We're taking care of this. We're banning these trolls. I guess they're trying to say a lot of them are bots, so they might just be trying to ban bots. But obviously, you know, we've taken action to ban the users involved in this trolling campaign. There's going to be some people that aren't bots there. I saw Nick Fuentes, a noted, you know, kind of alt-right, you know, neo-Nazi type guy, made a new Twitter account. He was suspended already. So already Twitter is basically just continuing its content moderation policy. I'm not saying that's not going to change. Maybe they are going to try to, you know, take some of the rules away to make it more free speech. But if you really thought Elon was going to come in and just say, okay, no rules, you can post whatever you want, nothing's going to happen, you were wrong. And it's been pretty, you know, clear from day one. LeBron is full of hate speech and death threats himself. What a hypocrite. I mean, I guess, man. Like, I don't know, man. Like, LeBron's corny. I'm not really a big LeBron guy, but I don't know, like, how hard you can go to say that LeBron's a big, you know, violent guy putting death threats on people and spewing hate speech. What is that? How Breeze sees what? Someone in the chat said Elon something. No, okay. Actually, I think it was about someone was saying Elon expunged all the woke liberals from Twitter, and it's like I'm sure there have been some people that left. I honestly don't really know. Like, Twitter is used so much by, you know, like kind of like snobby, you know, liberal elites and blue checks and Washington Post and New York Times. Like, Twitter is by far like the liberal elite's favorite social media platform. I'd really be surprised if that changed overnight. Elon has access to everyone's DMs. Lots of people nervous. Yeah, I saw Ken Clipperstein. Ken Clipperstein. He's a very polarizing figure too, because he certainly is like biased in terms of being a journalist. Like, he doesn't really try to hide his objective. But he does a lot of investigative journalism in terms of getting different FOIAs, Freedom of Information Acts, and he's gone after Elon Musk a lot. And he was kind of tweeting about that. Like, I'm glad I took a lot of my business over to Signal and not in Twitter DMs. Did the king pull a Jesse Smollett? Who's the king? Oh, LeBron? You're next, LeBron James threatens officer. I mean, again, I'm not a huge LeBron. I know he apologized for like LeBron's been famous since he was 17 years old. Like, he might have had some problematic tweets. Again, I wouldn't go as far to say LeBron James is a huge proponent of hate speech and violence, right? LeBron's been around for, again, he's what, 38 right now? Has LeBron ever been arrested for, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all down to have like a civil buy, but if you're going to try to paint LeBron to be this, like, you know, violent dude, I'm not buying that. LeBron's like a corny dad. It's funny because it was an attempt to flex that came back to bite him. He was forced to buy something he didn't even want. Yeah, and I mean, so here's the other thing too. Elon is in hot water right now for this reply to a Hillary Clinton tweet talking about the Pelosi thing. So here's the thing. Again, kind of like LeBron, I'm not a big Nancy Pelosi fan. I'm not really a big fan of really any of the establishment Democrats, including Joe Biden. But Nancy Pelosi has gotten a lot of hate. This is like pertinent to the show because a lot of the Nancy Pelosi attention, I'm not going to say the majority of it from a political standpoint, but a lot of it has been on like the stock trading stuff, which is 100% warranted, criticism, whatever. But if we're going to be real about it, and if you want to be real about it, if your big problem is with senators trading, it's not a partisan issue. It's not a Democrat versus Republican issue, right? You can look at any of these guys. I'm pretty sure based on the returns, Nancy Pelosi didn't even make the most money out of Congress, and the one who did was a Republican. So it's like, if you want to talk about Pelosi trading and all this stuff, like, you got to talk about it on both sides and just be like, hey, it should be illegal for everyone. It shouldn't, just be single out Pelosi. And I do think it's a little bit, I think Unusual Whales has the senator returns. There's one tweet that has here it is. Members of Congress that beat spy in 2021. So Nancy Pelosi's up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's 6th, but behind 5 Republicans. So basically, I'm just saying, like, if that's your big problem with Pelosi, like, you got to look in the mirror as well and be able to say, okay, this isn't a partisan issue. If I have a problem with Pelosi doing this, I also have the problem with Brian Mast and John Curtis and Dan Crenshaw doing it. The other thing, too, is Paul Pelosi, her husband, was an investor, like, for a long time. Like, that's his job. He owns a financial company, a venture capital investment and consulting firm. He's been in investing in finance for, like, he's 82 years old. He's been in investing in finance for 50 years. Like, how are you going to get mad because he married? I'll make my point clear. I don't think she or any of these elected officials should be able to trade individual names. I think they should be able to invest in, like, the S&P 500 or mutual or funds where they don't have direct say over. That's where I stand on it. But again, she did get her hair done during the pandemic. That was bullshit. How dare she? She also ate ice cream. Okay. So Elon Musk is in hot water now for tweeting this kind of conspiracy theory from the SM Observer to Hillary Clinton. He's since deleted the tweet without really addressing it. I'll pull up the actual article because here's the thing. When something like this happens, the Pelosi attack, of course we're not going to know. Even the police and the investigators aren't going to know all the facts right away. So what's going to happen in the 24 hours is people are going to post speculations, this, that, whatever. We'll get more information as the days come out. I just saw a headline not too long ago that the guy was being charged today or whatever, the dude being arrested. And then as we get that information out, I guess you can decide what information you want to trust, if you want to fact check, like, different sources, whatever. The bottom line is the article, here, let me find it, the exact article. The actual thing that Elon Musk tweeted. So basically, if you missed it, what happened was, if you missed it, basically Hillary Clinton tweeted some article about, oh my God, how bad it was that Pelosi was someone tried to attack Pelosi. And Musk tweeted back saying, it looks like there might be more to the story. And he tweeted a link to this article with from the SM Observer. First of all, the Santa Monica Observer, I don't really like it. It's known. I've looked into it a little bit more since this kind of controversy. And it certainly has had a history of publishing, misleading, fake news, whatever. But, like, first of all, why would you trust a local outlet to Santa Monica, a suburb of Los Angeles, when the news isn't even there? Like, if the news was in Santa Monica, if Paul Pelosi lived in Santa Monica, maybe I'd be like, okay, this makes sense. But that'd be like if Sterling Heights, a suburb of Detroit, is writing about news in Texas. Like, how does that make sense? So he posts this. Paul Pelosi was drunk again in a dispute with a male prostitute. So it's not like Elon Musk like tweeting this wasn't really like, oh, we don't know all the facts left. It was a pretty clear endorsement of this specific conspiracy idea, which I'm actually very open and amenable to a lot of conspiracy ideas. Like, if you want to sell me, like I do a lot. Like, I get into them and I'll believe some of them and I'll convince my friends of them. Right? I'll argue with you right now about how I think aliens 100% are real and that we've had evidence of it before, and people will argue with me about that. But this is just like a legitimate crazy conspiracy theory. I mean, if you look into this David DePop guy or whatever, like, he had his own website. His views and stuff were clear on there. He was a QAnon kind of ultra. So, okay, look, even in their own thing, in response to this story, San Francisco police said today that victim Pelosi and suspect about did not know each other prior to reaffirm the assault followed a break-in. So, okay. Again, if you think police are lying and the Santa Monica Observer's not, whatever. I don't really know. Bottom line, to believe this conspiracy theory, you have to believe that Paul Pelosi, a super, super wealthy, ultra-liberal, left-wing dude, hires a male prostitute that is a ultra right-wing QAnon guy. By the way, both guys are straight. And then you have, and then the prostitute came in with a hammer. Like, it is quite literally just an insane conspiracy theory to wrap your head around, especially when, like, again, when anything like this happens, you're not going to know all the facts right away. More facts are going to come out. But has there been any facts that have come out? And I've seen trust me, I've seen, the police in the initial statement said an unknown third party opened the door or whatever, and they, clarified on that. And again, it's kind of sketchy, like, that the police are clarifying and saying, I'm not saying not weird. My point is that, like, I'd rather wait. More information is going to come out. We're going to get more information when this guy goes to court over it and is sworn under testimony. And again, you can always take the spot and just say, oh, all that's fake. What the police are saying are fake. When they do the court, it's fake. And it was an Antifa plant and all that shit. Sure. Roland Holland, are you saying we should not think? How could you possibly take that away from what I'm saying? I'm literally saying the opposite, that people should think for themselves, wait for information to come out, objective information, decide for themselves, instead of hearing and following the first kind of crazy conspiracy theory that comes out. And by the way, if you're gun-ho on this and you want to place a public bet, I'm down. We can let someone, an unbiased third-party escrow. I'll put $1,000 on the line right now. And if it comes out that this guy was a real male prostitute, you'll win $1,000. So again, I don't know how you could possibly say that when I'm saying this specific conspiracy theory is crazy, here's why, and you're saying I should say you shouldn't think. I'm not saying that. Again, I started this conversation by saying I actually personally am open to a lot of conspiracy theories, because I do think, you fall into a trap if you just believe everything from face value, especially that the government tells you and this and that. Like, if you look historically at what people thought was true at the onset of the Vietnam War, and then the public opinion changes over time. Like, historically, right, public opinion is going to change about things over time. As information becomes more available, there's this whole idea of how, the government and people in power kind of manufacture consent. Honestly, I think a lot of that's happening right now with Russia and Ukraine. Where Spencer's in Bullish is asking. I wish Spencer was still here. The whole thing smells. Nothing makes sense. And see, Jay Rice, that's fine. You can say, this thing is weird. It's coming up right before the election, the glass, this and that. But if you want to come out and say, for a fact, Paul Pelosi was drunk and this was a male prostitute, like all this shit, it's just like you're clearly doing the opposite. Again, that's fine to be skeptical and say, okay, I don't know, this smells fishy. I'm going to wait for more facts to come out. Rather, that's fine. Taking the next step of creating a absurd conspiracy theory, which bottom line, I mean, it works. Like it's spread like wildfire. And I'm sure if you polled a lot of people right now, they'd say this is true. And it doesn't matter that if facts come out that go against it, they're going to say this is true. And Elon Musk tweeting it at Hillary Clinton is an endorsement of this idea. And guess what? He deleted it. And then you get people that are mad that he deleted it, saying he bowed to the woke left and deleted his true free thinking. Like, come on. Let's be real. I don't think him deleting it has to do with any, bow. It has to do with money, with the bottom line. And if advertisers on Twitter, a lot of Twitter's revenue comes from advertisers on Twitter. If some of these companies come in and say, "Hey, Elon, we're not going to spend as much money or any money at all if you are tweeting like this crazy shit," and we have our customers saying, "Hey, why are you spending money on Twitter?" Dude's still going to be beholden to these other companies. As usual, most of the media weighs in before the actual facts come out. Yeah, and I mean, I think that's fair. That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the sound thing to do from a journalistic perspective would be to report the facts. At the time, the facts were Pelosi's husband was undergoing, an 82-year-old dude had gotten hit in the head with a hammer and undergoing brain surgery. And look, I don't care what side of the political aisle you are on. We're always gonna have biases. When it was a shooter at the congressional baseball game that was on the left, Fox talked about it every single second for 24 hours. Like, and again, it doesn't matter what side you're on. You should be able to disavow violence on either side and say, yeah, it's not right that a couple of years ago that guy went and tried to shoot up the congressional baseball game. It's not right that this person attacked Pelosi's husband. Like, you don't have to be a partisan. So if it comes out, if we get more facts, whatever. But again, and you guys I'll drop this link in the chat. You can read this article if you want. Like, it is clearly. Here's what really happened early Friday morning in San Francisco, in my humble opinion. Like, literally, this is outright saying, this is my opinion, not fact. This is my opinion. So yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I also like, why would a hammer be your weapon of choice? David Lindsay and time move on. Yeah, again, we'll see. My bigger point was just this whole Twitter fiasco for Elon Musk seems to be going really well so far. I don't know what the fallout is going to look like. Again, so the news, other news in the Twitter Elon Musk thing, that he's now trying to not pay for the thing. And Jack Dorsey is kind of fucking Elon Musk over. He kind of fucked Elon Musk over. Jack Dorsey basically convinced Elon Musk that like Twitter is worth what he was paying for, cashed out, made a bunch of money, Dorsey did, and then is now starting his own Twitter, or a Twitter competitor. I see someone in the chat saying, why is oil pushing higher? USO is up. USO is down today, but it is pushing higher on the 5-minute candles last few minutes. I don't know. I don't know why oil is pushing higher. It's a good question. We'll see how the SPY's doing. Ooh, SPY took another dip down. What happened here, guys, boys and girls? What happened here? S&P at noon. We're up at 388, down to 386 right now. I don't know. We've got the FOMC on Wednesday. I'm expecting some volatility till then, but I wouldn't be surprised if volume's a little lower. Yeah, I think that's fine. We should think about everything. Like, we should think about how that piece that I just shared from the SM Observer was an opinion piece. So, like, we can share opinions all you want, but I think we get into trouble as a society culturally when some people try to pass their opinions off as factual. So like when Elon Musk said it looks like there's more to the story and posted an opinion piece, it kind of read from an outsider, from a third party who didn't see the story, that Elon Musk was saying, oh, Hillary, it looks like what you said didn't really happen. Looks like this actually happened, but posted an opinion piece. So if you can't roll and think about how I see a problem with that, then we just don't see eye to eye on it. And that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I actually, I mean, we can talk about Alex Jones if you want. I have thoughts on it. I honestly, there are parts that I agree with, parts that I disagree with. What I will say about Alex Jones is I have literally no sympathy. Like, I don't feel bad at all for him. So, yeah, like, dude is literally, in terms of as bad of a person as you can be, he is. PXG, DUNG, LNG. Sydney's looking at natty gas names. Cheniere Energy, LNG is just crushing it. Just still doing. I also was talking about this yesterday. I love when companies, their tickers are what they do. So like Cheniere Energy's ticker is LNG. You might think Cheniere, where'd they get LNG from? It should be like CNE or something like that. LNG is liquefied natural gas. Their ticker is what they do. Another example is Salesforce. Is a CRM. Excuse me. A customer relationship management is what Salesforce does. So their ticker is CRM. If anyone has any other examples of that, of a ticker, let me think. Okay, for example, another one you could make an argument. Dave & Buster's, play. That's what you do there. You play at a Dave & Buster's. Shelly, don't we have a natty glut in Europe? So here's the thing with, and again, so demand for natural gas has been rising because it's proven a way that we can kind of help fill the gap in supply of energy in Europe instead of with Russian oil, with U.S. natty gas. To Easy Mike's point, I think some people are starting to worry that we've been ramping up the production and shipping so much over there that if eventually. Ooh, Nicola, Trevor Milton finally charged Friday. Eventually, there's going to be a surplus of natty gas, and because for what we've seen so far, the demand expectations for oil and energy in Europe has actually been lower than what's been expected because the season's been unusually warm thus far. Usually, it's typically a little bit colder in certain parts of Europe this time of the year, which would require more energy to heat people's stores and businesses. And now that it's a little bit warmer than usual, there's not as much oil needed. So think about it, if the country, last year used 100 gallons of oil on this day last year to heat the country. Now they're only using 95 because it's a little bit warmer. That's going to be good for energy prices, which is kind of ironic. It's funny that Europe has done so much. A lot of Europe's current energy crisis is due to the fact through some of its kind of clean, green energy, climate change policies. And then climate change, global warming kind of saved the day right now for Europe, or at least thus far, knock on wood, right? They've tried so hard to fight it, and yet global warming comes back to save the day, at least thus far. Again, that subject is very much, very much subject to change, especially as we head into the winter. It could be the complete opposite story a month from now. Well, yeah, I mean, demand is going to start to increase for energy as it gets colder in the winter. The point is it going to increase more relative to like in years past? Is Europe going to end up using more or less energy this winter for heat purposes and for everything than it did last year or the year before? Currently, early indications are that it okay, that wasn't all right. I'm sure the fear is they run out of energy. A couple of months ago, the fear was that they weren't going to be able to make it through this winter. Now it's that they're going to run out in mid-2023. That's my point, is that the bull case for a lot of doom and gloomers out there sharing some of these, cases where this and that's going to happen, this and that's going to break, is it changes once those problems start to get resolved. I could pull up 100 posts from a month ago saying that it wasn't going to be, that they weren't going to be able to make it through the winter. Okay, can we get the Like let's look at like Germany forward power prices. German baseload. Shoot, I hope this isn't a chart format. No, it's in a table. God damn it. God damn it. I hate tables. Yeah, I mean, so look, back here in August, when the German electricity price was at 700, whatever the unit is, the fear was they weren't going to be able to make it through the winter. Now the prices have, I mean, look at this, gone from 700 down to less than 100 in about 4 months. And honestly, like, have people that were very doom and gloom on the Europe energy situation, like, have they addressed like any of that, like, said anything about how, oh yeah, even though I was tweeting about, freak it being so alarmist about these energy prices a few months ago, they're actually starting to normalize. I don't think people do that. Right, Shelly, I understand that. I'm saying right now, as the current situation stands on August 31st, it's a lot better of a situation than when people were talking about it 3 months ago. I don't know how you could argue with that. The market is showing you that. The prices are showing you that. I'm not saying they're out of the woods. There's not going to be no energy problems. I'm saying the situation looks a lot less dire than it did a few weeks ago. I'm poking fun at the fact that, I think it has to do with a lot of when people have money involved, right? If you're short and you're reading things about energy crises, right? That's part of your bias. Right? I'm guilty of it too. That's like a psychology thing, right? If I'm long, if my money is long a company and I'm seeing good things and bad things about it, like, I might think the good things are the more important of the bunch, and the bad things you brush off. So I think people that are short see the energy situation, see the prices, conflate the prices being really high with the idea that there's going to be some huge financial crisis and something's going to break. Again, my point isn't that, oh, energy situation in Europe, fine, everything good, we should all be 100% bullish, was that it doesn't look as dire as it did a few months ago. That's kind of the trend that I've recognized with a lot of different doom and gloom, things like even in terms of U.S. inflation. I think a lot of the people that were pointing to U.S. inflation as their big bull or big bear case have kind of ceased to do so, as we have a lot of indicators looking like different parts of inflation are normalizing. So again, I understand, Shelly, that reserves aren't permanent. They deplete. Supply goes up and down. They could also run out this winter, especially if the weather sucks. Literally, like I just said, subject to change, it's looking better than it did a few months ago. I don't know how... the story here is that so far it's been warmer in Europe than it has been, and that's been good for energy prices. Is there media manipulation? Is there people sure, but I'm talking about objective prices. I'm talking about numbers. Facts don't care about your feelings. The expectation was for there to be a certain amount of demand for energy. And now, a couple months later, that demand has dropped. So objectively, factually speaking, the prices have come down and started to normalize a little bit. Does that mean the energy situation in Europe's all great and bubbles and roses? No, of course not. The bigger story here, though, is that it's so far been warmer, less demand, good for energy. Right. Tommy Smith, not arguing with that. Not arguing. It's like gas prices in the US. I'm not stoked about paying $3.70 at the pump when I drive home from work today, but am I happier about it being $3.70 than $4 or $4.20 or $4.50? Hell yeah, I'd rather pay $3.70 than $4. Just like the people in Germany probably aren't happy about paying what they're paying for energy right now, but are a lot more willing to pay it for what they're paying for right now than they would have been 3 months ago. And my bigger point too was just that a lot of the people tweeting and stuff about the energy prices in Europe and stuff are kind of quiet now. All right, but moving on, we've got about 5 minutes left in the show. Let me know in the chat if you guys are watching any stocks. I know we were talking about some oil and trading names earlier, or oil and energy names earlier. I do think also what we should do is look forward to who's reporting earnings this week. I think the semis, AMD today, potentially. Ooh, Service Now. This one's been getting beaten up, and I've been looking to make a long-term position on. I don't know too much about the company, Sawyer. I know kind of the space it's in. I think it's in some cybersecurity, right? Let's see. ServiceNow provides software solutions to structure, automate various business processes via SaaS delivery model. The company primarily focuses the IT function for enterprise customers. ServiceNow begins with IT service management. All right, so it doesn't sound like really a lot of cybersecurity, although kind of like more like data. I don't really know, to be honest. SaaS. How's don't tell me we're okay. I thought looking at the one chart, it looked like, yeah, this thing is still from $700 down to $400. I mean, again, I'd have to do more research on this stock to actually give you an opinion on it, Sawyer, just because from looking at it from a chart perspective, it looks, I guess decent, but from a fundamental perspective, forward PE 45, price to sales 12. It's very expensive, so I need to look into the growth and see, is the growth, is it worth it essentially to pay for such an expensive stock? Is the growth there to warrant such an expensive stock, or did the company happen to grow a lot, say during COVID over the last 2 years? Now it's not going to grow as quickly as it did. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. Awarded by Human Health Services, $250 million. That's what I was wondering too. I mean, I see you. Looks like you have some sort of military picture as your profile picture. If you would have told me they were looking for some big government contract in the military, something that I might get interested. But I would need to look into it more. AMD tomorrow is huge. So yeah, Sawyer, again, I think it's expensive right now. I would need to look into it, look into the growth, see if I think it's willing to pay for that. Because just because a company has a high PE and a high price to sales doesn't mean it's a bad investment. I mean, if you were looking just for, cheap stocks in terms of PE and price to sales, you would have missed out on your Amazons, your Apples, because there were other investors out there saying, yeah, I am willing to pay a higher premium for this name because it is growing a lot. So just because a name is expensive, and we've seen this with Tesla before too, doesn't mean it's a bad investment. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying because it is so expensive, I'd want to look into it more and do some more due diligence in it. Yeah, shout out Sawyer. Thanks for serving. I know Veterans Day is coming up. I think November 11th. We do have a Veterans Day discount for vets and active service members. So if Sawyer, you want to get hooked up on some BZ Pro for I think 50% off, let me know. Yeah, tomorrow's huge. AMD. What else do we have? We've got some other big names. It's not obviously as big of a week this week in terms of earnings, just because last week we had the big boys, the big names, your Apples, your Amazons, your Microsofts. But you do have some more names this week. We've only got about a minute left. I see Mitch hanging out in the background, but I'll just go ahead and here I'll make it easy because I know we've got some more visual learners, some more people that like hearing better or hearing information better. What is it? You're either a visual learner and auditor. I don't know. But here, we'll go through some of these together. Today, after the close, Aflac, Goodyear. That's about all I really care. I don't even know if I really care about either of those. Tomorrow, before the open, Eli Lilly, Pfizer, BP, Sony, Marathon Oil, Uber, Ecolab, Cisco, AMD in the afternoon, Mondelez, Airbnb, McKesson, Public Storage, AIG, EA Sports, Prudential. Wednesday, before the open, CVS, Generac, Humana, Paramount. Speaking of stocks that have been getting beaten up, how's Paramount doing? Paramount, oof. Roku after the close, Qualcomm. Wait, Marathon. I guess there are two marathons. Is this not where my cursor is now? That's definitely like Marathon Oil, but then there's also Marathon Oil up here. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Robinhood, Etsy, Fortinet. Big cybersecurity play there. Fortinet Wednesday after the close. Thursday, you got some cruise lines, Royal Caribbean, Peloton, Moderna, Cheniere, Crocs, Datadog, Peabody. So, okay, I'll say this. Last week might have been bigger in terms of like big tech earnings. This week is crazy in terms of just breadth of different industries. I mean, take Thursday, for example. You have a cruise company, Royal Caribbean. You have a high-value company or a high-tech, overvalued company in Peloton with the bikes. Moderna, COVID play. ConocoPhillips, an oil and gas play. Cheniere, a natty gas play. Crocs, a consumer retail play. Datadog, obviously data kind of cloud computing play. You have Peabody, a coal play. You have Penn National Gaming, a gambling play. You have Nikola, an EV play. So you have basically every industry you could possibly want. I mean, all we need is some weed names in here. All we need is some pot names, and then you've got basically every industry covered. Hershey on Friday, Jay Rice is saying long Reese's Kit Kat. Yeah, Reese's Kit Kat should have a big night tonight for Halloween. I love Reese's too. Reese's are by far the best candy ever. My favorite as a on Halloween. And then Friday, you've got some of the little brothers of the group. Fubo. Fubo. Oh, Fubo. I mean, guys, hindsight's 2020, but I mean, come on. Does anyone know anyone who actually uses Fubo as their streaming service? I'm starting to think seeing Fubo get up to $48 might have been a sign for me in February 21 to be like, hey, are things getting a little toppy out here? Are things getting a little frothy up here? I mean, Fubo, again, I've talked about this before. Fubo's like demographic as far as target audience is literally me and like all my friends, like mid-20 guys that watch sports. Fubo tries to be like the streaming thing for sports. So it's a big red flag to me when I am their core target demographic and not a single one of me or any of my friends uses Fubo. It's not available in states yet, Fubo, as far as sports betting. Yeah, and they basically ditched their plan for like a in-house betting integration. I don't really know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why anyone, even if you're super into sports, would use Fubo over YouTube TV. I really don't. I do like the soccer. See, but that's a good I kind of like the soccer thing for a Paramount play. Right? Like Champions League, I'm pretty sure you need to get Paramount Plus now to watch it. I don't know who gets the broadcast rights for World Cup. I'm pretty sure it's all on like ESPN and stuff. All right, y'all. It is 1:03 p.m. Eastern. I see Money Mitch hanging out in the background, so whenever he wants to hop on and take the reins, just let me know. What up, Mr. Mitch?
What's up? What's up? We can get it started. All I got to do is I got a little Benzinga Pro trailer to do a little segment in between.
Oh, I do? Okay, perfect. Right when you take over, I'm going to hop off, but I'll hop right back on in like 5 minutes. I owe the audience. I told them I'd put my costume on.
Yeah, join the show. I don't mind you hopping back in. I got to see that costume. Can't blame you.
All right, cool. I'll pop your screen up, hop off, and go ahead, man.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and play a trailer and transition over to stock market movers.
Introducing Smarter Financial News Search with Benzinga Pro. Now, with an array of familiar screening filters like price, short interest, and PE ratio, you can actually screen financial news for stock trading ideas. But that's not all. On top of fundamental and technical screening for actionable news catalysts, now you can tailor your newsfeed with Boolean operators or, and not. The result is perfect. By your own standards for your own news trading strategy. Prepare for the upcoming rebound. Capture news catalysts before major price moves with Benzinga Pro today.
All right, team, let's go ahead. Let's get, of course, stock market movers started today. Welcome to the show. We got a lot to talk about. Of course, we'll talk about what's going on in Wall Street. What is the outlook for the FOMC meeting? Will the Fed signal a pause or not? That's what, of course, everyone's waiting to hear. Goldman Sachs putting out some Fed rate outlook, wheat prices jumping, iPhone supply concerns, COVID lockdowns, of course, in Shanghai affecting certain stocks. We'll talk also about Emerson Deal, Thermo Fisher, diesel prices starting to go up, Wallbucks opening their first factory, and we'll get into some notable reports this week. Of course, we'll also talk about what was hot and what was not out in the market as we do sector and industry analysis on this show. And we also have at 1:15, Michael Lucas, principal and CEO of TrueMark Investments. Excited to get into today's show. Let's get it started. Stock market movers. I'm your host, Money Mitch. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, team, let's get right into the markets. Let's take a look how we're trading on the intraday action. We're battling right now. It seems like it, and I'll put myself down here at the bottom so you guys can see me. But 386, we don't really want to get a close down there. If we do close below that, I think we eventually break through the 385.40s. But earlier in the day, we kept holding that price action. Seems like we're just going sideways right now, but sideways is a good thing to see, right? Because we've had some big rips in the markets. As long as we're not cutting through, let's say 378 anytime soon, we could continue looking for this strength in this recent run to keep holding. Right now, it's done well on the day. It's retraced just a tiny bit of that price action from Friday. If you think about it, it's really holding towards the 38.2% retracement, not even getting towards the 50% retracement mark. Of course, we'll see what happens. This has been a decent move. Will it retrace back towards 382, 384s? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, it's been holding that price action, especially near that 386. You guys can see that on the 15-minute. Couple of wicks there. Now all lows during the same area, 385.78, 385.81, 385.81 again. Will that level break? We'll have to wait and see. All right. Don't want to breathe anymore, Shelly? Well, don't worry. That's what I got you for. I'll take care of that, and I'll bring the stock market here. Let's get right to it. All right, let's go towards certain areas. Of course, what's going to be the talk this week? Well, the talk is going to be all on focusing on the Fed. Will the Fed signal a pause in the near future? Of course, I've talked about how essentially I don't see why they would start kind of holding back on the rate hikes. I know that some people think that the pace should be slowed down, but the truth is inflation has yet to be tamed. And I think that that's really the focus here that is more important than, of course, if the markets are getting hit because of the raising of the interest rates. And one of the things to note is that, of course, their effect is going to be lagged. We're not really going to see the effect of all these raising in the interest rates right now in this economy. It's going to take a while to really start playing in. And I think that's what the GDP report last week really told us, was that at the end of the day, this is going to take a while to work itself through the environment. And that's why some people are looking at recession mid-year next year, because they feel like it's going to work its way through. And then eventually we'll start seeing the effects of what the Fed truly have done here. Now, of course, there are other numbers to keep on watch this week. You got the jobs number this week, September construction numbers. You'll also get different outlooks. Goldman Sachs also stepping up to the plate, saying that they expect to see the Fed rates near peaking at 5%. Of course, a lot of people have been talking about 4.25, 4.5, but it seems like we're all getting close towards the consensus between 4 and 5%, somewhere in there. They expect to see the Fed kind of slowing down. That's why I think you're seeing more and more people take their shots. But Goldman Sachs now calling for 50 basis points in December, 25 basis point hike in February, and then another 25 basis point hike in March. We're going to have to wait and see. Will we get another 75 basis point hike this week and then a following one in December? So most people are betting now towards that 50 basis point hike in December. I think we're just going to have to wait to see the inflation data. That's what's going to give us more of an insight about what's going on in the markets. Let's go towards the next outlook. Of course, wheat getting a little bit of a push up today, and wheat prices jumping after, of course, the Russia announced Saturday that it was suspending its involvement in the Black Sea Grain Initiative. This was brokered in July, which allowed agricultural products to be exported from several Ukrainian ports. Now it seems like Russia has been blaming Ukraine for a drone attack on one of their ships, and they pulled out. Of course, this is going to go ahead and affect kind of the grains outlook here. Wheat getting a big spike today. We're going to keep watching to see if this can continue make a run. And if this does make a run, what will that happen to inflation? Will it get another spike? Something to keep on our radar. Also, another big outlook, right? Of course, China news, and we keep getting more and more. COVID lockdown still having an effect on China stocks. Let's go to Disney. Disney getting affected this morning. What happened? Well, it looks like Shanghai Disney Resort abruptly suspended operations on Monday, complying with COVID-19 prevention measures, with all visitors at the time of the announcement directed to stay in the park. Yes, you heard that correctly. They were required to stay in the park until they returned a negative test for the virus. Anyone that had visited the park also since October 27th would now need to test for COVID-19 3 times in 3 days. This was put out, of course, and we're going to have to keep watch to see what happens. Will this have a negative effect on Disney's price? Looked like it did in the pre-market, but now getting a little bit of a bounce back. We'll see how long, of course, Shanghai Disney resorts kind of remain locked down. Of course, that's going to have an effect on their revenue. Let's get out of that news. Of course, we also got some other news out there, and I'm going to quickly run through these, and then we'll go into what was hot and what was not. And we'll spend a little bit more time today on definitely looking around, finding where the rotation is flowing to. Let's go to the next headline, which is going to be on, of course, a passive stake on a stock that's having a great day. That's going to be Wynn Resorts. You guys are seeing Wynn Resorts up significant here after Tillman Fertitta Hospitality Headquarters Incorporate gave another buy into Wynn Resorts, increasing the passive stake to 6.1%. Also, Fertitta Entertainment is included in this. It looks like now a 6.1% passive stake in Wynn, and it definitely got the lift. Kept going towards 65 today. Nice little bounce on this, but we'll see how this kind of continues because, like I just mentioned before, there is still COVID lockdowns to keep in mind with Wynn Resorts. So I think this will eventually be a pop to kind of fade, but right now it's still popping and still holding on. Next one is going to be Reuters. Reuters reporting here on Emerson Electric. So let's go to EMR and see how it's going on the day. Looks like it got a spike in the pre-market, now fading off here. And this is off of selling a majority stake of its climate technologies units to Blackstone. That's going to be BX. Of course, this deal is valued at valuing the unit at $14 billion. Emerson would receive an upfront pre-tax cash proceeds of about $9.5 billion, while retaining a non-controlling ownership interest in the standalone joint venture. Now, Blackstone would have 55% stake in the unit, of course, having the majority, something to keep in mind. BX is a stock also involved in here. Blackstone, we'll see how that performs. Definitely been getting some lift off the bottom. Is this going to be appreciated? I think this eventually comes back down towards the 88. I'm going to wait to see what happens when Blackstone actually turns around. But right now, asset management has been pulling back. There is some bottoming on this chart. So if we could actually get it towards 100, I'd feel we have a new breakout. But right now, it's just battling here. The 94, 95s, really need to see it close towards 98 and 100 if I want to get bullish on Blackstone. All right, let's keep going. Let's go to Thermo Fisher here. And then we'll go towards our first interview today. Next one up, I'm going to be able to get through this. So Thermo Fisher is also buying a diagnostics firm here, binding site for all cash transaction. Of course, this one has already reported. So I feel like this one's finally turning around this stock. You can see here the trend line starting to come back here. I'm going to be looking to see if we can actually get up there towards the 520s. It's got a bounce today, now starting to get some nice push. Of course, this is in the healthcare sector that has had a great kind of October month. Let's see if it has a good month going into November. All right, getting out of Thermo Fisher, I'm going to go ahead and get into our first interview. Of course, like always, this is what it's all about here at Benzinga. You know, one thing is I can point to red flags here and there, but there's nothing better than getting to the experts. So I'm excited to get into our first interview today. We got Michael Lucas, Principal and CEO of True Mark Investments. Let's go ahead and get right to our first interview. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring Michael on. How are we doing today?
I'm good, Mitch. How are you?
I'm excited to get into the tech industry. Of course, it seems like the big boys came in and definitely rocked our socks a little bit. But let's take a look at how, of course, there's some certain companies that are going to be better positioned in this kind of environment to really kind of take off and kind of take advantage of the opportunities are right now. And there's certain companies that are going to get hit hard the most, right? What are the certain areas or what kind of businesses would be better positioned in this environment?
Yeah, I think from a macro perspective, you're likely to see B2B tech companies do a bit better in this environment than B2C. And I think we saw some of that with the mega cap earnings reports, right? We saw some softness in a lot of the B2C companies. And, I'm out here in San Francisco. There's a lot of rumors, a lot of talk of layoffs or hiring freezes. So, not unusual for an inflationary environment, right? So what happens here is everybody forgets that inflationary figures are lagging. So, even while we see some strength in the early days of inflationary environments, you'll start to see consumers run out of cash. And consumers are just going to start to prioritize things that are vital to them versus things that are luxury items to them, if you will. Technology is no different. So when you start to see weakness in some of these B2C companies, you've really got to dig in and get into the weeds and see where that weakness is and where the pockets of strength are, right? Because those mega cap companies are driving a lot of the B2B business. So when you dig into something like Meta, for example, right? We all know Meta's got some serious complications in their business model. But one of the things they said in their earnings call was that they're increasing CapEx on their data storage, right? So what that tells you is that cloud applications are still running fairly robustly and growing, whereas the actual B2C portion of the business is maybe revenues may be topping out just as costs are increasing. So you end up with these situations where you've got revenues topping out if their costs increasing. So where do they go to maintain margins in that environment? They've got to go to technology. Right, so technology is going to help them become more efficient. It's going to help them automate things. It's going to help them maintain margins, reduce headcount, reduce overhead in an environment where revenues are kind of topping out, but expenses are still starting to creeping up. Costs are still creeping up as we move through this inflationary period. So when you really get into the weeds with that sort of thing, you got to look for the pockets of strength within those B2C companies or those mega caps that may have disappointed us top line or had weaker guidance than people expected, which, if you didn't expect that, then maybe you weren't watching the Fed for the past, past 6-8 months. But the reality is that there are companies that are in the B2B space that are going to benefit from this. We've got a few new ones in our Learns portfolio, which is LRNZ. That's our our tech, AI, and deep learning ETF that we think, we're well positioned in this type of environment.
Yeah, definitely. It's something to keep watching. One thing that I'm focusing on, of course, is the heightened tensions that we're starting to get with the US and China and some of the tech export controls. Are
Yeah.
there any kind of concern here for AI and kind of deep learning?
That's company to company, right? So,
Yeah.
when we launched this fund a few years back, one of the first questions we had from an investor was, are you global? Are you buying in China? Are you buying? And our response always was, we've got enough to buy here, right? Where we understand our regulatory controls and understand the marketplace. There was years ago, I was involved in an emerging market hedge fund, and we dealt a lot with Chinese listed equities. And the old joke in China was, if you actually file for a patent, you're just publishing the blueprint for someone else to use. And so, we saw that issue this morning, obviously, right, with the TCP this morning, right? So, you will see some of these or TSP, I'm sorry. You will see some of these regulatory hiccups, but by and large, we stay in the U.S. We stay in places where we understand the regulatory environment, understand the players involved. And there's a much tighter, I think, grip on transparency and visibility with regard to where that technology sits and where it's going.
Now, of course, we got the major reports. You talked about some of the things that you saw, of course. Now, I wanted to see if there's any trends that you're seeing here that maybe some investors might have missed. Like, of course, how did you see cloud computing and maybe the advertisement game? What do you think there?
Yeah, I think the advertisement game is suffering. I think they're, again, maxing out different ways they can generate revenue. And then you have Apple's new advertising rules, and that's going to spread, right? So I think, again, I'm here in California, so we've got some additional privacy regulations that have come online. And so I think the advertising game is maybe maxing out. But again, if we look at the parts of these earnings reports where you look at their CapEx or their investment to data, you will see these cloud applications continue to be robust players. I mean, I think Snowflake, is proven to be a winner here. A company that's recently, I think, starting to garner a lot of attention, Mobileye, right? We talk a lot about the EV space and the tech behind it and the demand for AI and deep learning. Well, it turns out that there's really one company there that seems to have the class of the litter, and all the other auto companies are starting to contract with them. That's Mobileye. So that's another example of situations where you see, okay, companies that have this robust technology that's proven to be better than their competitors are starting to rise to the top. And so you have to look in when you see different developments in the EV space or the autopilot space. Look for companies that are contracted to Mobileye. They're all over the place. When they see increases in data needs, look for companies that are working with Snowflake. So look behind that B2C facade of the company and understand what's happening in the background. And I think that's where we're starting to see some of your winners.
Yeah, the underlying assets, the kind of services behind that are needed for these to kind of stay online. And like we've talked about it, certain kind of, let's say, tools that you can go without, probably you're going to see some cost cutting. But of course, those technologies that are behind kind of the whole infrastructure of how a business works can't just be cut out, right? So we'll definitely watch to see those opportunities in those B2B. Now, how do you think about the topic of deglobalization as it plays into technology? Looks like we've been moving more and further towards deglobalization. Will this help AI or kind of hurt it in the long run?
Well, it's a good question, right? For years, maybe a decade plus, we heard globalization as the theme, right? Digital globalization, globalized economy. And now I think, much like most issues, we realize it's easier said than done. So when you have different players, different political priorities, different socioeconomic priorities trying to mesh into one, it becomes difficult. But I think, as you referenced, I think the increasing scrutiny around the export of technologies, and certainly when you look at the headlines, you see TSP in the headlines right now in a severe way. You've got to understand that it's just not that simple. And I do think that there will be some move. The pendulum will swing back a bit, and we'll see some deglobalization, which actually can help the competitive landscape. right? Because you're going to see, I think, more global initiative in terms of developing technology rather than having someone else develop it and simply buying the IP, which I think was the trend for a long time here. So yeah, I think deglobalization is a real thing. I think it's a natural regression to the mean, if you will, because that pendulum had swung so far to the globalization end of the spectrum. But I think that it's not necessarily negative for companies that are utilizing proven effective technologies and developing innovative technologies that fall into that same category. Then I think there'll be a robust market for them regardless. But in some ways, it will foster, I think, increased innovation across the globe and a different variety of technology or different segments of technology that can provide competition. That's never a bad thing.
Definitely. And the last area I want to just kind of wrap up on is, of course, cybersecurity. There's one thing that I think everybody has heard. It's that there's been this breach of data here, this breach of data there. And then, of course, if you have anything that's trying to track your personal information, hearing that something's on the dark web, it just seems like it feels like almost every database is in reach. Why is this a major opportunity moving forward? It feels like some of these companies, no matter how much we want to think that they're secure, are not secure. Are these the kind of companies that are really going to drive us forward?
Of course. No question about it, right? And we've been saying that for years, right? When we look at like a CrowdStrike or a Zscaler, it's the idea that everything we do these days is hackable, right? If we've learned one thing, there's no app, there's no service, there's no business, there's no account that isn't hackable. So it's a constant game of whack-a-mole, right? So when you look at AI and deep learning and how that plays into cybersecurity, for example, you've got CrowdStrike and Zscaler, two companies that are their point of contact or day one responses, right? They constantly play. I always use the analogy from the old War Games movie, right? For those in the audience that are old enough to have seen that, War Games was a constant simulation where there's a constant battle going on, constantly looking for, probing for weaknesses, constantly parring and sparring with those offensive techniques and developing defensive techniques. So cybersecurity is one of the unassailable topics, right? Everybody has to admit it's a need. It's going to be a need moving forward, because the one thing that is that globalization may be reversing to a certain extent. Digitalization is not. And, when you look at the idea that margins are going to start shrinking for B2C companies, right? Because people run out of cash, how do they prop up those margins? How do they create those efficiencies that will prop up margins? They got to use technology. And so technology makes things more efficient, more cost efficient, helps margins. Businesses want to use it. Customers want to use it because it just makes your life easier. And we all know through the pandemic, if we weren't already there, we're now all 110% addicted to technology. And so with all those accounts out there and all that stuff out there, cybersecurity continues to be a huge, huge problem. That's got runway for years, right? If you think about cloud migration still being in the sort of the second or third inning of a nine inning game, that cybersecurity component is going to continue to be a primary source of frustration, innovation, growth moving forward for years to come.
Yeah, and I just think about it as there's so many public companies that have to release information when they get breached in certain situations like that. It's almost they have to have the top line security, because if not, investors are going to be worried about the platforms. I think about all the issues that we saw on the cryptocurrency platforms, right? Who doesn't want to have that protected, right? And so I think that there's going to be maybe even some partnerships with kind of cybersecurity companies teaming with platforms from crypto. It's something definitely to watch. I always appreciate talking to you, Michael, and taking a deeper look into AI and deep technology. And definitely, guys, check out LRNZ if you guys want to check out some deeper ETFs so that you guys can have some diversity in these plays. Like always, have a good one, Michael. And I will throw up that holdings and for you guys to check out other True Shares ETFs. Appreciate you like always.
Appreciate it, Mitch. Appreciate the time.
Have a good one. All right, that's going to do it for our guest today. I hope that you guys appreciated us talking a little bit deeper into kind of some trends that I think at the end of the day, I mean, you guys can be maybe looking at deeper technology plays like the big boys, Microsoft, Google, Apple. But when we think about like cybersecurity, I really think that some of these companies, I mean, we almost don't have an option away from these companies. So I'm going to definitely be watching some of these plays to see when they develop, and going to have to add a couple of these in my own portfolio on the kind of pullbacks that we've had recently. We'll take a look at some of these companies coming up in our what was hot and what was not segment. But let's get back to the stocks and see what is moving. How's our market doing right now? Let's go back to it. Let's take a little peek into the SPY. Right now, it looks like we bounced again off that 386 mark. So we started the show right here. We were right off that 386. We bounced again. Looks like we keep holding that bottom. I think we're going to just have a sideways trend type of day, but that's not a bad thing for the bulls, especially after that big run on Friday, right? Were you going to retrace most of that move? No. It's actually holding on. Looks like the bulls right now have some control. All right, let's get out of that talk. Let's go towards our next headline here. Next headline, we've already talked about, of course, Emerson Electric. We talked about WIN. We talked about the COVID stocks being affected. Well, China stocks being affected by COVID lockdowns. We'll keep that on watch. Now let's go to iPhone and what's going on there. And Apple's one of these things where it just seems like the media is saying one thing, but the company is saying something else. So let's continue it here with another report from a media company. This came from Reuters. iPhones could slump 30%, as much as 30%, at one of the world's biggest factories next month due to tightening COVID-19 curves in China. A person with direct knowledge of the matter said on Monday. And of course, Foxconn is Apple's biggest iPhone maker. They produce 70% of iPhones shipped globally, which in turn makes for 45% of the Taiwanese firm's revenue. So keep this in watch. We'll see what happens on Apple. It did come down towards the 153.70s. Seems like it's holding on right now, just going sideways. We'll see if it takes that push up towards 157. Or will it come back to test 152? And will this actually play out, right? Will the supply of iPhones truly take a hit from what's going on in Foxconn? Of course, if they're producing 70% of iPhone chips globally, if they do run into a 30% glut in supply, how will that affect Apple in the long run? And they already kind of let us know that the revenue would decline in December. So it's one thing to keep in mind with Apple as they get into the holiday season. Will we start seeing their earnings come down? But right now, it's looking like Apple's pretty strong. And like I talked about before, that 150 would play so vital. Now we're above that 150, above the 50-day. Now that's what I'd be watching. That's 151.50 or 151.45 if you want to be exact. We'll see if that area holds for Apple. All right, getting out of that talk, we can get into some ratings and some other news that's out in the market. We'll touch that after what was hot and what was not. But let's go into everybody's favorite segment where we talk about the rotations of the day. What stocks are moving, what stocks aren't. If you guys have a big mover on the day, feel free to throw it up in the chat. That's what this is all about. What was hot and what was not. Let's go ahead and see in the market. So if we take a look here, energy actually led the way from the open and continuing to push. Energy has been on a big, massive push lately, and it seems like it hasn't turned around. Even XOM continuing the trend. Look at this move. Since about October 3rd, and that's kind of like when you really started getting that movement up, we're up about 24% on ExxonMobil and definitely continuing the trend. Oxy having a good day today. It was pushing strong early, now pulling back towards the support, but really good day there for Oxy with a nice little push towards the 74. Chevron also having a good day today. This has been a pretty strong trend up. Look at the move from 164 up there towards 180, up about 11%. And now getting through the highs, it just turned around off the high there about 182.40. we're at 181.50. So let's see if we can get a close above that 182. If not, you could get some topping signs towards that 52-week high. We'll see what happens there in Chevron. All right, continuing going. Energy is definitely going to be something that I'll be watching. Also, I'm going to be watching Valero. Why would I be watching Valero? Well, Valero is one of the stocks that works with diesel, right? And if you guys have taken a look, diesel prices have started jumping. I saw them when I was driving. I just took a long trip down to Florida through the weekend. But I could see there diesel prices very, very high around. And what's going on there? Well, diesel prices have increased 33% for November deliveries and are expected to go higher. The national average price for diesel today is about $5.30 per gallon, and it's expected to go up 15 to 20 cents in the next few weeks. So look to see if you get Valero to continue in the spike. I like the pullback here towards support. We're going to look for that to kind of hold around 124. We're already towards the 125 area. So let's just see tomorrow if we can really start getting Valero moving back into the green off of the 9 EMA, just pulling back and then getting back through 130s is what we're going to look for, the bullish move. And of course, this kind of works with the refinery into making diesel. So that's why I'm keeping my eyes on Valero. All right, let's continue going. I'll take a look at some other stocks that are moving today. Industrials continuing the lift. And what are the two stocks that we've been watching in this area? I know the chat probably knows. They've been hearing it multiple times. They're talking about what? They're talking about DE, Deere, getting some nice little lift. Deere is one of the stocks that we've been watching move with Caterpillar, and it's continuing to move today after a little bit of a pullback there on Friday. Of course, Caterpillar came out with their earnings, and they're up towards 220. This is one stock that we mentioned when it was back down here at the 185 range, now all the way up to 220. Keep these on your radar as you're seeing farm and heavy construction really start to take off here and get a nice little push. We'll see if these can continue. Integrated shipping, having a good day today. UPS on the radar. Keep these ones on watch. It looks to me like they're trying to make the move up. FedEx, trying to start filling in some of the gap towards the upside. We'll see if these actually start to fill. And XPO had their earnings today. So if you guys want to take a look at this stock, keep watch. EPS came in at $1.45, beating the $1.34 estimate, and sales at $3.04 billion, missing the $3.10 billion estimate. So it looks like XPO Logistics is starting to push back here, at least, and following kind of that UPS move. Will it start getting up there and getting back towards the 176 area? Beach Bum, I know. I came to Florida. I didn't even stop to say hello. I was only there really for one day. I had to take a long drive down. So next time I'm there, I'm going to be staying down there for at least a week soon. I need to be down there, see family for a little bit longer time, but I'll let you know for sure. I wanted to do a meetup, but it just was a lot going on. But I'll keep going, and definitely stay tuned, Beach Bum. We're going to do a trader meetup in Orlando soon. All right, let's keep going. Let's take a look at what else is moving. What was not hot today? Well, utilities calling right back into the favor that they've been. They've been out of favor. That's the truth. Duke getting a little bit of lift on Friday, but coming right back down. This is why I think these are kind of being just bought off of oversold conditions, but something just to kind of watch for renting stocks, not really keeping them. We'll see if they can actually get back into favor, but right now utilities have been just falling off the tape. You can see it on the XLU. Will this kind of come back? We'll wait and see, but right now it's definitely kind of out of trend and out of favor. Technology also in the red today, but there is certain areas that are in the green. Let's talk about there's certain areas that are in the green. Well, solar having a good day today. What stock's doing well there? Well, you can take a look at First Solar taking off. It did a nice little pullback, tried to get that push, pulled back here. Now you're all the way up there towards almost 150. This is really taking off today, First Solar. And with this takeoff, I'd start watching ENPH that isn't having a good day today, but now really starting to take off. And this was before the show started that I was going to call out ENPH. So I feel like a little bit like, like I kind of cherry picked here, but at the same time, I didn't see all this move into 140. I was looking at this before we started the show when it was at 1230, and EMPH wasn't even up on the day. Now it's starting to get some lift here, and you're starting to also see other stocks get some lift off of this. SEDG, keep your watch on this. And you can take a look at the ones that have already run. Beam, will this continue to go? Beam getting some nice lift. I'm going to keep watch on these solar stocks. They're definitely starting to get a nice little push back after retracing the recent move. All right, so another one to keep watch, CISQ. This one right here, Canadian Solar, having a really nice day. I'd keep this one on my radar. It's starting to push back. Will this kind of get the lift that it needs? Jinko Solar, another one starting to push a little bit. Of course, this is more of that China solar name, but it is starting to get a little bit of lift. The favorite seems to be FSLR, so keep that in mind. If FSLR for solar continue making move up, it could keep pushing. All right, let's go towards another area, of course, in technology that's doing well. Is there's some software names doing well. We just talked about it, how there's certain ones that are going to do well because they're more B2B than they are B2C. And so keep this in mind when you're looking at these software application names. Of course, Salesforce having a little bit better time lately. And of course, what's Salesforce more? Well, Salesforce is more B2B than B2C, right? And so keep this in mind when you're looking at these. These are how I think these will kind of move now. ServiceNow, another one, taking a look. It's starting to push, has like kind of an island to look at right now. So keep your eyes on this one. We'll see what happens there. And just one more that I wanted to take a look at, which was Team. Team was one that actually we were brought up by Jason Raznick. This was a Jason Raznick pick. Teams is one that I like here. Starting to reverse back. It could start making its way back here towards, let's say, 240, 250. Showing a lot of that kind of bottoming action around the 195 if you want to keep this one on radar. All right, we'll see what else is going on. Lau wants to talk about Snow. Snow is definitely in there also. B2B, looking for that to kind of find a bounce. Snow, I'd watch also with Pan W. Palo Alto starting to come back here towards 175. If you take a look here on the weekly, it's pulled back. It had a nice split that's making it better price to get purchased here. Take a look at the monthly chart. Monthly chart has been holding on. Now it's looking like it wants to come back here, start coming back towards 185. I'd keep my eye on this one. Doesn't look too bad. With this one, you'll also get CrowdStrike probably moving back towards the upside. This is one that I'm going to keep and watch. I've been watching this stock since it was $50. Remember when CrowdStrike first came out? Will it get the next lift? Has some bottoming around here around the 160. That's probably the level that I'd want to see it hold. If it can hold the 160, come back towards the 170. I'll definitely be looking at CrowdStrike. All right, another area that we can take a look here to see what's getting movement out in the industries is let's go towards NCLH and kind of the airlines. Those are areas that I'm starting to see some strength. Norwegian Cruise Line, definitely getting some strength lately. Look at this move since about kind of the Monday, let's go Tuesday the 11th. You've made about a 49% move up in Norwegian Cruise Line, as you're starting to see these cruise lines to really start getting a little bit of a lift. Let's go to Carnival Cruise to see if we see the same kind of trend. And we do see that kind of reversal style from that 11th. Nice little push, about a 45% move in Carnival. So keep these on your radar. We've been seeing these really get some nice push lately. And it's not only just one of them, right? It's multiple of them. Royal Caribbean also getting some lift. American Airlines is one that I'm going to call out to keep and watch. It is starting to try to push through the 1429 towards the 1450. It's going to keep watch on these airlines as they've already pretty much reported, and they've done pretty well. Delta Airlines, keep it on watch for a nice move towards 35. I like this if it could pull back and then eventually get through the 35. One that recently just started taking off is ULCC. Frontier Group, as it started closing the deal there and then started to get the lift. It's up towards $13 right now. It's definitely got a nice little push lately, and JetBlue was one that I was watching to start moving, and it's definitely started to get the lift up there towards the 8 and could continue. I could see it getting towards the 9, maybe even eventually the 10. But of course, we'll see what happens in these airlines. Airbnb is going to be reporting later in the week, so keep on watch to see if Airbnb can turn around. But it looks heavy right now. It looks like it wants to come back towards the 100. I've been waiting to see if we could actually get a close towards the 130 so that I can start watching Airbnb again. All right, we'll see what happens with these. Of course, Hilton has not been looking too bad. It has been making a nice move up also. So it looks like these kind of, reopening plays, the consumer stocks are not actually showing us the recession concern that everyone's kind of keeping an eye out for. But that's just right now. We'll see if those things turn around. All right, let's go to another area where I've been seeing some strength, and that's actually in the defensive names, right? If you take a look here on the daily, what has had a nice little push in the last pretty much week was consumer defensive. So I'm not saying that they're the strongest today because they're actually in the red, but these have been some strong areas to keep watch. So packaged food, an area to keep watch. Right now, some of the bigger names are really starting to get some lift. General Mills, couple of days with a nice little push towards the upside. Kraft Heinz, since their earnings, getting some lift. Kellogg's also pushing. McCormick getting some nice little push here off of that Friday. And what is this? These are value plays, right? These are value plays that we need to keep watch, right? And then we'll see if these can continue pushing. SJM, one that we're keeping a close eye on, is continuing to push. We'll see if these finally turn around. Will the value get sold off? It's one thing to keep in mind for turnarounds. All right. Beach Bum said, I like SIQ, SEDG as profitable individual solar stock plays. Well, we'll keep those on the radar. And definitely SEDG. I like that one too. And SIQ, I like the setup on the chart. Another area to keep watch, basic materials, coal continuing into the green. This is an area that I've been calling out for a while. Did have a retrace last week. We'll see if we get another run here towards 25. That's the area that I'd watch on BTU. AMR is another way that you guys can keep watching this stock. This is one that I like because it just moves kind of in less of a volatile manner than a BTU. Agricultural inputs getting some lift here. MOS, one that I was looking at today. I didn't take the trade. I was looking to take a move back up on MOS. Of course, we saw that spike in wheat, and we can talk about that. But, of course, this is getting some lift. Will it continue to rise is one thing to keep in mind. MOS daily chart looks interesting also. You guys can see it went back above this kind of trend line, trying to hold the pullbacks to 53 and make its move back towards the 200-day, which is 54.62. Haven't gotten the close up there yet. I'll keep watch to see if we can get the close back towards those levels. All right, guys, it's about 1:48. I'm going to cover about 2 headlines here with ratings. And then after that, we'll do a little bit of ticker time. So feel free to throw up a ticker or 2 in the chat as we continue going here. And of course, smash the like if you guys are enjoying the content. That's what it's all about here at Benzinga. We're not doing this for myself. We're doing this for you guys out there. So please smash up that like and let's get going into the next headline here. Next headline is actually going to be for a stock that most people, most people are looking at this like it's looking like a bullish setup, but UBS actually downgrading Caterpillar here, and I'll talk about that. So they're downgrading Caterpillar after their earnings report hit, and this definitely getting some push today, but pulling back a little bit here. You could see it dropped off in the pre-market. A lot of this on this UBS downgrade. Let's talk about it. Looks like UBS coming in here and hitting the stock here. Looks like I don't have the headline here ready, but got you guys right now. Boom, got it here. UBS here. All right, so they're getting downgraded to neutral from buy. UBS said the downgrade reflects more on a balanced risk to reward profile, but it's still upbeat about Caterpillar's prospect in the longer term. So in my eyes, they just said that it's gone way too far, way too fast. And I think that is true. Caterpillar has gone way too far, way too fast. But if it could hold this trend line pullback towards, let's say, 212s or 210, and it's holding that, I actually kind of like the chart. It's going to continue looking good, especially if Deere doesn't turn around. If we can get Deere to start breaking out towards 420, well, there you have it. You can start seeing that caterpillar really take off. And one thing to keep in mind is when Deere's earning is. So, of course, Deere is going to be reporting actually, and I'm looking at it right now to see when we report. Looks like November 23rd. So we still got ways away from the DE earnings, kind of changing things up. Let's see if Cat can really start getting that motor going and Deere can try to take out up towards the 420s before their earnings comes out. Another one that we're going to get into is Paramount. And I think that this is an interesting stock, as of course, everyone's been kind of wondering what would happen to Para, what would happen to Warner Brothers. Would Paramount be a good investment? Well, it looks like it hasn't been, right? And Wells Fargo coming in here and downgrading Paramount. Wells Fargo downgrading Paramount to underweight and said that shares could fall more than 30%. We're downgrading Para to underweight as we no longer justify its premium multiple amid our more negative view on linear trends and uncertain DTC outlook. This was written by analyst Stephen Cahall, and I think that one thing that we need to keep watch to see if Paramount can actually turn things around. Seems to me like they've been trying to bundle with certain services, trying to do anything to get really it included in some bundles and like getting kind of bought up. But to me, I think this is one that has done it wrong. And really the only way that you're kind of getting Paramount is either you're a soccer fan or you want to see specific sports. But I don't know. I don't think this is one that I want to get in the way. It just seems to me like it just keeps going lower and lower and lower. So I'm kind of on the fence about this one. But Wells Fargo, I'll be with you guys for right now. It looks like this is a downgrade to underweight, and I understand why they're underweighted. They just don't feel that the multiple makes sense, and the trends are going away from it, not towards it. WBD, of course, Warner Brothers, kind of we've been watching this. Would this ever get past kind of this 1350? No, we still haven't seen it really turn around. And so with this one also, I'm just watching kind of monthly candles. When do we actually get a turnaround spike in Warner Brothers? And this one I kind of believe in, but it's going to take a while for them to develop a product that people actually want and keep. That's the important thing. All right, let's go to ticker time here. You guys throw up some tickers. I'll make sure that I grab them from the chat. And let's see what you guys are looking at. Shannon says LNG, of course, some natural gas talk. What did we talk about? Some natural gas. So it looks to me like when you're looking at LNG, you're really going to start moving towards a daily. And if anything, move towards that weekly outlook to kind of help you out and really start seeing things in kind of a little bit of a slower manner. And so one thing I can see here is this kind of uptrend. Yeah, you kind of cracked it here, but it was very short-lived, right? And so that's kind of a support area that I definitely would call a support. So that's close towards that 155 level. Now, where's the resistance really playing? Well, it seems to me like the bodies keep wanting to close above this kind of 170.50 area. So I think that's going to start creating kind of like a support underneath it. Another area to kind of watch is this high here from the 16th of September, which is 178.62. You can see right now we keep rejecting where? 178.62. We just went from the daily backwards into the intraday. This is the way I like breaking down charts, because a lot of times it's going to show you where the resistance is. And is it holding towards a daily resistance? Well, you got your answer there, right? And so we'll see what happens with this now. It's made 2 runs. I would look for a pullback, of course. You guys know my rule of 3. We've made a 1 up move, 1 down, 2 up, 2 down. It could still work its way here before it really kind of breaks out. One thing, of course, is going to help you is if you actually get this continued trend that we're starting to see turn around in natural gas. We're finally starting to see it get a lift. Will it continue to lift? That's the hard part there. Boyle also trying to make a little bit of a lift. I think this is really going to take for us to get a real big winter storm to really start showing up in Europe. Then you can be like, okay, now you're starting to see those furnaces get really turned on and you could see it spike until then. But it's been a hard trade. on natural gas. All right, let's continue going. What else are you guys taking a look at? Looks like you guys are watching URI crushed. Just caught a downside. Oof. Let's take a look there. URI. Not bad on that United Rentals. Rentals having a good time right now. Rider system. Not looking too bad there. I keep an eye on this one for when I'm looking at rental and leasing. It's not looking bad. It's had a nice little push. We'll see the pullback can get back towards 79.50. Halo and Para, it was good. Yeah, I didn't catch that Halo one. I got to check it out. Looks like it was good. Coin being brought up there. Let's take a look at Coin. Coin, to me, I think eventually breaks down. It just seems like, we've been going sideways, but has any of these platforms truly made you feel that it's secure, that your kind of cryptocurrency is secure? I don't think that they've done that. And I feel like even Coinbase, a company that a lot of people trust, hasn't done that either. And so that's my only concern about when I'm talking about Coinbase is, in the long run, are these apps even trusted anymore after the recent kind of destruction that we've seen in the cryptocurrency space? All right, let's go towards the next one. We can go towards CI. CI is an interesting one. Cigna Corp. It's really been taking off. Take a look at the daily chart. These healthcare plans really pushing off. CVS, there's one that I've been seeing come back. UNH, really taking a nice little leap there. United Health, keep these on watch. There's a couple of them that are starting to set up. ELV has been one that I've been watching for a while that really just took off there. And I don't think you can catch up to this one now, but it's been a big push there in Alliance Health. And now CVS is one to keep watch. Humana is also another one that's been just ripping in the last couple of days, where some people just don't catch these moves. This is why I like to make sure that I'm catching the relative strength so I don't miss out on some of these. Molina looking strong right now. Clover might eventually get a push if these can kind of continue into the strength. Definitely going to keep these on your radar right now. But Cigna Corp, I would look for a pullback right now because it's a little bit extended. Where could that pullback be? I'd look to kind of start trying to fill into this gap around the 311s eventually on a pullback. But for right now, it's really strong. Macy's is one that I'll go ahead and do. And after this, we'll start wrapping up. But like always, guys, do me the favor. Hit the thumbs up if you guys enjoy me taking some stocks from the chat. And of course, telling you what I see in the markets. Macy's is pulling back right now, and it seems like it's made a big run. But every time we get up here, it seems like it comes right back down, same way it was here. So just be careful. I think you need to get back above the 200-day and actually close up there. So let's see if we can actually get a close above 2130s. Of course, the 200-day is slightly above that towards 2138s. But we can start seeing that, and we can really start seeing the trend change. One thing this does have going for it, though, of course, is that I don't think you're going to see Macy's truly get hit on their demand destruction until probably after the holidays. So keep watch to see if this can really get some lift. But there's some other stocks that have been doing better here. It looks like Arco getting a lift. This is a cheaper name, just came out recently. So keep this on watch. ARKO is trying to make a nice little push through this level. See if it gets through it. Recent IPO in department stores. DDS, Dillard's, can this continue going? I sometimes am amazed when Dillard comes back, but it's continued strong here. KSS is the weak one. Kohl's just been going sideways recently. If you could see this one actually get into the bullish trend, and definitely keep your eyes on Macy's. All right, we'll see what happens. Coin reporting on Thursday says easy. Definitely one that you need to keep watch. We'll see what happens there. Let's go towards the earnings calendar to keep watch of what is going on this week. We need to definitely watch to see some of these reports. And will some of these run into the report, right? Like tonight, what do we have on the docket? Looks like Aflac, right? Not really too much. But tomorrow, Pfizer, BP, Sony, Uber. Definitely something to watch. But I got something better for you guys to watch. The question is, are you ready?
We are ready, Mitch.
Drum roll. Boo-doo-boo-boo-boo. Breaking news. Breaking news. Oh, I love it. I love it. Am I going to hit you? I need to hit you. I need to swing you and hit you, man.
I'm the pinata from Fortnite. The little llama pinata.
I love it. I love it. The only thing is, are you just like dropping candy out of your butt? Like, just drop a candy on the floor as you walking around?
We should do that. I should have a big like backpack full of candy and walk around like some neighborhoods, and as kids hit me, just start throwing candy.
Yeah, just pew, pew. Snickers going through the roof. Well, what do you guys think?
And it's actually shout out Nick Robinson. Nick Robinson bought me. This is the best thing anyone's ever bought me.
Oh, it looks fabulous. I love it.
I know. I'm gonna take it out to. Oh no, you moved from Colorado to North Carolina. I was gonna say I'm gonna take it out to your neck of the woods and ski in it in the winter.
Oh, you're not about it. I want to see that. You'll be looking colorful.
That way, my friends can actually find me on the slopes when I crash and stuff. Because usually they can't find me, and this way they will.
Yeah, you'll be standing out. They'll definitely know, like the guy in the snow pile. I see some color out there, but definitely you got to go out there and do a little trick or treating. We got to see you, man. We got to see you. Looks like you're ready to go.
That actually would be a good video, a funny video. Like what happens when a 25-year-old guy tries to trick or treat? Will they give me candy? Will they give me candy or not?
Let's see what you get today, or maybe ask for some trading advice if they don't want to give you candy at least, right? Can you give me a stock?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Trick or treat. Yeah, that's a good idea Apple too. Shares.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Like always, thank you. Like
that'd be the most popular house on the neighborhood. Maybe not for the kids, but if instead of handing out candy, you were handing out a share of apple, or what if they ask kids, "Hey, you can either get this little mini Kit Kat or a share of apple."
Well, I hope there's some kids that are going to be taking that apple real quick, but we'll have to wait and see. Like always, we're going to have some fun times here at Benzinga, and you guys see AB's not shying away at all. He came with the costume, brought it today, and like always, we're going to keep growing here on Benzinga. And one thing that we'll do is we're going to keep doing this stream. So if you guys are enjoying the Together stream, let us know. What do you want to see more or less of? That's what we're going to keep
I do like the Together stream. I think it makes it easier, but let us know in the chat.
Definitely. That's what it's all about. We're doing this for you guys out there. It's not for us. And at the end of the day, we're going to try to keep you guys moving forward, understanding the markets, bringing traders, doing live trading, experts like we just had, and of course, keeping you guys in the informational edge. And when you got a piñata, you're an informational edge. That's for sure.
Hell yeah. All right, Mitch, I got to hop. Everyone, smash the like if you have not already for my man Money Mitch. Happy Halloween. We'll be back tomorrow. New live stream format. We're keeping it going. We're going live all day. Peace and love, guys.
Peace.